Morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy match between Western Storm and Central Sparks. Play is due to get underway at 10:30 this morning with toss scheduled for 10 a.m. A big thank you to all of you for joining us today, particularly those of you who are joining us from schools all around the region as part of our Western Storm Schools Day. I can tell you that matchday food and drink will be available from Stragglers Coffee House and from the concession unit situated on the upper tier of the Marcus. Again, hot food will be available from 11 a.m. Seating is available in the Marcus Discovery Pavilion, beyond the Dartry stands, Gimlet Hill and sections of the Somerset stand. Working with Somerset County Cricket Club, Glamorgan County Cricket Club and Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, Western Storm are pleased to be able to announce the first standalone women's cricket membership for adults in the UK will be launched on the 19th of September. It will give you access to Western Storm's standalone home fixtures in 2024, plus the women's international action of both Taunton and Bristol. There is a storm coming, and you can be part of it. The latest news from the middle is that Central Sparks have won the toss and have elected to field. Welcome to this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy match between Western Storm and Central Sparks at the Cooper Associates County Gown. Let's just run through the two sides for you, starting with Central Sparks. The captain, number 11, Evelyn Jones. Number 14, Bethan Ellis. Number 27, Abby Freeborn. Number 5, Mandy Green. Number 6, Amy Campbell. Number 99, making a return to the Cooper Associates County Ground, Katie George. Number 8, Davina Perrin. Number 37, Emily Arlott. Number 64, Georgia Davis. Number 9, Grace Potts. And number 3, Hannah Barker. Quick reminder that Sparks won the toss and elected to field. Let's run through your Western Storm side for today. Let's hear you give up for number 25, Alex Griffiths. Number 74, Emma Corney. Number 63, Captain Sophie Luff. Number 35, Fran Wilson. Number 27, Neve Holland. Number 37, Nat Wraith. Number 38, Katie Jones. Number 16, Sophia Smale. Number 20, Chloe Skelton. Number 14, Molly Robbins. And number 13, Gemma Lane. I'd also like you to show your appreciation for our Guard of Honour today, St John St Francis School, who have been selected from those taking part in our Schools Day today to be the Guard of Honour.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton for what is the final home game of the season for the Western Storm as they take on the Central Sparks in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy 50-over format, and it is a huge game for the Central Sparks, especially because they still have the chance to make the knockout stages of the competition. The Blaze well out front in the table. It feels really as though there are three teams fighting for two places. It's not quite that straightforward, but I think we're going with that at the moment. Sparks must win, and if they do win, because of the fact that it's 2 plays 3, he says getting straight into the permutations before we get into anything else. It's the most important thing, come on. Everybody loves it. It is the case that the Sparks know that if they win, they'll go into the final round knowing that they've got a chance to win and get in. So this game is really setting up what's to come in the final round. It's getting towards crunch time, and I think for that reason the Central Sparks have, on winning the toss, decided that they're going to bat second. They're going in the field first, because you would think it's easier to know what it is that you have to do in the second innings when you're the ones kind of chasing that spot. For Western Storm, they're just trying to finish the season on a really high note. I think it was a really solid performance from them against Northern Diamonds last time out. Tough side, defending champions, of course, and there were some really good performances from Storm in that game, so they'll be looking to build on that against the Sparks today and go into their final match, which is up at Old Trafford, and have a chance potentially of winning their last 2 games. My name's Ed Seaborn. Alongside me is Claire Jenkins. We've got Hannah Thompson-Radford as part of our commentary team as well. And Claire, beautiful day at Taunton, and I couldn't think of a better way to sign off the season than to have all of us here.
Oh, Hannah and I were saying how much we'd missed you as well, Ed. We have missed you.
That.
No, we have. Well, we also worked out we weren't going to probably see each other till next April, May time, so yes. But we've got a great setup here, haven't we? Can Western Storm mess with Central Sparks' chances, basically, of making it to the final? Central Sparks face Stars at Edgbaston on Saturday, which I'll be at as well, unfortunately. But that could be probably a shootout for the opportunity to get into the Eliminator. So it's set up for a great day. We were hampered a little bit by the rain earlier in the week, but today, hopefully, all is set fair, fingers crossed, as we see Ian Blackwell and Gabby Brown, I think, making her second appearance in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. She made her debut last week, so great that Gabby Brown is getting an opportunity here. We should mention the scorers, so we've got Polly Rhodes, the legend that is Polly Rhodes, and also the legend that is Mike Turner, who was giving us some great stats the game earlier in the week, so that was really helpful, Mike, so thanks for that.
Yes.
Yes, I'm set up for a great game.
Indeed. If you do want to give us any stats or anything else,
yes, please tweet
not
us.
looking in any particular direction, Hypercost, we're always available on social media via our own handles. Mine's at EdCricket6. Yours is...
Mine is at 121interv coach. I know that's confusing, but it is the one. There aren't many that start with the numbers 121. And Hannah is
yes,
HT
something
or something
like that.
Thompson.
She's writing it down at Hannah JTR, capitalised. Right.
If you're following that, if you look at Western Storm, you'll see our names appear probably with the live stream information. The Sparks emerge.
They do. We've got a guard of honour. It's Schools Day today. I've gathered that there's meant to be about 900 school kids in. They're populating the stand in front of the Ondaatje Pavilion at the moment, the family stand. I can tell you, as far as the Storm team is concerned, there's one change from the side that played against the Northern Diamonds. Katie Jones comes into the side in place of Nicole Harvey, so that, I guess, it lengthens the batting lineup, but it puts maybe a little bit more pressure on I guess, 5-6 bowlers to get through the overs, which isn't always the worst thing. So, Sparks-wise?
Sparks-wise, Caris Pavley gives way to Davina Perrin, who comes one of the under-19 England players. Very exciting, much seen for Davina Perrin, great athlete. So, so we've got Caris Pavley makes way for Davina Perrin. We also will see Izzy Wong bringing on drinks. She's returned from England duty. to get a bit of what they call them, rest and rotation, etc. So, but you mentioned the game that against Northern Diamonds here a couple of days ago, and Western Storm did brilliantly when you think, because it was a huge total that Northern Diamonds put on, and for them to get that with, as you say, some notable performances, but they could easily have fallen a lot short. And in fact, it was only 31 runs, I think, in the end.
Yeah, and a 43 over a side game.
Yeah, in a shortened game, so that was really good.
All right, to get underway then, it's Grace Potts to bowl the opening over from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. And we're underway with a defensive shot from Alex Griffiths. Griffiths and Corney, this, I can't stop saying it. We're, what, 3 years in now? And every time, well, 4 years, aren't we, I suppose? You can count 2020 as a full year. I still say young. As if
I had a
they're not all
significant
young.
birthday, and it's going to happen 2 years later because I'm not counting those 2 years.
Young opening pair of Alex Griffiths and Emma Corney. And a watchful leave this time. There's a bit of grass on this. Live grass, that is, I should say, because somebody always points out that there's always grass on it. But anyway.
There's sort of slight green tinge.
There's a green tinge, which is no bad thing usually, because as anybody who watches the women's game would know, we like pitches with a bit of pace in.
Bit of pace, yes.
And we've got a bit of pace in this Central Sparks attack. Ooh, oh, that's a good ball. There's a bit of movement there, as you would expect from a pitch with a little bit of a green tinge. And up front with the new white ball. And look at that shape. Oh, she's actually missed that by quite a distance in the end, and I'm not surprised given how far that one's gone.
Grace Potts, Grace Potts is part of the sort of long, tall bowlers that the Sparks have, because they've got Arlott, Potts and Ellie Anderson, who's not playing today but was part of the England 19s.
Yeah, it's a real production line they've got, isn't it? And again, past the outside edge.
And of course, Katie George, who I'm tipping to get back into the England squad if she can stay fit and healthy. She's banging the ball in really very nicely. So yes, pace bowlers. I'm probably missing one, but so apologies if I have. But I think yeah, doing well with Central Sparks pace attack and also spin departments. But we'll see all of those later. Of course, we've got Maddie Green there, our the Kiwi import for Central Sparks, White Fern, moving to gully or short third. We'll see when she stops. But overseas player, stops. When the music stops, stand at Abby Freeborn's just setting him there, second slip for Maddie Green.
Eve Jones, that is where you stand, right there.
Right there.
You do not move.
Yeah, Kiwi,
well, actually, you do move if the catch is coming your way, but you know what I mean. Oh, 3 times in a row now. That's got to get you annoyed, even if you're, even if you're one of those rare, mild-mannered quicker bowlers. That's much closer to the edge there. Griffiths determined to try and get on the front foot and get this innings moving.
Yeah, as we see Maddie Green actually give a bit of advice to Georgia Davis, I think, that at third, and she's going deeper now. And Maddie Green was just saying the shot that might appear to her, I think.
A deep backward square and deep third, the 2 fielders out. And bat on ball for the first time. Some roar from the school kids. And the Western Storm are underway. So Griffiths will have the strike. So Emma Corney's just a spectator at the moment. One without loss after the first over.
Oh, that's great, isn't it? So some movement in the first over. Bit of pace, bit of flirting on the edge. Exciting, Ed?
Yeah.
Really like that.
Well, it is. I think it's one of the good things about 50 over cricket is that you can still have those periods first up where it's quite difficult to bat, because all too often white ball cricket is very much a batter's game, and actually it's nice that there's still so often in 50 over cricket, and I think there's a feeling that the white balls have done a bit more this year than in previous years, which I think is no bad thing. It just gives the bowlers something to work with in terms of up front movement
balance,
and the chance to check the momentum of an innings as well.
Yeah, it keeps that balance between bat and ball, doesn't it? It's particularly in the power play in the women's game. So it's 10 over power play as Emily Arlott stretches at the luff end and prepares to come in to Alex Griffiths. Right arm over to the right-handed Griffiths. Ooh, had a little waft at that. Ooh, Pillars are waving, saying, "Oh, we like that." And there is no run. Still one for no loss.
It's been way too long because, of course, I sadly couldn't be here for
We missed you.
first.
We
Stop
always
saying
miss you.
that.
We do. We
The
do.
first
He doesn't believe us.
Game of this effectively sort of, well, it's not double header because it's 2 games in
Yeah, but the return
4
fixture.
days, but yes.
Or whatever, yeah. As Arlott comes in. Oh, another past the edge. Sparks beating the edge here. Still no run.
Eve Jones is getting more annoyed than the bowlers there. Whip around and a look towards the skies after another ball beats the edge. But yeah, it's my first Storm game since, I guess, Cheltenham.
Oh yeah, Cheltenham. We were at Cheltenham, weren't
game
we?
at Cheltenham with Fran Wilson, star of the show there,
Yeah.
in a sort of T24, I think it was, something like that.
Yeah, Cheltenham game.
The grey skies at the Cheltenham Festival. It's been a while.
We've got some sunshine here at
Plenty of
Taunton.
water under the bridge since then.
Yeah, hundreds under the bridge. So we've got a second slip in here for Arlott. Ooh, and it's squirted to point to Davina Perrin, who's athletic there and feels the ball straight back to Abby Freeborn, who had a huge innings we'll talk about later when she gets a bat in hand in Sparks' last game.
But it was great to see Alex Griffiths playing the part that she
Yeah.
did.
A Welsh, we were
in
talking
the
about a
100
Welsh
and-
player in a Welsh
yeah.
fire.
And of course,
Very excited about that.
making that eliminator game, which probably shouldn't focus on quite
Yeah,
so
we'll
much
come
without
back
people
to-
getting annoyed.
Yeah. Arlott comes into Griffiths, comes forward, chips it past the shoulder of Emma Corney to the fielder at mid-on. There is no run. Arlott took 2 for 33 against Sunrisers in their Central Sparks last game, so she got a couple of wickets, and Grace Potts on the other end, she got 1 for 44. She got Amara Carr LBW, so everything to play for here as Arlott rounds the top of her run-up, coming in. It's played forward to mid-on, and they get through for 1 run. So 1 run, 2 for no loss.
And Emma Corney's thinking, great,
Yeah,
thank you
finally,
so much.
I'm going to get bat on
and
ball.
it's 1 ball. She's got.
Just starting her slowly. Look, she's going to explain to her lot. Just give you the 1, so you get your bat on the ball, and then maybe you can play the game that I'm playing. Western Storm in their green, their lovely emerald green, matching the grass here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We're going to get it right. So Arlott coming in from the lough end. Maddie Green again is moving the third fielder, who's on the rope behind us, just making a slightly more square for this. Not sure what that means in terms of delivery, but Arlott's coming in now. Corney defends that down. It was a sort of vague kadunk. I know Ed likes a kadunk early on.
That
there was
I've,
no
I've
loss,
missed,
no run.
missed the most.
You've missed me. Is that really all you've missed me for? Oh dear. Storm are 2 for no loss and 2 overs in.
Yeah, so a tidy start from Central Sparks. There's
Oh, there's the Munchkins.
the
There they are.
Munchkins. Oh Lord. Yeah. Well, it's great to see so many of them in. I do like how they've all got to have their. Well, I say they've all.
Lots of them have
Most of
got-
them have their high-vis jackets on, but it's interesting to see which, for me, always, which schools have the high-vis jackets and which don't, because
seeing
you can see
themselves on the
who have
screen
the,
as well.
the overactive safety officers. I mean,
look
it's
like
not,
they're
it's not going to
stood
help
on
you if a cricket ball comes your way, you know.
lifeguard chairs in the front of there. It's probably they need to be. Yeah.
Here we go with the third over. 2 slips back in. Eve Jones on the attack, and why not?
Ooh.
He squirted down towards deep third, but Griffiths this time will turn the strike over earlier on in the over.
Georgia Davis, who has foregone a police career to take on a contract with Central Sparks. And Hannah Thompson-Radvis was telling us that if you Google her, she comes up with a police uniform. So no messing about here. former police officer in the house.
Yeah, and I was saying she's bound to go into umpiring after she's finished, because that's just the natural progression.
Perfect.
If
We
you've
want
been a
more.
police officer and to do with cricket, then naturally you become an umpire.
Sarah Bartlett became an umpire and now is a match referee, so yeah, why not?
Yeah, there's a few more as well. As Corney just has a look at that one, just giving herself a bit of time. And it is absolutely gorgeous here, and it's been so nice at last that we've managed to have some sort of a summer, even if it's in autumn, which I think, you know, given the way that things seem to be going at the moment, there was every chance that we were going to get it. But
The England game yesterday got completely rained off,
yes,
didn't it, in Northants?
Unfortunately, it's not lasted quite as well as we might have hoped. Oh, she had to think about playing at that one to Corney, and even if she didn't have a think about playing at it, the bat was very near the ball. Yeah.
She's having a word with herself walking off. They're like, whoo, that was a near miss.
Yeah,
Too flipping.
huge shame that ODI was rained off from an England point of view. I suppose, though, what it does is it puts the team under a bit of that kind of pressure that they always say they like. I don't know whether it's true or not, but they say they like, because they're desperately going to want to win that game to make sure they win the ODI series.
Yep.
This is a low full toss, and won't be Corney off the mark as she finds mid-on.
Yeah, pressure's on that game tomorrow at Leicester. The last of the 3 ODIs and the last of the entire series. Yeah, and to want to prove that the T20 series was, you know, was a great result for Sri Lanka. But I think it's made England stop and think and then come back fighting in the ODI series.
Yeah, I don't know how much she chatted about that the other day, but might as well get our teeth into it. It's another play in a miss. Corney forced to play away from her body a touch, and it's tricky early on in an innings like this. Having said that, it's great to see the movement out there and ball dominating bat for a little bit, but you feel, because it's a white ball game, I've got to get bat on ball, even in a 50-over game rather than a T20 game. So you're having to play at deliveries which, in other circumstances, especially if you knew what you were chasing, for example, if you were chasing a low total, you wouldn't actually have to play at. And they're going to get a quick single here. There's a bit of hesitation, and the shot the stumps has not hit direct. It might have needed to. Freeborn couldn't take it cleanly. I don't know whether she would have had a chance to have tipped it onto the stumps or not. We'll get a look at it, but the end of the over's reached for no wicket. Corney off the mark, but in rather uncertain circumstances in the end.
I don't know that they've seen Davina Perry in the field very often, because I don't know that that's a very smart move. No, I think she'd have been
She's definitely gone with it.
Should have been
hit.
short of the
It's
ground,
just a
I
question of whether
suspect.
it was the throw was the half volley, wasn't it? You see it bounce just in front of Freeborn. I think, given the fact that she would have had to have collected it, the time that she would have needed to tip it onto the stumps probably would have been a bit too much. And
So
she
we
might
saw
have made
Molly
it.
Robbins make a brilliant run outside on from more or less where the square leg umpire is now, aiming at one stump at the weekend. Brilliant, as Arlott comes in from the luff end, and that's defended down straight to Katie George, short fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
So what did you make then of that T20 series, just from an England point of view? Because of course we know how incredible it was for Sri Lanka and what it might force Sri Lankan cricket to do for the women's game there.
Yeah, I think that's the brilliant thing, isn't it? I think we should start with Sri Lanka. I think they played brilliantly. The first game was cold and wet and not their conditions, was it? As Arlott comes into Corney, comes forward and plays that straight to the well-set field from Eve Jones, straight to Davina Perry, and there is no run. Yeah, that first game was cold and wet, and I think we can't really take anything from that. That was almost like, you know, welcome to England.
Well,
it's cold
it's
and
a
wet.
classic home advantage situation, isn't it? You get them off the plane in the cold and the wet, and
then
it's
there's
just
no
how it is sometimes.
Then there's no excuse for the others. But in the short form, if Shamari Atapatu has a day like she does, and the others did well as well, you can lose a T20 series, as England proved. Davina Perrin swoops that one as well, and Abby Freeborn gets a bit of a stretch for it.
That would have been a buzzer if she hadn't stopped that.
And a bruise, I think, there for stopping that. And there is no run. Yeah. So and then I think we were taught a lesson in how to catch, how to field, how to bat. I think that they, I mean, one would have to say England totally underestimates Sri Lanka. And as you say, the important bit is that Sri Lanka go back to their country and say, now we want more resources. You can call us professional, but it's not in the same sense that other countries necessarily might describe fully paid structure like we're starting to get here in England. As our lot bangs one in. Oh, the short third there. Maddie Green thought she was going to get a catch. And there is a single on offer there. Oh, as the stretch, Abby Freeborn again. And that's another one to the total. Score moves on to 5 for no loss for Western Storm.
It's a good thing Freeborn's just come off the run, the warm-up, sorry.
Yes, she's getting well stretched here by the throws coming in.
So we're halfway through the innings and she hadn't had too much stretching to do.
Yeah, and now they're stretching her. So Maddie Green, interestingly, has gone back to second slip from short third. So is this going to be a different delivery from Emily Arlott from the luff end? Griffiths forward, dabs that down. Katie George tidies up. There is no run.
I think I have to say, for me, the number one takeaway from that T20 series is just how much England rely on that Siva Brunt.
Well, yes, there is that as well. But
and I know she's a great person to rely on. And for me, I felt less of a kind of taking it lightly, etc., and more just actually how often she rescues England out of situations with the bat.
That's right. Griffiths. Oh, dabs that towards the second step, but it drops in front of the slip cordon there. They needed to be in a couple of paces close to take that as a catch, but it feels like Central Sparks will think it's coming any minute. We're going to get a catch in that arc just outside the batter's reach potentially. I know some of the press made a thing about, because it's like the youngsters were left on their own. Well, no, there were senior players in that side.
No, they're all talented. They've all been playing cricket at a good level for a couple of years. It's not as if they've just come in having made their debuts this year for the regions or something.
It was a bad day, and they all had a bad day at the same time. And sometimes that happens, particularly in short form cricket. Wickets fall rapidly, and then people who weren't expecting to be in quite as quickly. But I think I think for me, it was the underestimation of Sri Lanka, who are on the rise. Let's remember, they beat South Africa in the first game of the World Cup, so they are no mugs.
Potts continuing. And can't force it away there. I think it's the bowling, isn't it? It was the fact that the bowling was always going to be a factor for Sri Lanka, because there's a lot of focus on Chimari Atapattu in particular, and also a couple of the other younger batters that are coming through. But actually, the bowling was always going to be...
They're a neat outfit.
It's always going to be really tricky, especially all that spin that they bowl, and England's historic tendency to face less of it. Yeah. It's going to be a wide.
Well, hasn't John Lewis got them on detentions, and he taken them somewhere for some spin boot camp?
Yes.
The legend has it. To say you've got to learn how to play spin, particularly because they're heading towards World Cup in Bangladesh, which is going to be, let's face it, very spin-friendly territory. They've got to learn to play that. So some are better than others, but they just looked completely lacking in that ability to play spin bowling.
Another free run for Storm. They certainly will take them anywhere they can get them at the moment. This is almost a bit of red ball practice at the moment. Not that, sadly, there's as much red ball to practice for as all of us would like.
As my.
Indeed, we've got to mention your hoodie,
I don't know if there isn't ComCam today, is there?
Which I admired, having just seen it from the back for the first time. More women's test matches. Square brackets, please.
Yeah, polite.
Just clipped through square leg. Should just be the single. And that's going to go over Freeborn's head
Abby
again.
Freeborn's going to say, someone bring a ladder out for me, please.
She's not happy. I wouldn't be either.
I'll be doing a double teapot.
You've got, you're the general of that sort of thing when you're the keeper. Don't get on the wrong side of the keeper with these sorts of throws.
No. And you're going to need it to bat later potentially as well. Don't stretch it too much.
But no, it's one of those where you've got a pitch with a decent amount of pace and you've got some movement out there and you've got a couple of tall quicks coming in at you. Great practice. Driven past extra, and this time they don't fancy quick single, and Arlott shows why, firing the ball into the gloves.
Yes, we saw some great fielding from Western Storm earlier in the week, so Central Sparks seem to be following that model.
Yeah, and it's what you, I guess, expect from a young side is you want that standard, that quickness in the field. It's the one thing that you can
always
really
get better
always,
at.
yeah, you can always control it. Because it's just you and the ball.
Yeah. Oh.
That's a lovely shot.
He runs there.
And that could well be the first boundary as a chase on, but it's not going to be a successful one. And up go
the kids are off.
Yes. That's a gorgeous on drive. What a way to get the first boundary there for Alex Griffiths.
It was easy one having to do the field in there, off the pitch. You know, big.
Not really genuine
Just
half volley either, but
just
yeah.
lent on it. Really nice timing.
And I think when you see a shot like that, yes, it's been tough going here, but you see a shot like that and start to think, actually, as soon as the movement goes, as soon as the swing disappears, it's probably going to be a pretty decent batting pitch. You'd expect nothing else here, really, as the runs continue to tick along in this over.
We're just getting them some momentum, aren't we? Western Storm with the bat now. They've both felt bat and ball.
Yeah, they've scored substantially more runs in this over than in the previous 4 combined, but it's what you've got to do. And a couple of deliveries in this over for the first time, a couple of wides from Potts as well. Maybe you start to think, oh, is it time to start holding it cross seam just to make sure I control it? And then you lose the potential for the movement to defeat the batter. Half volley and driven, but finds extra cover. And that is the end of over number 5. Storm 13 without loss, but for the most part has been a tidy start from Sparks, who won the toss and decided to field first. 5 overs gone, and naturally Hannah has walked out of the box, so I can't change with her.
She's running away. It's lovely sunshine here at Taunton. Party atmosphere, and added to by the standful of school children we've got in here, which is great. We've got that lovely hubbub. I was commentating a game at Edgbaston earlier in the year where they had a whole stand full of school kids, and it was a T20, so it was easier. They sang and they shouted and they chanted, and it was just a brilliant atmosphere, and we got to meet the players after, which is obviously always good for them as well. As Arlott comes in from the far end to Griffiths, dobs that down, but Katie George swoops in, and that's no run. Still 13 for no loss. Griffiths on 8, Corney on 3 into the 6th over.
I do always feel for the teachers,
Yeah.
though, on those sorts of school trips, because my parents were both teachers, and I know the stresses of driving the bus and making sure that everybody's got their lunch and
ice cream.
Oh gosh, yes.
Griffiths. Oh, has a little waft at that. Mid-on's got her arms up. Is that George Davis? She's well into this, living every ball. Potts his bowl in from this end. The lough end, rather.
Yeah. Or the river end, but we've decided for Storm games it's
the lough end.
Going to be called the lough end.
Yeah, I have. I don't know what you.
Well, I've decided because you've decided. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm not trying. Don't worry, I'm
enough.
not trying to claim ownership of having thought that up.
I never thought that. As Arlott comes in.
Plagiarism.
Griffiths plays it up in the air. A pass to him. Blackwell at square leg. Drops without risk to the backward square fielder, and there is 1 run, 13 for no loss.
He's motioning, taking the catches.
Is he?
Ian Blackwell.
Yeah,
It must.
ex-Derbyshire.
genuinely,
In Blackpool. Must be tempting. I think
be really difficult. As
I think
somebody,
one or two of them might well
somebody who's got his history on this ground as well, it must be really tricky not to automatically think, hang on,
he could have had that.
I'm back playing now. Oh no, I'm not.
Arlott into Corney. Plays that straight back to the bowler, and the fielders behind do the closing doors thing. We were covering nicely, we were covering. Arlott fields off her own bowling, and there is no run. 14 for no loss.
It's been a while since I've been here as well, actually. I did a blast game here, but I didn't really, because you're not quite as high up when you do those.
Okay.
Didn't really take any chance of what the buildings are in the distance. Every time I come here,
There's a refusal there.
run up lost, yeah. I like that refusal. Yeah. Every time I come here, there seems to be a new office block coming up. Everybody
Yeah. You've got a couple of
in
big
the
car
region
parks
wants
there,
an
haven't
office block in Taunton.
you? Yeah. Very nice gateway to the West Country. Here is Arlott, right arm over to the right-handed Corney. Waggles a bat. Oh, dabs that to backward point. Davina Perrin puts out a paw and stops that. It's great fielding at point. I love a bit of good point fielding. That was where I used to field. Yeah, a bit of scrabbling about, and they get through for 1 run. Western Storm move on to 15 with no loss, approaching the last ball we're going to have here of the 6th over. And Ed's going to have a cuppa, and I'm going to be joined by Hannah Thompson-Radford. So you're listening to Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford, both former Somerset players. As Arlott fires that last ball to Griffiths. Plays that into the leg side, but Katie George is patrolling there, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. Western Storm 15 for no loss, 6 overs in. Welcome, Hannah.
Hi.
What are you making it so far?
Yeah, it's building, isn't it? I think is a good way to describe it.
Yeah.
Western Storm are getting into the match now. Had a difficult start with some excellent bowling up top, but the noise from the school children that are in is amazing. I've just quickly put my head outside and...
Were they squealing at you? Like, there's Hannah! Woo!
Oh no, definitely not. No. No, it was
They
that
saw
weird,
themselves on
wasn't
the they saw themselves on the TV, and then they started squealing earlier.
it? Yeah, no.
So yeah, sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh,
It's very rude.
that's absolutely fine. Yeah, no, we're just making so much noise. Absolutely loving it. It's great, isn't it? Because obviously we're not in school holidays anymore. It's difficult for people to come down when they've got work, etc. So to get the school kids in, it's just what you want to see. And, you know, it's only the start of the academic year, and we're already having day trips.
Yeah.
There's Potts comes into Corney. Defends that one. But yeah, it's not bad, is it?
No.
School trip, and we're only in what, week 2 of school? Was it week 3?
Yeah. I think it's great. Well, I mean, my cricket story goes along with going on a school trip to Edgbaston, because that was my nearby ground. Our headmistress was an international umpire, Jean Bragger, so she was umpiring an Ashes one-day match at Edgbaston. I went to watch. That's where my story starts.
Pot steams in and it's edged away, and will the ball beat the boundary? It does indeed.
Eve Jones, it rolled. Oh, the kids are loving that fall. It's rolling around there, just like, oh, we took the second slip out, so it went through that vacant second slip forward, and they've been waiting for that catch chance.
4 runs added to the Western Storm score. 19 without loss.
Oh, they're getting going now. They're getting behind the music as well. No, it's going to be a great atmosphere here.
Corney on strike on 8. Potts. Again, it misses. Hands on head by Potts. It's looking like she's had a few opportunities there.
We've got Abby Freeborn stood up to the stumps in a helmet now. They were stood a bit further back, but they also decided to try and be a bit more attacking.
It looks like they're bringing it back.
Look at that second slip they could have done with the last ball. Maddie Green going in there, second slip. White Fern New Zealand international.
Pressure on Corney here with that second slip back in place. It's a wider delivery from Potts. But it must have come off a pad or something.
I think that's one of those where they appeal because they don't want to give the wide to be given, but Ian Blackwell says, oh, dead ball.
Dead ball, what's happened
Okay.
here?
So, a signal dead ball. As explained to Katie George, but of course we can't hear that. We don't even have a stump mark here. But, so dead ball. Anyway, okay, we're going to have a reload.
So of course that ball will be repeated. Potts to Corney, second slip still in place. Swipes it across the leg side, but Amy Campbell with the one-handed grab returns ball to Abby Freeborn, no run taken.
Inspector Gadget. Arms.
Excellent fielder, Amy Campbell. Always a smiley character as well.
Amy Campbell.
Yeah, always
Yeah.
smiling.
So I heard her interviews in a podcast, and she said she gets bored in the field. She's really good at sweeping, but she'll get bored, so you've got to kind of keep moving around.
It was in the 100, wasn't it, when she was getting not necessarily bored on the boundary,
I
but
don't
that's
know.
what she
You
was
know.
saying. Easily distracted, perhaps.
Easily distracted. Yeah.
As this time a quick single taken by Western Storm. They're looking for two. Hesitation, and it will just be a single. Good decision in the end. Definitely not the time for risky runs. End of the over there. Western Storm on 20 without loss from 7 overs. Griffiths on 9 and Corney also on 9.
Yes.
It's been strong bowling attack from Central Sparks. They've really pinned in Western Storm, but there has been a few areas that they've capitalised on.
Yep. So it just feels like, to start off with, Western Storm were very much pinned in, weren't they? And then they've felt bat and ball, so they're both batters on 9. Starting to get established here. Still in the power play. Power play is 10 overs in the 50 over Rachel Hayo Flint competition. The women's restrictive circle is 25 yards. The men's is a 30-yard circle, and the numbers inside and outside are different for the two games. So in the women's game, in the power play, 2 fielders are allowed out. I'm just checking where they are for this one. So we've got a square leg, and I think we've got a deep third as well. So those are the 2 fielders that Central Sparks have got out as Arlott comes in, and that's worked off a leg side. It's going towards the boundary. It may run out of legs as the square leg field has to come round, and they get through 4-2. That was Amy Campbell as well. As I told you, she's great on the sweep. Likes a run round. Obviously keeping her busy there. Square leg. 2 runs to the total. 22 for no loss. Corner 11, Griffiths on 9. No word there of encouragement from Hannah Baker, the former chatting to Arlott. Arlott moving the first slip, Eve Jones, captain, to a short fine leg, or short fine Alex Hartley as we like to call it. She's on the ring there, so it's to stay inside the ring. Arlott into corner. Ooh, has to jab that out of her toes there. That's a great length ball from Emily Arlott. That was a stay in your crease and don't hit me down the fine leg channel, I think, from Emily Arlott. As Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn, the wicketkeeper, exchange a few words, just a bit of tactics there, no doubt. Abby Freeborn from this end is standing back. Sort of disturbing, isn't it? We talked about this. No hat, nothing on her head at all. No cap, no nothing. The sun off her blonde locks. Arlott comes in from the far end. And that's played past the point region. And Davina Perrin's running after it. Is it going to reach the rope? Yes. The ball wins that race, which is no mean feat, because Davina Perrin is a quick athlete. That's another 4 to the total. And I suspect we're going to see some steam coming out of Emily Arlott's ears here as Storm move on to 26 for no loss. Halfway through the 8th.
Davina Perrin was absolutely rapid when I thought she was going to make it.
Yeah, it looked like she was going to make it, and then
rolled over the boundary rope instead, but got straight back up.
Oh yeah, when you're young, you're bouncy and bending, aren't you?
So So
do
those days are
things.
long.
Oh, I don't know if they're long gone for you. And much further back from me. I did like to throw myself around, however. Eve Jones is passing on some sort of tactics to Emily Arlott, and now coming back to slip, and they've put Maddie Green down. That fine leg. Arlott's just explaining where she wants her field.
Oh, that's an
She's-
interesting character as well in terms of the England selections,
Yeah,
etc.
because
She's
she bowled herself into the England side a couple of seasons ago, didn't she, with that 5 for at Hove against the Vipers, and unfortunately she's unlucky with injury and so forth as she comes in. That's played. Ooh, the dab hand there of Eve Jones. They get through for a risky single, but it's a bad throw from Davina Perrin, I'm afraid, and Emily Arlott nearly loses a fingernail there as the ball gets thrown far too high back to the stumps at the non-striker's end, and they get through for a single. 27 for no loss. Well, that was exciting, all in one ball. There was all sorts going on there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's slight hesitation, but we've had a few wayward throws from Perrin so far this match.
Yeah, she gets to the ball quick, but she needs to work on that accuracy back to the non-striker's end as Arlott comes into Griffiths, comes forward, but can only defend that straight to the short cover fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, she's definitely an exciting talent prospect
Yeah,
for England, hopefully, but I know that there's been quite a lot of kind of talk of like, let's not hype her up too much, let's give her the time to develop and grow without that added pressure of being that young breakthrough player.
Yeah, that's right. Arlott rounds a mark, coming in from the 25-yard circle into Griffiths. Comes forward and plays that into a lovely gap there. She's just pushed that. That's 4 runs to the total. Really nice. Round Katie George at the short mid-wicket fielder and to the boundary for 4. Score moves on to 31 for no loss, Western Storm. And that's the end of 8 overs. Griffiths on 13 and Corney on 16. As we start the dancing in the school stand. Really nice shot there from Western Storm. Across the green expanse. She's for 4 there.
Yeah, they're really getting into it now. Like, we're approaching the 10 over mark. So still a little bit of time before we get there, and that score's now looking a bit more competitive, isn't it?
Yeah.
A slow start, but they're really getting into the swing of things now.
Yeah, Central Sparks will want to get some wickets here, and Western Storm will want to establish that platform.
Pot remains. Comes in right arm over. And down the leg side, it is going to be signalled all wide. Good take from Abby Freeborn there.
Yeah, what was your take on the Sri Lanka game so far then?
Been a bit wet, hasn't it?
It's been a bit wet, yeah. Wet yesterday, wet start to the T20s.
I think
Did you have a take on it?
There's been some fair criticism, and I think some slightly unfair criticism. As Potts comes into Corney, he defends it neatly back. I think just put the blame on, we've got loads of young players. I think you mentioned that earlier. I don't think that's fair enough. I don't think that's fair criticism, etc. Like you were saying, these players have been blooded within the regional structures. They have had a sense of professional cricket, and there was perhaps some senior players who didn't step up in those fixtures. But it also does take time when you've got a new team trying to understand the different roles. Potts, again, another dot ball. But it does take time to kind of take on the roles and understand how the new dynamics are going to work. So I appreciate that as well. But I don't think you can take anything away from Sri Lanka, and you have to credit good performances when you see it. And the biggest frustration for me is around Shamari Atapati, because she's been on the scene for years and years
Forever.
and it's as if like she's this brand new player, and it's like, just because you haven't heard of her doesn't mean that she hasn't existed.
That's it, yeah.
As it's hit straight back in. Oh, a quick shot at the stumps by Amy Campbell, but Griffiths is safe at the non-striker's end there. But yeah, because she played in the KSL.
Yeah, so that was the forerunner of this almost.
Yeah, so Northern Diamond.
But less
Yorkshire
profile then on the
Diamonds,
women's
yeah.
game, that's the problem, isn't it? So
And,
what's sort of assuming the public awareness, and then, where is this new player? Well, she's not a new player. But a lot, I mean, there are quite a lot of players that you could, but
Yeah.
Atapatu is a great example, really.
She played
has
for
been around.
Yorkshire Diamonds, and she also played for Loughborough Lightning, and I
Yeah.
had the privilege of working with her
Yeah.
for Loughborough Lightning.
Oh, well, there we are then.
Spots to Corny, hits it straight to
Yeah, so you've had
Katie
the
George.
insight of been like,
Yeah, so
because I've never spoken to her.
my first encounter of Chamari Atapatu within that kind of professional setting, etc., was in one of the hotels, an away game and everything, and I was just sat there on my own doing some work, and she came over, sat down, had a coffee, etc., and was just one of the nicest human beings I've ever met.
That's what legend has it, that she's absolutely,
But she
really
was-
thoughtful character and
Spots
friendly.
to Corny. It's in the air.
Oh.
It finds the gap though, and they'll make it back for a single. They won't come back for two. But she was just so, I honestly, just such a lovely person off the pitch, and spoke about her culture and Sri Lanka and all these different things. But then on the pitch, wow.
It's White Line Fever, is it?
Oh no, just unbelievably. She's so dedicated to her trade. She's one who kind of absolutely, you see her non-stop just training. She's so strong. I accidentally brushed past her bicep once, and oh my word, she's strong. Ridiculously strong. But she grafts so hard, and she is that big player for Sri Lanka, and they have only relied on her for so long. But it's now nice to see players stepping up. Because here at Western Storm, the score is 34 without loss, with Griffiths on 14 and Corney on 17. But I just get frustrated that people do kind of frame her as,
Where's she come from?
And it's like,
But we're getting to know the other players, aren't we, as well? I mean, they've got some great other players, but they do have that dilemma, because we were pointing out on the commentary yesterday that some of their better batters are in their late 30s. There's nothing wrong with being in your late 30s. But they've got a mix, haven't they? But it's Ed's point that the win that they make, to win a T20 series will really have given the people who've got the money string, the purse strings, made them sit up, as we're going to see a change, the first change of bowling. We're going to see a bit of Katie George. So left arm seam from the luff end into Alex Griffiths.
and to be fair, it's better for England to experiment now, see what works and what doesn't
Yeah,
work.
but they've been in trouble either way. Underestimate or not blood players. George left arm over, bangs that in, and gives Griffiths a bruise for this. Of course, Katie George was Western Storm, wasn't she? So there's a bit of the old returning player.
I enjoyed
Bit of spice with that potentially, as she wears 99 and walks away from us.
Central Sparks' Instagram post this morning. Back
Oh,
to my old
they-
employer,
Ah,
etc.
yeah.
And a photo of Katie George smiling away. And
She loves the socials, does Katie George?
it was Central Sparks who posted it.
Oh, it's Callum, bit of Callum insight. Yes.
So yeah, I did find that quite funny.
George, left arm over to Griffiths. Comes forward and plays that deftly through the fielders, and that's going to be another 4. Nice shot there, well played. I think that's 15 love to Alex Griffiths there, and she comes forward and plays it into, look down and past the fielder at mid wicket for 4. And the score moves on to 38 for no loss into the 10th over. So this is the final over of the power play, where the fielding team are limited to having 2 fielders outside that 25-yard circle. They're different numbers, and the men's circle is 30 yards, so that's why you might see different numbers. Katie George in the sunshine, into Griffiths, waggling her back. Plays that past Katie George, has a little dive at that, and gets herself back up again. There is no run.
It's so good to see her back to full strength.
Yeah, let's hope she stays fit and healthy. She's had all sorts of problems from previous seasons with stress fractures, as a lot across the globe actually. Everyone's struggling, it seems, across the globe, keeping their female fast bowlers fit and healthy. So whether it's something to do with the female frame, or how they're being coached, or whether it is just the sort of workload, then they won't have played as much as their male counterparts. That's played forward, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Yeah, it's a bit like we were talking about in a previous game, weren't we, about the ACL injuries that women sports athletes are facing. Is it something to do with the female frame? Is it to do with the workloads? Is it to do with the coaching, the diet, and misunderstanding of the effect that periods and things will have on athletes at various times in their joints? But
yeah, it's definitely
we
the
need to
gender
keep them
conditions as
healthy.
well, and playing on the best grounds. And
As George comes in, oh, and she's taken a pair out. Goodness me, that's spectacular. She does the airplane, but then realises she doesn't need to be making too much of a celebration against her perhaps previous team. But the stump spectacularly out of the ground and laying disconsolately, and Ian Blackwell's got to go and pick that up and reset that as Izzy Wong comes on with the drinks to congratulate Central Sparks on their first wicket. So, first wicket down then, and it's Griffiths, isn't it, going back to the pavilion. So she got 18 runs off the 28 balls she faced with 3 fours. So it was a good start from Alex Griffiths, and she looked like she was getting underway. She looked like she was winning that battle with Katie George, having stroked that beautiful 4 through the mid-wicket region, and Sparks get that breakthrough that they were looking for just inside, picked inside that power play. So one more ball of the power play. So Katie George gets the breakthrough for Western Storm, and that brings Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff, Somerset legend, to the crease. In the sunshine here at Taunton, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophies, 50-over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence. You're listening to Hannah Thompson Radford and Claire Jenkins, former Somerset players, and also you will hear the voice of Ed Seaburn. What was that?
Oh, it was just a replay. You could see an excellent delivery from Katie George.
She got the breakthrough. As Sophie Luff does a bit of that almost automatic thumping down of visible or invisible lumps just in front of her. She twizzles the bat and takes a long, hard look at where the gaps are in the field. And she takes her guard, right-handed Luff against the left arm over seam bowling of Katie George. With her tail up, having taken that wicket, what's she going to serve to Captain Fantastic? Oh, and Luff plays that deftly through the third region. That's going to be 4 runs. That's like, you're not fooling me. I'm going to take 4 runs there, thanks very much. So that's the last ball of the power play. Sophie Luff angles that beautifully sort of through the vacant second slip region, short third, past the diving third fielder and down towards the ropes. And Ian Blackwell signals the end of the power play with a wax off, wax on, wax off. End of the power play. So that's 10 overs gone. Western Storm are 42 for 1. Luff new to the crease with that beautiful 4 off her first ball. Emma Corney on 17.
Yeah, 400% strike rate. But obviously 4 off the first ball.
Yeah. And I'm going to have a little cuppa, and you're going to be looked after by Hannah and Ed Seaborn.
So a few discussions going on at the minute. Just working out who's going where in the field by the looks of things. But it's still going to be pots to continue from the Marcus Triscoffic Pavilion end. Welcome back, Ed.
Hi, Anna. Good to see ya.
Oh, it's good to see you too. I've missed you.
Yeah, just got to the stage of the season where you've got to make sure that the hair stays out of the eyes. Because I can't be bothered to cut mine during the season.
Oh, wow.
Well, or have mine cut, I should say. I don't do it myself.
Corney on strike. And Perrin mops up. Do you not get your hair cut throughout the summer?
Not really, no.
Surely it's more of a winter thing, Get extra warmth, summer, keep it short.
Well, yeah, it's true. But then if you get it cut early in the winter, then it's longer again for the mid part.
I'm not sure if the logic is there, to be honest.
Well, it gets longer by, you know,
When you get it cut, it gets longer.
December, January time.
Okay, there's Potts to Corney. Decides to leave that one. That was a decent leave.
Yes, it was. I think any leave in the 11th over of a 50-over game is a decent one.
Well, we saw some unintentional leaves earlier, didn't we?
Yes, well, we saw quite a lot of
Movement.
air shots as well, but you're going to get those, I guess, with the testing opening spells that they've got. And interesting that they've kept Potts going. They're clearly desperate for a second wicket.
As that one escapes the hands of Freeborn. I think it's probably going to be a leg bye. Or is it just going to be a bye? We'll see what the signal is. It is just a bye, no bat or anything on that one.
I waved at Ian Blackwell as well. I suspect that will probably really annoy him because you've got the scorers right next to us here at Taunton. So if there's somebody else waving at him that doesn't need to be, he's probably actually is going to be thinking, who on earth is that?
Oh dear.
Well, we should all just give him a wave next time.
I'm lost for words.
Blackie, give us a wave.
You're going to be a professional here, Ed. As Potts to Luff, and that was scaringly close for Luff. Teased the edge of her bat. We'll see it on the replay here. Potts has been bowling exceptionally well here at Taunton today. No wonder they've tried to keep her on.
Yeah, 6-over spell. It's a decent effort given it's already hopefully going to be warming up a bit out there. It wasn't quite the feeling of end of season morning, but it wasn't the warmest when I got up at 10 to 7 this morning.
Luff on strike, and she's bowled her! Potts with a second breakthrough of the day. Captain Sophie Luff has to depart off stump. Gone.
And you can always tell from the body language of fielders just when they know that that is such a key wicket. And what a ball this is. Top-ish of off. And it's just done enough. It's an away swinger, but it's an away swinger from middle stump to off stump. And to get that third ball, that's not ideal for Sophie Luff. And terrific captaincy from Eve Jones. She deserves plenty of the credit for that, as well as Grace Potts for the delivery, because I saw the opportunity, the ball's still moving, the chance to get that strike of Luff, and it's just a great example of just doing enough with the ball. Actually, in some ways, up front with the plays and misses, the ball was doing a bit too much in terms of the swing, but here it might have reached just that point of equilibrium where it's just doing enough. And sometimes I think you walk off as a batter feeling, even if you're in great touch, well, I did get a good one. I'm sure Sophie Luff might also think a little bit about if I just got a little bit further across, but it's hard when you first come out there. And now that puts a big price on Fran Wilson's wicket.
It definitely does, and for Central Sparks, that's exactly what they wanted to do with Potts taking the Western Storm captain, who would like to say she has been informed and built a wonderful partnership with Wilson as they've gone up. But I think that came off bat first.
Yes, that was my first thought as well.
We'll have another look in a minute, I'm sure. But an excellent over from Potts. We're going to get the replay now. Let's take a look. Potts to Wilson. And yes, definitely the thick edge onto the pad.
I think that's what's usually known in these circumstances as smashing it. Although, of course, if it had missed everything and gone down fine, you'd have said that's a fine inside edge. But because it's an LBW appeal, it automatically turns into smashing it, is what I've found anyway. There's no middle ground when it comes to inside edges for LBW shouts. She's either smashed it or missed it.
The audacity to call for that when she clearly hit it, though.
You'd have been up for that, wouldn't
Oh,
you?
obviously,
Of course
yeah,
you would.
obviously.
You don't ask, you don't get.
Exactly.
George continuing. Tickled fine, but there is protection down there.
Although I'd have to actually get onto a cricket pitch to be able to call it, you know. I keep saying I'm going to dabble in a bit of club, but, you know, I've been busy.
Yes, well,
Another season's passed.
have you looked up what your local club would be now in the Swansea area?
Well, I've tried to, but I'm a bit I'm a bit confused, to be honest. I'm
Is
not
it in
too sure.
Welsh?
In parts it is, and I have to send emails in Welsh as well. You've got to do it in both.
So you're fluent in Welsh now?
Not yet, but I'm going to get lessons.
Excellent. It's going to be wided by umpire Gabby Brown. I can wave at her as well.
But I'm sure Alicia Hawkins can help me out and...
Oh, well, next season we're going to get you and Leisha on commentary together talking Welsh.
Oh, no, don't... No, I was on about finding a cricket club, not talking Welsh, but...
Talking Welsh with, say, Alex Griffiths, bowling maybe.
She's from Swansea and I didn't know, so... That's her hometown.
Oh, well, that was uncertain from Wilson, and there probably was a single there, but Wilson didn't know where the ball was. I did enjoy the school kids giving Katie George the wind-up as she was coming into bowl. I think that's great.
Kids these days, eh?
Well, the thing is, it's one of those things, you could be doing it out of encouragement, or you could be doing it out of actually trying to sort of put
Antagonise.
somebody off. Yes, antagonise, that's a great word. Full and just guided, manipulated wide of deep third, but it can only be a single. I thought about going back for two, but saw who it was fielding and thought again. But Wilson is underway.
You know what, at school I never had a trip to a cricket
No,
game.
I always, that's one of the other things I have to say when this comes up, and when we have schools days at cricket. Why didn't I get that? Well, probably part of the reason was that I lived about an hour and a half, probably an hour and 3/4 by minibus away from the nearest county cricket ground. Dabbed away towards backward point. I think where I grew up, Trent Bridge would have been a good hour and 3/4 away, going to school in darkest Lincolnshire.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were from that way.
Heart of the West Country. But a yellow belly. That's what they call people from Lincolnshire.
Oh, was it? Sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking Simpsons or something. I was like, where are you going with this?
Full, nicely driven down the ground. That was an important hand there from George. And she also was probably thinking about those nice little bonus run-outs at the non-striker's end. It's a beautiful shot from Corney. And I'm focusing on the importance of Wilson's wicket because of the volume of runs that she scored in the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy this season. But Corney is somebody who can play an anchor role. She also can't really afford to get out. Don't want to be 3 down early. Oh, slicing outside edge. And it will bring a run. And I can tell you that, I of course didn't mention this stat until now, Emma Corney has now reached double figures in 9 consecutive innings.
That's decent.
I know it's sort of, you think double figures, 10, whatever, but as an opening bat in particular, you're going to nick off early sometimes, you'd think. So I think actually 9 straight innings getting into double figures, it shows. I always feel if you can get off to start, that's almost as a young batter, that's almost the first hurdle.
Yeah. No, like you say, it's a stable start, isn't it? And you want somebody who is consistent. And look at, you can see it on the live stream now. Look at the roar from the school children. That's the voices that you can hear in the background here today, because we have got, is it about 900 school children in?
I think so.
I'd hate to be a teacher today.
Is this Frozen, this is from, or something like that. One of those sorts of things. That song. I'm showing my deep cultural knowledge here.
Which as Potts continues her spell. So she's going to get another over here today.
No, it's not. It's not even close.
I was wondering why you said Frozen.
Well, I don't know. I thought it might have been used in that or something like that. No, it's not. It wasn't used in that.
No, I just can't stop the feeling.
Yeah,
I think it's just like a pop song, right?
yeah. Justin Timberlake.
Right arm over again from Potts. Keeping the stumps in play here.
I'm in touch, me.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, 7th over for Potts. I mean, it's a pretty lengthy spell. I said it after she'd gone through 6, but I guess having got the Wicket of Luff, particularly, the temptation is just to keep going.
Do you see her bowl out, do you think? Or do you think maybe we'll keep her for a couple of later
yeah.
on? A little bit of width. And swing and a miss from Corney. Yeah, you imagine they'll save it 2 back, wouldn't you? But you never know, they might decide to
I don't.
keep her through.
To be honest, I don't remember seeing that many 7 over spells. Never mind longer than that. I think even 7's one of the longer spells you'll tend to see in any 50 over cricket.
A beautiful drive from Corney. Goes straight to the fielder, Arlott, that will make it safely.
Well, I guess George's only bowled a couple of overs. They'll be thinking about using her at the death if necessary. Ellis can bowl, then you've got plenty of spin options, so bank on Davis and Baker, who, by the way, I'm particularly looking forward to watching Hannah Baker today. She's going to get the chance that often.
Wilson on strike this time. And just keeps it out, hits it straight into the ground.
Because Baker is from the superior race when it comes to cricket, which is leg spinners.
Yeah, because obviously with the movement of Sarah Glenn going to the Blaze, it just frees her up a little bit more for Sparks, doesn't it? Obviously she was getting game time before, but now it's really her role.
Yeah, exactly. More overs, more responsibility, and what a terrific prospect she is.
Yeah, heavily sighted to break through, isn't she? This time struck on the leg side, but no run.
I love that from Emma Corney. You're not going to throw this ball. Still holding a bat in the air. Go on, you throw it.
That brings the end of the over. Western Storm off 48 for 2 from 13 overs. Wilson on 1 and Corney on 20.
Yep, so just trying to steady things a little bit after a couple of quick wickets. 2 wickets in 2 overs.
Yeah, a big ask on Wilson, as you mentioned. When she come in, it's got to be the blue.
And just to show
chuckling
that
at?
they're enjoying dancing in the other stands as well.
And that's not a school stand.
No, it's not. That's down below us. Everybody's enjoying their sunny Wednesday morning. I had no clue what day of the week it was for a moment then, genuinely. I don't have a clue about most things, as we're rapidly finding out.
I just keep getting like work emails. I was like, why am I getting emails? Why am I getting phone calls? I'm at the cricket today, come on. I was like, oh yeah, it's like a normal working day, isn't it?
Yeah, you sort of forget, because it feels, especially because we've got a one-day game going on, and I know the school kids are down there providing quite a big clue, but to me it feels like a weekend.
Yeah, it really does, or at least still in the school holidays. It doesn't feel like we're back to school, work and all the rest of it, does it?
Oh, that's lifted. Bit of bounce there from George. From Wilson, I think, was not best pleased with the fact that dared to rear up on her. For Wilson this season, numbers are very impressive, average north of 40 and a strike rate over 90 as well, 3 half-centuries, including that one which proved to be the match-winning effort at Cheltenham Festival. Guided away out into the covers.
I love how on like all of the on the matches column there's the little asterisks for all the rain-affected matches, etc. that we've had this summer. Because Western Storm have been on the unfortunate side of that.
Yeah.
Full rain
Yeah, exactly.
Matches.
I mean, you look at the table and the two sides at the bottom, Thunder and Storm. I don't know whether it's appropriate or not that they're the ones that have been washed out the most. 4 no results apiece. And the Blaze, of course, top. Drive from Wilson, but can't pierce the field. And it's tricky, and it's been the case for a lot of teams this summer, where if you have those no results, if you have so many games where you don't play, your rhythm's just really affected in a way that doesn't always get borne out in the eventual table. It has more of an effect than just purely the fact that you can't pick up points that you might be able to. And you think back to that game at Grace Road earlier this season that we covered, that they only needed, what, about 4 more overs, and they would have been the first side. Obviously, the Blaze have lost a couple of games now, but they would have been the first side to have beaten the Blaze.
Yeah.
And you look at the table now, and that's top and bottom, and you kind of think, actually, yes, Storm had Heather Knight playing, and that does make a huge difference when they can call on the services of one of the great batters in world cricket across all formats. Down the pitch, and is there something on that? Yes, there was. I think that was a sort of a half appeal from George, as if to say, how's that not a wide?
Yeah.
And it wasn't given. One off the over, 49 for 2, 14 overs gone. Some people enjoying the cricket from their balconies. Trying to stay in the shade by the looks of things. No glasses of wine though, yet, which I'm a bit disappointed by after it was the last game of last season, wasn't it, against the Northern Diamonds, when I spotted somebody having a glass of red on the balcony.
It'd be nice to go and live in one of those retirement flats, wouldn't it? Cricket all year. Well, not all year, obviously, but most of the year.
I didn't want to say it.
For the summer. You used to get to see him training in winter. As Potts continues her spell. Down the leg side, it's going to be signalled wide. You know what I meant though, it'd be nice just to live there in the peak of summer, etc., and see cricket just from your window, not have to move very far like the gentleman on top.
Yeah, I think the
Sat
issue
there.
is, if I did live there, I would just never move. Just wouldn't ever leave the building, because I've got everything I need.
Isn't that half the point of retirement? It's time for like chilling and relaxing and
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Depends what sort of retirement you want.
quick hands from Abby Freeborn. Looks for a quick stumping, but Corney is safe.
I think a retirement where you don't move at all is something else.
Yeah, a bit problematic.
That's the next stage after, unfortunately.
Whoa. Let's bring it back. Optimism. Happy vibes.
Yes, don't think about the fact that the end of the season's too
Ed!
close for comfort.
Stop it. As it's defended back to Potts.
No, make hay while the sun shines.
You were mentioning though about those rain-affected matches, which I completely agree with you on. Like, it does stall that momentum. It does halt the swing of the season, doesn't it? And if you had accounted for those matches, I think the table would look slightly different. I'm not saying that all of a sudden Storm would be up at the top, but
Yeah.
I definitely think they would have had at least more points on the board. As that was swiped across to the safe fielding position where Amy Campbell collects.
Yeah, exactly, and I think you saw it in the 100 as well. London Spirit seemed to be affected quite a bit, especially London Spirit's women, I mean, because I think there was at least one game where the men ended up playing and the women didn't at Lords, but just very tricky when your campaign is affected like that.
Corny again just defends it, doesn't get outside of the inner ring. Potts has been absolutely superb.
A few more spectators have joined into the Somerset stand after perhaps a lazy brunch. When you're retired, you can do things like that.
I knew something was coming. Potts to Corny. Gets her hands for it this time, finds the gap, and it's a glorious shot for 4. Well weighted for that. A lot of pressure was building by Potts, but Corny sizzled that through.
Yeah, she's given herself a bit of room as well there. A little shimmy across to the leg side and then right into that gap. Flown away.
I'll see it again on the replay. Look at that.
Look at the stride, weight into the ball.
Picture perfect.
And it forces the sweeper to go back now, opening up the opportunity for a single.
Off the legs. See if any bats and hold. I think it's going to be a leg by. 1 run taken from it. Yep, it is a leg by. And that concludes the overs. So Western Storm on 55 for 2. Wilson still on 1. Corny's have most of the strike on 25. And we've got the Western Storm membership being plugged on your screen.
Indeed, yes. What a great thing this is. The first region to do this, the first standalone adult women's cricket membership. It gets you access to all of Western Storm's standalone home fixtures next year and access to the internationals both at Taunton and at Bristol. So it really is a fantastic opportunity, and I gather it's gaining a lot of momentum already.
It is getting a lot of traction already.
Terrific to see. It's Claire Jenkins is back alongside me, and we see George continuing and just straying down the leg side.
The ever-entertaining Alex Hartley was straight onto it and saying how much of a bargain it was. And, yeah, lots of people picked up.
When Alex Hartley announced her retirement, I should have been sad about so many things, but one of my first thoughts was I will never sit next to Claire Jenkins in the commentary box and go,
how wrong you were.
No, and go, I wonder what she's going to do with Alex Hartley's name. She's driven away. That's a gorgeous shot through extra cover. The outfield's pretty quick. There's a big chase on, but it's going to be one of those teasers, I'm afraid, for Maddie Green. And Emma Corney is unfurling some beautiful drives here, and she's starting to find those gaps.
Yeah, I did a bit of commentary for Thunder a couple of seasons back. So yes, Alex Hartley is the ever-entertaining Alex Hartley, and National Treasure Kate Cross. So if you've done going to the UK,
so why is Alex Hartley not a national treasure then, that Kate Cross is? What are you saying?
Well, she is a national treasure. Of course she's a national treasure, but she's ever-entertaining also. So that takes precedent. Brackets national treasure.
Square brackets or curly brackets?
Well, it depends if it's
so I noticed you've got on the back of your hoodie with the curly
more
brackets. I'm a bit dubious about that, to be honest. Sorry, square brackets on the back of yours. Yeah, a bit dubious about that. George is switching to round the wickets. And it's a no ball.
Ooh.
I think it was going to be a wide if it wasn't, but the arm is coming out in authoritative fashion from Gabby Brown, and the whirl above the head means that it's an opportunity for Emma Corney to have a free swing. Fran Wilson goes down to have a bit of a word. I don't know whether she was imparting some particular wisdom or just saying,
she might do. She might say Katie Georges like to do
just whack it. use of the feet. Oh, it's been top-edged. I don't think the fielder will bother with taking the catch because it won't
No.
matter, but
Potts just
they'll
comes
get a
in
single.
and lets it bounce.
Yeah, sensible move, I think, given the fact that they were never going to get 2 anyway.
It was a whack it. She did whack it.
Yeah, it was banged
Licensed
in. Katie
to
George
whack.
challenged her with a short ball.
Yeah.
Go on, clear the boundary.
Take that.
It's got the current run rate just over 4, so of course they'd like to accelerate, but they're still at the stage where you're just about okay with 4s as long as you don't lose another wicket. Wilson is trying to get herself in here. 11 balls for a single, but the fact that Katie George's, Emma Corney has managed to find the boundary a couple of times, I think is going to really help, because it isn't just that feeling that Wilson has to score, has got to find the boundary early on, because I've been saying you lose Luff, and then if you lose Wilson quickly, Central Sparks really do start to feel as if they're bang on top. This is driven through point. It's a very Fran Wilson-like shot, but it's only going to bring a 1. Oh, for a moment I thought that Empire Brown had a hand out again, but it was one of those
No,
2
it's a
remaining
sort
in the over.
Yeah, just signalling how many balls left. Because Fran Wilson got a runnable 57 in that Diamonds game. Very useful innings. And they nearly got there.
Well, I think when you consider the game the previous season, which it really did get properly outplayed by Diamonds, as the strikes rotated again, I think it was a really good sign. Yes, I know Luff and Wilson scoring the runs, but Nat Wraith getting her
Nat Wraith
first
just- yeah.
50 since the opening year of this
Yeah,
competition, at 61 off
Oh,
only 44 as well. Yeah,
it was a great innings. As you say, we were worried at the halfway stage, but Western Storm should be, obviously disappointed at the loss, but well pleased with themselves, because there have been times where they would have paid a lot of money for that kind of total.
width on offer, and Wilson, I think, will be a little bit frustrated that she's chopped it to backward point. That is the end of over number 16, so 64 for 2. Even I can work out the run rate.
Can you? Okay. But 64 for 2. So Emma Corney on 31, Fran Wilson on 2. We're joining Claire Jenkins, former Somerset player, and Ed Seaborn, and also Hannah Thompson, Radford, just having a cup of tea at the moment. On this live stream for Western Storm versus Central Sparks. Central Sparks wanted to get to the playoffs, and Western Storm wanting to spoil that party for Western Storm. So we've got to change of bowling. We've got some spin now.
It was kind of, well, it wasn't actually going to have to happen, because they could have decided to bring Bethan Ellis on, but you felt probably it was time to go to the
Unleash.
the middle over strategy. And it's always great when you can have leg spin, off spin, even if Western Storm are all right-handers, just still to have the ball turning both ways is
Hannah
It's
Baker,
nice.
of course, part of the England under-19 squad. Last season, she took 12 wickets in 13 games, so she usually makes something happen.
She was
and quite often at bigger.
outstanding in that semi-final, in
She-
particular against
Oh
Australia.
yeah, 3 for 10 she took it against Australia. I mean, who doesn't want those figures against Australia in a semi-final of a World Cup, the first ever women's under-19 World Cup, I might add, beating Australia in the semi-final. Did we mention that? I think we mentioned that quite a lot. Baker comes in to Corney, comes forward and plays that pat. Oh, I thought it was going to be past the fielder, but a hand goes out from it's Eve Jones there, the captain, setting the example. Manages to stop that, and they don't get a run. 64 for 2 still.
Sorry, what did you say the result of that game was?
Oh, I think England beat Australia. In the
What
semi-final
happened
of
on
the World Cup.
in the ODI here as well?
Oh yeah, I think England won that, didn't they? Beat the Australia, wasn't it? Yeah. We like we should be Aussie bashing, because who knows, we might want some work as token poms in Australia and New Zealand. We were talking about that before the game, weren't we? We'd like to be token poms if anybody wants us to employ us in Australia and New Zealand over the winter.
Shameless. Shameless from you, that is.
Shameless, indeed. Baker into Corney. Nurdles that into the offside, and that's... Ooh! That's Izzy Wong on the pitch. What have you done? I went out for a few minutes and Izzy Wong's on the pitch.
Yes, well, I was going to mention that after this ball if she hadn't fielded it.
Izzy Wong's there. Who's off? Who's off? Do we know who's off? We don't know who's off. Do we know who's off?
No, we can try and
we can guess.
See if we can find who's off.
Izzy Wong is at silly short leg or silly square leg. Now she's going backward off. She's going to fine leggish at 45. Baker into Wilson, comes forward and plays that straight to Davina Perrin, but not convincingly, and there is no run.
Actually, Katie George has just appeared down there, so
she's on the pitch.
It's not her, and actually,
Maddie Green's on.
I don't think it's any of the obvious. You'd have thought one of the quicks might have gone off, but I think they're all still there.
Oh, that's a reverse. Oh, it's in a reverse. At the first reverse, Wilson playing that down. It's going towards the rope. They're reeling it in. There's three of them getting it. First reverse of the game, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, a bit gone funky. Have we gone funky too soon, do we think?
Well, not if you're Fran Wilson. I don't think there's
never
too
ever too
soon to be going for the reverse of
days as well, didn't she? Oh no, she's gone to funky already. What's Baker's response to Fran Wilson's reverse of the last one? Oh, she wants to sweep that, but just sort of smears it to the backward square. Izzy Wong does the fielding, so it's keeping Izzy Wong busy. We don't know who's off, but Izzy Wong is on. Fielding from Central Sparks. She throws the ball almost past Dean Blackwell to his end. Yeah, they will have two balls, just so that you know. The umpire has a ball at either end, so there's two match balls used in the 50 over game here. Oh, we've got to change ball number, I think. But George Davis, has she been on before?
No. So it is what you suspected might happen. Get those spinners on, turning it each way.
Yep.
Always nice to have that.
She's the #1 bowler, the PCA most valuable player rankings.
Yeah, and it's
2 last weekend against Sunrisers, 243. So yes, these two bowling in tandem is obviously working for Central Sparks.
Yeah, and it's great to see. You think of the names and the headline grabbers, and Georgia Davis saying, actually,
yeah,
look at me.
Yeah, spin can do this.
So mostly a fairly square field. There's a shot for leg before here, a given.
What's she giving it?
Corney's not happy, but she's going to have to go. First ball, Georgia Davis.
She might find some paperwork coming her way. Looking in disbelief at Gabby Brown there. We're, of course, at the wrong angle to give any kind of comment on how that went.
No, we will get to the replay here.
Gabby Brown judges off.
That looks out to me.
Well, there we are then.
I must say.
That's the third umpire from up here.
Unless she feels she's hit it, which we can't tell looking at that, but it certainly looks straight. It's not really turned, I guess. Corney might have been feeling it was going down the leg side because she was playing a leg side shot to it, and it's an off spinner, but I think it's gone fairly straight on with the arm. But yes, that's not a happy grin as she walks off there. That's a David Warner grin. That is walking off.
A grimace, is it? She might have to learn the hard way that sometimes that comes with consequences, questioning the umpiring decisions at this level now. Warnings potentially.
I think she was, for what they can do nowadays, I think she'll get away with it. I don't think she actually kind of motioned anything.
No,
stood there and looked.
But that's enough to get paperwork at
even that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's
standing, looking, shaking your head.
It should be, but it just seems as if they've been getting away with that sort of stuff. Anyway, it brings Niamh Holland to the crease, and I was talking about England under-19 internationals. We could see it. Bowler and batter with Baker bowling to Holland next over, but she's going to have to deal with Davis, and Eve Jones stuck herself in at slip, and why not? Offside field up as well. Oh, that's a good start from Georgia Davis.
course, Niamh Holland got the first 50 scored in the Under-19 World Cup. So, and she got picked up by London Spirit, which I suspect is the night factor.
Oh, driving and missing. It's gone off the gloves of Freeborn. I don't think there was an edge involved there. It was just a case of being very close to a couple of different modes of dismissal. And it's tempting with that offside field up to try and get it through. And she tries again. And once more, Davis has the beating of her.
Freeborn up to the stumps in her helmet, so she's trying to... it's an aggressive move from Niamh Jones, who's stood at first slip.
She's not somebody who tends to like to take a backward step when batting Holland. She'll see it as an opportunity to get boundaries with this offside field up, but after a couple of plays and misses and being 3 down, I guess you start maybe to have to think, okay, maybe I've got to give myself a little bit of time. They're going to drop deep cover back now because it's the last ball of the over, so
plan.
have to try and
Strategy.
get Holland on strike for the next over. She doesn't play a shot, and that is a wicket maiden to start with from Georgia Davis, as after what was a pretty steady start from Western Storm, they were 38 without loss deep into that first 10 overs of power play. As we look at that, playing a miss on the inside edge there, just a fraction of turn, just enough if you're an off spinner just to keep you interested. But 38 without loss, it's become 67 for 3. The run rate's dipped now down to below 3 3/4. And there's just a danger of a bit of a wobble here. Yes, you've got Nat Wraith coming in next, who's scored runs, but you kind of feel the experience of Wilson is desperately needed here by Storm to try and see them through this spell and then start to accelerate to the back end of the innings.
Short mid-wicket move to fine leg there for Hannah Baker. So Wilson takes a sweep, and that's why she's got this fine leg there. Is that all that has to do with fielding? She's going to stop that. Yes, she manages to marshal all of her arms and legs there to stop the ball. And they get through for 3. A 3. That'll be exciting for the scorers. I love that. 3. I always think that the boundary is in the right place if you can score 3. I think that's the right
yeah, I
size
agree. And
boundary.
I think it's one of the things that you always get when you come here, actually. It's sometimes it's quite a small playing surface here, but actually I think it's
depending on the conditions.
It's ideal
Yeah.
for... I think it's one of the reasons why women have loved playing here over the years. It's just you get pace in the pitch to use, and that can bring the bowlers in as well as the batters. And the boundaries are back, and they use the ground. And I think one of the other things, which I'll come on to about the boundaries.
Holland. Oh, there's a little slice of that, but obviously doesn't get any better.
Turned a bit, hasn't
yeah,
it?
go on, tell us about that.
Well, I just think you see it here, and actually I think you see it at Bristol as well, because of the fact that at Bristol you've got one short end.
Oh, straight through again.
And here, towards the river as well, you've got quite a short end.
Depends
So
on
that
how
has-
they use that playing
has
surface.
turned
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
There's definite grip out there for the spinners.
Yeah, Baker enjoying her time here. It's sent straight to Davina Perrin, and there is no run again.
But I think one of my things with the boundaries getting brought is they always get brought in uniformly. And what's really nice sometimes is to have one area to target, and it makes for an interesting game.
Yeah, there's a strategy then, isn't there? As the ball goes backward of square Emily Earl, that runs in from the boundary, and we get through for a single. Score moves on to 71 for 3.
And playing surfaces like this really allow for it. You've got not just straight towards the Botham stand, you've got
The Loughton.
towards the towards the Loughton, towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion as well. There's always somewhere to target.
Wilson reverses again. There is a fielder there who's going to scoop that back, and there is a shy, but there's no danger there. They get through for a quick single. These two are quite quick between the wickets, aren't they? 72 for 3. That's the end of the over, so that's 19 overs done. Western Storm 72 for 3. Wilson on 8 and Holland on 1.
And it's one of the many things that you'll get with Fran Wilson at the crease, you'll get that busyness as well as just the chance to play some of those funky shots off the spinners. Should be encouraging those extra runs. And it was good to see Holland pushing for that third earlier as well. I think they would have probably got it anyway, but because Nala having to tip the ball into the field of play and then get back up and chase it. But it's kind of easy just to get into the mode of, like you say, because you so often can't run the threes of it's gone towards the boundary, there's no fielder there, well, that's just two.
I think the umpire giving Central Sparks a bit of a hurry up. They're getting a bit of a reputation as bowling too slowly, so they seem to learn their lesson now.
They certainly took their time at the start of this over. Used to the feet and then just working to mid-on. Mid-off and mid-on both up. Extra cover, short mid-wicket. It does suggest, go on, hit me over the top. I think it's a really good field at this stage, yeah. Especially with a bit of turnout there.
Yeah.
Wilson plays late this time. So up comes Perrin, who picked up an award at an awards dinner I was at last year, you know.
Oh, yeah. You were hobnobbing, were you?
From the Cricket Society, yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's a reverse lap this time from Wilson, but again, Perrin is across. Yes, the BBC were given an award called the Ian Jackson Memorial Award, which is a sort of spirit of cricket type thing, but it's a bit more general than that. So the BBC's cricket coverage was given an award at that dinner, and very thankfully I was asked to be one of the people on the table.
Christopher Martin Jenkins Award
No,
winner?
that was before
I mentioned it.
that, I know. Well, no, I'd just given up by now. This is slapped up to mid-on, but in tight there.
You
So
get to
no
go to
run.
awards dinners. How posh is that?
Well, as I say, there were any number of people who could have gone, so I was quite surprised when I was asked to be one of the ones to go. But
Not in the least.
But Davina Perrin was picking up the award last year. I think it was the Young Women's Cricketer Award from the Cricket Society. Another late cut
Still in the
attempt
game.
from Wilson, and
Spectacular dive by the said Davina Perrin. Yeah, she's a product of Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme as well, so getting more Afro-Caribbean players into the game.
yeah, and of course it would be magnificent, and I'm sure given its success only a matter of time before we see some coming through from the Bristol part of that programme as well. Oh, there's an errant throw here, might be an overthrow, yet they're going to go for it with the fielder having to come in from the boundary. So that's not quite so ideal there, and it also spoils what would have been another maiden over for Georgia Davis. 20 overs have gone. Western Storm are 73 for 3. Wilson and Holland looking to build, and I'll make way for Hannah Thompson-Radford.
Thank you, Ed. Yes, you're joining us here at the Cooper Associates ground, the Somerset County ground, here at Taunton, for Western Storm, who are batting at the moment. They were sent in to bat by Central Sparks, who won the toss in this Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over game. We hope we'll have a full game. Hannah and I had a short game because it was rainy earlier in the week. We're going to have a full game today, hopefully. Weather set well. And Baker to continue from the pavilion end, which is the end that we're at. Oh, it's a full toss. It's going in the air, but it's dropping in front of Katie George. So the score is 73 for 3. Welcome back, Hannah.
Thank you. I said it's kept this seat very warm.
Very warm. It's kept it
It's a
warm for you.
warm seat here.
Yeah, the hot seat there.
We've also got from Mike Turner.
Oh, yeah.
Who's also to the left of us in
Yeah,
the
he is.
squad box today.
We'll give him a wave in a minute.
Let's wait for his delivery.
Yeah, and that's worked into the offside, straight to Emily Arlott, who's coming in for the boundary with just the one run. 74 for 3.
Fran Wilson has now passed Sophie Loft's 2021 record of 544 runs in a season for Western Storm. So
Well done, thanks Mike Turner, who's next door to us in the score box with Polly Rhodes. And we're going to go 2. We're going to get 2 runs there. There's a sort of corner of the field that the fielder had to go round there. I think Georgia Davis is down there, and she's feeling her hand from those buzzers and that last over. She's Looking like there might be a bit of a bruise there as Baker gets ready for the next delivery to Neve Holland this time. Shapes to the offside, but can only play it to cover, and there is no run. Oh, Davis is up there. I don't know, but anyway, the fielder at backward square is holding their hand, so somebody's had a bruise as Baker comes into Wilson. Plays it up in the air. It's going to drop. 2, 3, 4, 4 boundaries. 4 as Maddie Green has to go despairingly after that ball to field that back again. Score moves to 81 for 3 Western Storm. Wilson on 16, Holland on 2. Put one more ball of this over. Is it the end of the over? The scoreboard says it's the end of the over. And I think that's Ian Blackwell just checking on his talkie-walkie about how many balls at the end. He's checking, I think he's not sure.
Yeah, Polly's to the left of us picked up her walkie-talkie, and she just said 1 left.
1 left, 1 left. Scoreboard went too fast there. Hannah Baker into Neve Holland, dropping in front of her, but naggling out. It goes underneath Davina Perrin. We were mentioning her. The ball went underneath that and then just jogged through for a single. That is the end. Definitely, yes, definitely the end of the over. 21 overs gone. Western Storm 81 for 3. Wilson on 16. Holland on 2. What are we going to say, Hannah? No.
I think so.
No. Probably not.
Oh.
Oh.
No.
No. It's in a beautiful top race somewhere. Yes, lots of flowers. Floral. Feeling summery here, isn't it, at Taunton, with the sunshine out and the floodlights. We've got shadows, which is always nice because it means we've got some sunshine here. After the rain, we had to sit and watch the beginning of the game we did earlier in the week here, Western Storm versus Northern Diamonds.
I was just thinking about that because Northern Diamonds did put on a hefty total in the end here, didn't they?
Yeah. Western Storm made a good fist, but not quite.
Look interested, but umpire says nothing.
Gabby Brown says no. It's good enough for me.
Georgia Davis. She's been having a brilliant season with the ball. And they're going to look for a quick single, and they make it nice and easy.
Some going to be the top bowler in the country at domestic level of the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. This is a swap round in the field.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, if you Google, or if you just Google Central Sparks squad members, it comes up, and her photo on Google just come up with her police.
You've been arrested.
Interview. That's Holland. Neatly plugs that one down for no run, but it does. It comes up straight with. Cause I think it's attached to the press release they did back in 2021, where they said that she turned down a professional contract to keep being a Bobby in their own words.
Oh, Bobby! And now it's picked cricket. Oh, it's
so Holland finds the gap, and the ball races away. It's a battle between the fielder and the ball. It's slowing down, but it will meet the rope. Another 4 scored, and the children in the crowd absolutely love that.
Squealy, squealy.
See it on replay. Beautifully struck. Beats the fielder. You can just see it starting slow up. Teases the fielder, but gets across nice and easy in the end.
Because we're looking down from a great height at the pavilion end, and it almost feels like the ground is sloping away. I think it might be an optical illusion, however.
Yes. To Holland, but this time fielder picks up neatly. Because it was her first year for 100 actually, that when Davis played, she got called in for an injury replacement for Trent Rockets, and she had to get it off work.
Yeah, well, that's the reality, isn't it?
Yeah, she had to negotiate with the police team at the time, but she is a full-time cricketer. And it's edged behind.
I think
for a single.
Often the spin bowlers go kind of underneath the radar as well, don't they? Because it's the fast bowlers that tend to get the headlines. So yeah, doing very well here. End of the over then, Hannah.
It is indeed, and Western Storm on 88 for 3, Wilson on 18 and Holland on 7. 22 overs done, 28 to go.
Trying to consolidate here, aren't they, Western Storm? Having done well to well, yeah, they got the bat on the ball. They started to build a platform and then lost 2 quick wickets. So building again, and then the third, and then building again. Is Hannah Baker to continue for this end, because Hannah Baker was Welsh Fire in the 100, and then Phoenix managed to nab her back, Birmingham Phoenix, for this year's. She comes in from this end, and that's played down respectfully by Neve Holland. I was at, I happened to be at Edgbaston, sat inadvertently in front of her parents, who tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Are you Claire Jenkins?" As Hannah Baker comes in. Oh, it was an appeal. Oh, it's bowled. It's bowled. Hannah Baker bowls Neve Holland for 7 runs. It was a sneaky one there, wasn't it, Hannah?
Yeah, deceptive.
Snuck through. We're going to see that on the replay.
Yeah, we'll see it on the replay.
Bit of guile and bamboozlement. Oh yes, pitched sort of in the middle, and then took the bail potentially off the off stump there. So well bowled by Hannah Baker. And
Neve Holland was bowled by Hannah
yeah, so Neve Holland goes for 7 off 16 balls, 1-4, and Western Storm are now.
Western Storm number 37, Nat Wraith.
Who did very well when we were here earlier in the week. So Western Storm are now 88 for 5. Partway through the 23rd over, so we're almost at that halfway point, Hannah.
Yeah, so a little bit concerned because Diamonds hit 281 for 3 or 43 overs here on Sunday. Western Storm responded with 250 for 7, which at this point, I don't know if I'm being a bit too critical, but I'd hope that they'd be in the hundreds by now, potentially.
Yeah.
They need to try to up
Need to up the run rate, don't they?
I imagine Sussex isn't too different compared to Sunday. Probably
So
dries out a little bit.
Few overs to push it forward, but now they've got to rebuild a little bit again.
There normally is plenty of
Nat
runs.
Wraith to face her first ball from Baker, goes straight through and straight to Robbie Feeble. Sorry.
Yeah, there's normally plenty of runs on offer here at Taunton, so they'll be keeping one eye on that and ensuring that they can post a competitive total.
Yeah, Western Storm wanted to find the gaps. Wraith can only defend that down, and there is no run. 88 for. I think that's 5. It says 4 on the scoreboard. 88 says the scoreboard. Baker to Nat Wraith. Plays that beautifully in the offside, straight to Emily Arlott, comes off the rope, and they get through for a single.
And we had some really strong defensive poses there,
Yeah.
and then finds the gap nicely afterwards. She hit a brilliant knock of 61 off 44.
Yep. Baker moving the backward square to slightly more square. It's played down, there is no run. And that's the end. 23 overs gone. Western Storm are 89 for 4. They're approaching that midway point. Like, yeah, you were saying they need to up the run rate, don't they, really? Because if we get to that point and it's sort of double plus whatever, or even just double, it's not going to be a big total.
Just can't be too risky at this point, 4 down, I guess, but hopefully we can get a bit of momentum building, get this partnership forming, and heading more towards that 250 mark.
Yeah, we talked about the players lost, of course, so to England duty. Amy Jones for Central Sparks. Was Wong, but Wong's back running drinks today. Filer, Knight,
On strike.
Filer, Knight, and Gibson, of course, missing for Western Storm. Gibson particularly, Knight, but Knight hasn't played that often with the Regions, but Knight and Gibson missing out of that batting attack, of course, Western Storm.
Davis to Wraith, it misses, And there is that all sound around us.
Abby Freenborn's been busy one way or the other, trying to catch edges or trying to catch when they're throwing the ball in, they're throwing it over her head most of the time.
So second season with Sparks now, isn't it? That's all what Rafe can do is defend that one out. She's come on leaps and bounds from...
Yeah, she moved over from the East Midlands. It was Lightning in those days.
Yep.
She moved over to Birmingham Phoenix. She seems to have really settled well.
This time it's swiped across the leg side.
Of course, useful cover when Amy Jones... Oh, she managed to reach that one, although it's still a high row. She's obviously useful cover for when Amy Jones goes off on England duty. And doing particularly well with the back, particularly the last game, which I'll come on to, but she got a century in their game earlier in the week, so first at Sparks century.
It's Wilson beats the infield and looks to come back for two, but gets sent back by Rafe.
Katie George dramatically thumping the other strips really as she dives but can't get to the ball.
Yeah, she holds high standards in the field. Does Katie George?
Yeah, I think that's what makes it. You hope that she stays fit and healthy, because she could offer England an awful lot if she can stay fit.
Thanks to Wilson.
Ooh.
Beautifully timed by Wilson. Oh, it's
beautiful shot there. It says Wilson.
Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Beautiful shot. She's carrying on where she left off, isn't she?
I was about to say that really Freeman. So I was like, that's a beautiful shot by Wilson looking at scoreboard, and I was like, that's Nat Rafe who hit that. That was absolutely spectacular from Nat Rafe.
Sumptuous, even. Charlie Taylor would have liked that. He liked those leaning forward drives, didn't he?
But I'm really frustrated now that I didn't look
Didn't check.
Yeah, I knew they have similar numbers, but I knew that was Nat Rafe. And when I said Tom Wilson, I just absolutely...
I should say we're a long way away, so it's not always easy to tell.
I shouldn't look at the scoreboard when the scoreboard is wrong on the occasions, because that was beautiful by Nat Rafe. Apologies.
End of the 24th over. Western Storm 94 for 4, heading towards 100. Baker carrying on. Wilson just clips that into the offside to Eve Jones at sort of deep gully, deep second slip, something like that. And we get through for a single. 95 for 4 are Western Storm. Hannah Baker, what do you say?
I also think the scoreboard might be wrong, because I think it's also allocated the runs to Wilson. So
yeah, so we want to be cautious on that as Baker comes in to Wilson, who plays a square of the wicket through point for a single. As you say, they're similar numbers. Are they 37, 38 or something?
37, 35.
37, 35. So similar numbers from this distance. Similar height, etc. as Baker comes in. That's swept to the backward square fielder, who will cut that off and then get through for a single. So the score is 97-ish for 4-ish. Halfway through the 25th over. We're pretty sure about the overs, all right. Baker to Rafe. Plays that back towards the bowler, but it goes straight to the fielder and there is no run. 98-ish for 4.
Yeah, I'm feeling hard done by for Nat Rafe at the minute. It's on the online scorecard as well. It hasn't allocated her that.
That's played to mid-on. Again, there is no run. Straight to Maddie Green, wearing 5 in front of us. New Zealand international. Has it all corrected itself?
I believe so, yeah.
Maddie Green, the New Zealand international, etc. Sparks have at the moment. Baker serves a full toss, but that can only go straight to the fielder. Potts, who fields at short cover, and there is no run. So that's the halfway point then. So 25 overs done. Storm on 98 for 4. Wilson on 21-ish and Rafe on 7-ish. And I'm going to take a short break, and Ed will be joining you, and Hannah Thompson is on air at the moment.
This is still a beautiful day here at Taunton. Glorious sunshine, and we've got over 900 school children in, as you can see, with the high visors on. We've been giving plenty of noise, a brilliant atmosphere to the players today. Georgia Davis still with ball in hand. Comes in. And Western Storm will get a quick single. Moves the score on to 99-4. Almost at that century mark. Welcome back, Ed.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, it feels like an important partnership, this, but it's good to see the positivity that Wraith has come out with. She's not playing as if she's under pressure.
And then that shot was absolutely beautiful. You couldn't get it any straighter. Davis. Ball.
Yeah, I liked the stat about most Rachel Hare Flint Trophy runs in a season.
Yeah, thank you, Mike Turner.
Pardon me, combined, I should say.
Another dot ball. Yeah, you'll have to say it again.
Yeah, so it combined 544 runs in a season. I'm sure Sophie Luff would not, she'd be far too modest to point out the fact that she had fewer innings than Wilson.
Hits it backwards and a chase on for Davina Perrin. 1 run taken. How many fewer innings was it, if you got it there?
No, I haven't, is the short answer. I don't think it's that many, though, actually, because the Charlotte Edwards Cup, I suppose, would be a couple more. We've had some washouts, though.
We have indeed.
No, the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, Wilson's had 10 innings this season. Luff had 7 in 2021.
Not too far away then. Davis comes in. Wilson uses her feet. It's the end of the over. Storm are 101 for 4. Wilson on top 3 and Wraith on 8.
So that 2021 season included that absolutely extraordinary 157 not out scored by Luff at Bristol against the Sunrisers, and Fran Wilson was playing for the Sunrisers in that game, scored some runs as well. I think it was when Wilson was out, actually, that you felt like things might be done, really, and Storm were going to win the game, but Sunrisers looked as if they might be about to break some records for a while there, and it's been terrific to see their improvement this season. That's a low full toss, and that's been slammed over mid-on. I think it's going to plug a little bit. Should still be at least a couple, though, and with Katie George fielding, that is all it's going to be. But Sunrisers going along beautifully against the Blaze at the moment. 163 without loss. Grace Scrivens on 68, and Ariana Dowse 88 not out from just 94 deliveries. There's another full toss. Oh, it's got through the fielder. Well, in the end, you might say that justice has been done there, but I don't think that's what Grace Potts will feel, having dived over the ball. And it gets Wilson the boundary that she would have been after.
She's definitely got her eye in this season, hasn't she? Brilliant striking. And deserved that, really.
Yeah, I think even though Wilson's got the 350s, it feels as if she's got starts in basically every innings. This time just having to defend respectfully. But there seem to have been very few very low scores. She always seems to give herself a chance. But they'll need her to, I would suspect, take it to at least 450s for the season here. Storm, I'm going to get up to a really sizable total and put the pressure on Central Sparks, because qualification's on the line for them. They'd have been a side that would have expected to qualify at the start of the season. This is cut into the gap on the offside.
They had a decent start, didn't they, to the season? And they are in that contention at the minute. And if they have an upset today, they're coming in on the back of, is it 2 losses in a row now? So They need this to get into that playoff place, if not higher. But is it even possible with Blaze just completely? I'm not sure if it's
What,
mathematically-
Blaze gone? Well, they're not. No,
quite.
not in terms of the automatic
Yeah.
spot, as the over is completed. So a decent one in the end there for Western Storm. 9 for 4, because at the moment they're 11 clear of 4th place with 2 rounds to go. So mathematically the Blaze have already qualified. It's just a question of that top spot, and they do still need either a win or a Southeast Stars loss is most likely to get it done. There's quite a gap in the net run rate between Blaze and Vipers, who are in 3rd. They're 10 back. So, yeah. But then, really, especially I think a Stars win over the Vipers today would make it a real scrap for that 3rd spot. Several teams still in contention.
As Davis continues her attack, and a miss by Rafe. Yeah, I feel like this year it does feel so much closer, doesn't it? Like anything could happen. Just playing more fixtures helps. And again, another miss by Rafe.
I also think we've started to see a little bit more of a spread as well. Players have moved from some regions to others. They're just, I mean, the Blaze, of course, shooting up with their new identity.
Rafe comes out and gets something on that to send it backwards. And Wilson looks to come back for a 3rd, but Rafe will just get 2. It looks like it did come off the bat.
Yeah, just managed to get some sort of a bottom edge on it, I think. I thought she was gone when she played the shot. It just didn't look as if she was going to get anything on it.
I know, my heart's still racing because I thought she was about to miss it. And I was, oh, is it going to hit the stumps or not? But she's definitely got something off it to keep it safe. She keeps the strike to Davis, and that's a much cleaner shot on that occasion. So it goes straight to Elena Perrin. Yeah, as you mentioned, like the spread of players, player movement, etc. But for Storm, it's pretty samey, isn't it? There's not been as much of that. It is more.
Yeah, I mean, they brought in Prendergast as an overseas
yeah.
player, and that's the other thing that regions have done.
Turned round the corner for a single. But yeah, I would say apart from that, has anyone really come across?
Well, they had Phoebe Graham on loan,
yeah.
so they've freshened up things a little in terms of just the odd player, but I think it's not necessarily what they've been looking to do.
Their ethos and culture. Davis. Dot ball, and that ends the over. So Western Storm are 112 for 4, with Wilson on 30 and Rafe on 12.
I think it just has started to feel a lot more like there are just no easy games at all. There's no side that you turn up to in this competition or the Charlotte Edwards and you think, actually, that looks like it's going to be quite a one-sided game. Not many. And even Thunder, second from bottom, they qualified in the T20, and their side is packed with experience and players who've played international cricket. So the proof's just in the table, and the fact there's only 6 points between 7th and 3rd to qualify at this stage, still Thunder could get to 32 points, with again the bonus point providing a little bit of extra interest in terms of affecting the table, and then teams having to make that decision of do we go for the bonus point or not, and Sparks may have that decision, or they may just think, well, fate's actually in our own hands if we win this game, so they may decide not to go for it. But it opens up the possibility for the exciting finish that you hope for in any competition.
Exactly.
We have a change of bowling, and it's time for Bethan Ellis, keeper up. And immediately getting the outer half of the bat, thick outside edge there from Wraith. Such a useful bowler is As Ellis, again, one of those who can go under the radar, just, I say, like Georgia Davis, even though she's taken the wickets that she has, but Ellis is such a useful operator because she just provides something a little bit different, that kind of in-between pace between their quicks and the spinners, and she does tend, even in these middle overs, just to get a little bit of movement. A little bit short, and almost had both batters in the middle of the pitch there, but they sort themselves out.
Former player for the Blaze or Lightning in their former name. Had a bit of an injury as well. I'm trying to rack my brain on what her injury was, but she was out for a little bit as well. And then she moved to the Sparks, which again seems like a player that once she's in the squad, she's relishing that opportunity, because she did to begin with, was outside of the first starting 11.
I mean, it seems to have benefited everybody, really, that the players who stayed at the Blaze, the players who've moved into the squad, the players who've moved out, and yeah, I was just wondering a little bit when it happened, is this just going to be a bit of a kind of change the name, but don't necessarily change a huge amount else?
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of staff changes as well. So it really does seem, you have still got a core of players that have played through the Lightning days, etc. But it does feel very different there. It definitely feels more professional with them training at Trent Bridge instead of at the university.
Use of the feet in the air and caught. Caught at short mid-wicket, and that is the end of Fran Wilson. She did not get hold of that, and again, I just feel this is so typical of what Ellis comes on and does. You just sometimes switch off a little bit, using the feet, trying to hit in the air, but really sort of did neither one thing nor the other with a short mid-wicket there. Slapping it into the hands, and Western Storm find themselves 5 down.
Yeah, I think that's what you call bowling to your plans, isn't it? Perfect field position, perfect bowling. Job done from Central Sparks.
Fairly straightforward catch in the end for Campbell, although I suspect as she saw Wilson advancing, she might have been thinking that was coming at her a bit harder, but I think she's a bowler who you can see why you might look down that list of names and think that's the bowler to target, but it's not easy. She's a canny operator.
The new batter for Western Storm, number 38, Katie Jones.
So it brings Katie Jones out to the wicket-keepers unite out in the middle. Katie Jones, who's kept wicket a few times for Storm this season, her debut season. Her debut was in that match against the Blaze at Leicester.
It was.
Fortunately, didn't get to bat.
No, I honestly thought, did you mention it? I was like, wait, that was this year?
Oh, I know the feeling.
It feels so long ago.
It,
I'm not sure how I feel about the sandwich Rachel Hilderson trophy.
Okay.
I prefer it to just be all in one, and then try Edwards Cup all in one, and then the 100 all in one. Or, I'm not sure.
yeah.
Pros and cons to both, isn't there? So
Yeah, I think
it's a nice bookend.
it's nice to have the T20 a little bit later in the calendar. I think if you're going to do that, you probably do have to do the book ending. It's Katie Jones. Well, she faces her first ball, but it won't go down as her facing the ball because it's wide.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot recently. I'm like, do I like it this way or do I not?
I think
don't
it's
know.
it's nice that we can. Well, I think it's nice that you can think about it in these terms, because in the past it's been, oh, it's nice to have that. It's nice to have more fixtures this year, and that's the headline. Actually, can start to be a little bit choosier now. It's driven. Oh, it takes a hideous bounce off one of those old pitch ends. It's getting towards that time of year. I've got to say the square is looking terrific here, given the fact that it's this late in the season. But you're still going to get those odd bounces every now and again, and Perrin did very well to keep her eye on the ball there, because that would have been 4 if it had got past her. Jones cutting towards Perrin again. She's played a couple of decent shots as Jones, but she can't get off the mark. 113 for 5.
Yeah, Storm needs to start to up the rate a little bit. It's a bit hard being 5 down, isn't it? So
Well, it's tricky, isn't it? You've either got to decide you're just going to pin our ears back and go for it anyway, and then you risk maybe getting bowled out for 160, or do you say, okay, well, we think we might be able to put a bit of pressure on with 220, 230, I don't know. I think a lot of it is maybe dependent on what you think of the opposition's batting lineup.
Race on strike. Davis continuing her spell. And a single taken. Yeah, because that's the thing, because obviously without the bowling attack of Filer and Gibson, the batters really have to help out the bowlers a little bit and give a challenge in total to defend. Or at least competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I think you're looking at something to bowl at from here, really. But there is turn in the pitch. There was movement.
Mr. Jones. We were talking about it on Sunday, without Filer and Gibson, it does make actually quite a big impact, doesn't it? It's a very different seam attack.
Yeah, and Molly Robbins bowled superbly, but
so well.
But it does put pressure on the spinners as well.
Over the top of the bowler, and the ball's going to race away, and that will be Katie Jones off the mark with a fourth.
Well, it looks almost as if from that Katie Jones has taken the option of, I'm just going to play my game. It was a ball which was on a slot length, but it was beautifully slotted. I mean, it landed right on that 30-yard circle marker, right behind the bowler.
Jones. And the roar from the...
Sorry, 25-yard circle, of course. Get too
from
much in the habit of that, sorry. Apologies.
But the kids in the background for that shot as well, it just really just lifts up the energy, doesn't it? Reverse, misses, tries to get around the corner, switching the hands.
Actually, one thing I saw the other day was somebody take that circle marker behind the bowler's arm and use it as a bowler's marker.
Oh. Misses. Davis hand on now, doesn't know how that one missed, but that is the end of the over. Western Storm 119 for 5, Jones on 4 and Red on 14. Interesting how it's not just Jones on the scoreboard, it's Kay Jones.
Well, yes, because we do have E. Jones playing in the game as well.
They're on opposite sides.
Yes, but at the same time, you know, you've got to keep up with your Joneses, haven't you? I know, everybody makes that joke. When it comes to Central Sparks, but usually because there's another Jones playing in the same side. So Ellis to continue into her second over, and still this field with mid-off and mid-on up, and two fielders in short on both sides of the wicket. Just squeeze through the offside. Yeah, and I think with Storm in this situation, it's actually as much an opportunity for some furious hand signals going on behind me. I haven't got a clue what I'm saying. It's defended into the leg side. I'm no good at charades, I'm afraid. You're not going to get me doing the book of the film type stuff at Christmas. I'm afraid that's not for me.
We've got a guest joining us in a minute. We'll come back to that.
Forced towards short extra, and there's no run. Claire Jenkins is back with me.
Yes, we've got a guest joining us shortly on the third mic, who's from the community volunteers, is that right?
Yes, community coaches.
And what's your name?
Josie.
Josie?
Yeah.
You got a surname?
Cherson.
Surname.
No, I don't have one of those.
No. I want to make sure we're talking to Ed. Not just any Josie. Josie Cherson.
This will go through the field this time. Everybody up on the offside, and it's another boundary for Katie Jones.
So, Josie, what's your role?
I'm a community coach for the Somerset Cricket Foundation, so go around all the different schools in Somerset coaching cricket.
So the schools here today, have you been working with?
Yes, I've
some
been
of
in a
those?
couple of them, yeah, so they all recognise me. Even got their signatures. They wanted my signature.
Oh,
I know, famous.
that's great. Nobody's ever asked me for mine.
I might ask you later.
Even
though.
Claire's never asked me for
I'm going
mine.
to ask you for yours now later. I'm going to get Josie's though. Now I know she's got a surname.
Full of this time and just blocked away towards mid-on.
So have you coached all of those kids in that stand?
No,
all of
definitely
them?
not.
You
No,
sure?
yeah,
Okay.
most definitely.
So I noticed well, when I walked in, it was still quite early, but there was a lot of stuff being set up
Yes,
out
yes,
the back.
yeah.
So what's going on in terms of? Oh, as we see that ball hit well over mid-off. That's beautifully struck. And to the boundary, Katie Jones, 12 off 12 deliveries to get her innings started, and the kids are loving that. But yeah, tell us about what's happening today.
Yeah, so we've got the activation zone, so we've got inflatables where they can bowl at the stumps. We've also got another one where they can throw it into the gaps, and we've got face painting going on, so that's what I've been on, face painting with the little kids' face. And we've got a little canvas as well where they can sign their names and everything. Make sure they know that they're here.
I love that name, by the way, the activation
Yeah,
zone.
it's great, isn't it?
Whoever thought of that
Yeah.
deserves plaudits. It's much better than, I don't know, sort of activities or whatever.
Much better, yeah.
Although it does sound a little bit as though you're about to fire them into outer space, but I suspect
That'd be
teachers
good.
would be quite
They'd love
glad
that.
about it. Actually, that's true, they would love it as well.
They're just seeing themselves on the camera as well, so they're getting a good cheer there.
Up on the big screen.
If they can hear Josie's on this, they'll be screaming even higher. As Davis comes in from the far end, the loft end, as I like to call it, that's stroked down to mid-on, and Emily Arlett does a thumping throw off her knees there, and they get through for a single, 129 for 5. I'm not trusting the scoreboard now. But we'll come back to the activation zone in a minute. Georgia Davis takes the hand to hand. It's played forward and just defensively, and there is no run. So, what are you doing, Tigers? What are they doing with the face painting? Are you anything particular?
Tigers,
Whatever
most,
they-
no,
whatever
love
they-
it.
definitely not.
Never mind the cricket-related
Yeah, I
activities,
wanna
we go
know what's
straight to the
happening
face
with
painting.
Davis comes into Jones, who plays that into leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, no, Tigers is a bit of a push, yeah. Mainly stripes, doing the Western Storm logo.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, got that one down to a
Oh,
T.
yes.
Perfect.
Now, if you could sell them membership to their parents, that'd be fully on corporate.
Yeah, definitely.
As that's played lustily into the leg side, there is a fielder there, so unfortunately they're just going to get a single. It was a nice shot past Katie George, it's short mid-wicket, and they get through for the single, 130 for 5.
In terms of, oh, sorry, go on.
No.
No, I was going to bring it back to cricket. you see.
okay.
Cricket related. So.
Yeah, I suppose we better talk about a little bit of cricket.
Wraith plays it up and over mid-wicket again, and they get a single. It's bouncing in front of the square leg fielder, and Campbell out there, and they get through for a single, 131 for 5.
So everybody wants to bowl as fast as possible.
Yes.
You're kind of, I think it's one of the good things about, I don't know, I'll ask you, but good things about coaching now is that you can just say, go on, bowl as fast as you like, because in the past it was, we've got to do this correctly, that correctly,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, you let them do what they feel, and if it's something that isn't correct, then obviously that's going to injure them, then we'll change that. But as long as they're having fun and playing cricket,
Yeah, we want them to
do
have
what
that
they want.
fun, don't we?
Yeah.
'Cause the joy is often lost when we start to get worried about things. Like
Yeah,
this
exactly.
Single at the end of the over. So we've got 32 overs gone. Western Storm are 132 for 5. Jones on 14 and Wraith on 17. So we want them to have that joy. We want them to remember that and
Yeah.
hold on to it for as long as possible.
yeah. So we're funded through Chance to Shine,
Oh,
and
yeah?
like the main idea of it is for participation. Mainly getting everyone involved, getting them to have fun and everything. Doesn't really focus on all the technical sides, because that's when it could be lost. But yeah, just getting as many people interested.
So we know what Chance of Shine is. It's a charity. So we should just explain for the listeners. It's a charity to try and get more schools, more kids involved.
Yep.
At all ages.
Think about no, they won't think about it too. Beat extra cover, but Sweeper does the work.
So what else are you up to, Josie? What should we know? What's your highlights of the year?
Highlights of the year. Well, the summer's been pretty good, to be honest. We've been doing loads of different holiday camps.
Go for a quick one this time to the right-hand side of Perrin.
Yeah, so loads of like the All Stars and Dynamos camps. They've been really popular, so we've just done loads of them all around the county, which have been really good. The kids have loved it. Just all days, just constantly cricket the whole day. So it's been very good, very good.
Is it? We're going to go for a paddle here with Katie Jones around the corner, and it's Happy Freeborn having to sprint after it. Oh, the wicket keepers aren't going to like that.
No.
They've got to
When they're not
cover all
throwing the
that
ball
ground.
over her head, they're making her run all the way down that slope there.
Does it come rain or shine?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
so
good. It's only when they get to professional cricket they suddenly discover that the rain
yes,
stops playing.
Yeah, but sometimes we have to go inside because it can be like a proper downpour, but mainly we do it in all weathers.
Yeah, that's good.
Power through.
Apart from the thunderstorms.
Yeah. Stay away from those.
Yeah. No, I think it's, you talk about being memorable, your first steps in cricket. I think probably nearly all of us can remember at least something about the early stages of playing cricket. And in terms of, that's a big full toss, slammed into the gap for 4, through the leg side, swatted away. When you get a full toss like that, you've got to hammer it, and that's what Nat Wraith has done. Moves into the 20s. Get a look at that again, just to see how high it was, but she was so far down the pitch that it would have dipped quite comfortably.
Any appearance by Twinkle, or I like to call Starry McStarface?
Yeah, Twinkle will be coming out today.
Is Twinkle coming
Twinkle
today?
is coming
we'll
out
see Twinkle
today.
later.
Yeah.
Let's look out for Twinkle then.
I
Star
haven't
to go with
seen this.
All Stars.
Well,
yeah,
yes,
so,
I gathered that,
Starfish
but
Twinkle.
just had mascot mouthed at me. I mean, come on, what did I think it was? Did I think it was one of the other coaches?
Yeah, the bowling coach. We always call him Twinkle.
Well, that would be a decent nickname for a coach as well.
Oh, that'd be
like
nice.
that as a
Yeah.
nickname.
I love that.
I've been called much worse. So you said your highlight was the summer camps. What else was your highlight? What else was good?
I mean, just going into the schools, to be honest. I just really enjoy going into the schools and seeing the kids absolutely love it, because it's obviously something different out of their day. I'm a new person who's come into their school, and they just,
And
they
you're not
bring
a teacher, so they're like working out how they contest the boundaries.
ever so
Test the
slightly.
bat. Cricket related as
I like
well.
That was good.
Sort of little slip that in there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably fairly varied school county wide in terms of
Yeah. So
town-based.
I'm like North Somerset based area, and then it also goes into Bristol as well. So it's I've got the little tiny villages, and then the city.
There's lots of travel in there.
Yes.
Arlock comes in from the Luff end. Wraith place that into the offside, into a gap, and get through for a single. Just a single, another one to the total. 143 for 5.
Yes, of course, Bristol being kind of
Yeah,
split
it's like,
by
it's on the
river.
verge,
That bit of
So have you got
Somerset
all your kit in a
territory
van
in
or
the city.
something?
in my car.
In your car?
Yeah, fills up my whole boot.
Yes, I remember
car
those
is
days,
completely
taking
full.
stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Arlock. Oh, that's squirted an under edge there. It's going to go towards the boundary. Pot's going to reel that in. She is. So they're going to get through for 2. The loopy throw allows them the time to get back for that second as they head towards that 150 milestone. 145-ish.
I always find one of the loudest roars you get from school kids is when somebody's chasing it towards the boundary, which I quite like.
Very excited. Are they going to get it? Are they not? Who knows?
Arlock. Oh, fast bowler coming in from the off end. Jones tries to swipe that, but only succeeds in knocking it down onto her foot, and she looks disconsolately down at the ground. There is no run.
And of course, I'm sure it's great to get some sort of a sense of this is, well, I guess this plus 100 then internationals is sort of the top end of, if you like, the pyramid. But how good does it make you feel to be, you know, now at the start of that, and you can see, you can tell somebody where they can go in the game.
It's great.
Now.
Yeah. The progression is amazing.
It's the base of the pyramid, isn't it? Jones facing Arlott. Wide, and they're running it as well as a shy at the stumps, but it doesn't hit, so get through for a single and a wide to the total. Edging closer to 150 and 47 for 5.
I do like the spreading of the wings, by the way, before we move back on topic. The spreading of the wings from Gabby Brown. She does have a very sort of balletic.
Maybe that needs to be part of a
unfurling of the wings of a hawk or something.
Yeah. Straight to the fielder, and there is no run. I'm going to work on that. Because we've got Anna the Half Doctor, Anna Harris. She's not very pleased with Half Doctor, but you know, it makes her a big laugh. You said to me, Sophie McClelland, she should have a nickname, and you suggested that we should call her Smack the Umpire. And I said that wasn't a good idea.
No, well, I don't think I actually. I said smack, and then realised that probably doesn't send quite the right message for an umpire.
As Arlott comes into Ray, he plays that lovely into the leg side, but straight to Katie George on the boundary, and they'll just get this single. So yeah, we've been working on it because then after that, I spoke to Sophie McClelland because she was up at Bristol watching Sue Redfern make her Blast debut. And she said, what's my nickname? Because she was quite miffed that she hadn't got a nickname. So she is now Sophie McTest debut, because she did make her test debut this summer, which she's well pleased at, because she was well chuffed to get an opportunity in that famous Ashes 5-day. Did we mention it was 5-day test up at Trent Bridge? Arlott bangs that one in, and it goes sailing past the shoulder. There's an accusing look at Ian Blackwell at the square leg, but it's not going to be given for anything. So that was a dot ball, 148 for 5 at the end of the 34th over.
So what is there something that particularly makes you tick when you see a young player? Is it you're more focused on bowling, batting, fielding, or anything, or is it just any time they're involved?
I mean, yeah, just the involvement, and when they have like a lot of confidence to do it as well is really nice to see, because like some people can be quite standoffish and don't really want to get involved, but when you have that like one kid who's like really keen and wants to know everything about it, it's really nice to see. And there's a lot more of those now. Cricket is definitely becoming a lot more popular, and kids want to just play, which is really great.
Cricket back on free-to-air, 100, do you think that's a big factor in that?
Oh yes, definitely the 100, yeah. When I was going to the schools, they're all talking about it, so, which is really good.
That's a beautiful shot, in the meantime, from Nat Wraith, through extra cover. There wasn't much of a gap there, and it sped away, brings up the 150 for Western Storm. Look at it there, just a little bit over pitch and a bit of width on offer, and stroked away through the gap with consummate ease.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, one of the big aims, wasn't it, of the 100, to captivate the kids, which it's certainly done.
Most definitely, yeah.
Bright
all the advertising, yeah.
Profile.
Yeah, and we've got the little 100 cards as well, which we give out in our sessions as well, which they absolutely love collecting.
Use of the feet, drilled down to long on.
Have they
Green into action.
Do you get an idea of a favourite player from Western Storm or the 100? Is there one that stands out? Is that the card that they want, or is it just any? Just any of them really. Yeah, they like the colours maybe. Yeah. They're like, oh yeah, I've got a green one.
It's a nice little paddle here from Katie Jones, and that'll probably get another couple of runs. And
stretching Abby Freeborn again.
Yes, yet again.
Can I please have the ball into my hands?
This partnership is starting to, if you're Central Sparks, you're starting to get a little bit annoyed by this, because they'd have felt they were through the bulk of the batting lineup, and now all of a sudden Katie Jones has come out and probably looked about the most confident of anybody to start their innings. So this is just chipped into a vacant space on the leg side.
Messing with the field, aren't they? So what's the plans for the future then, Josie? What is the next year more the same? Are you doing stuff in the winter? What's happening?
Yeah. So still in schools all year round, and then we also do like the disability cricket as well. The disability cricket sessions.
Super ones and things?
Yep, Super ones. Yeah, I do that all year round.
Sound like a,
I think you do.
Yeah.
156 for 5 after 35 overs. We'll get Hannah Thompson Radford in as well to continue the grilling.
Yeah, I've got some. So I used to live in the East Midlands, and our neighbour's daughter was involved with the Super Ones, and she got to be part of the Guard of Honour at Trent Rockets at Trent Bridge.
Really? Yeah.
So it was great to see her, loving her cricket and just involved with it all. And,
Yeah, it's
just shows
great.
that everyone can be involved. And Worcestershire have been doing some stuff with city cricket in care homes. I mean, there's no limits, is there? If you've got the
Yeah. Oh no.
imagination.
Yeah.
Okay. As we are about to get Hannah Thompson Radford back in, you're listening to Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson Radford, former Somerset players, and Josie
Cherson.
Cherson, interesting name, isn't it? Who's part of the volunteering, the activation across the schools and getting the young kids involved in the bottom of the pyramid, as it were. The top of it, really, because it's where it all starts, isn't it? Arlott comes in from the luff end. She's tossing the ball, deciding what she's going to serve next to Katie Jones, who's looked very confident here for Western Storm. Playing that into the leg side. There is a gap there. I don't think that's a trap, but it's certainly an easy single there to Katie George coming in from the boundary to field that. One more to the total, 157 for 5.
Yeah, she's been absolutely brilliant, hasn't she? Comes straight in, playing all the creative shots, trying to go 360.
Yeah,
Inject.
looks like she played earlier in the week, but she didn't. She's come in as a substitute today for
Nicole Harvey.
Nicole Harvey. Yeah, so,
But really has injected some energy into this Western Storm innings.
yeah, Wraith to base this time. Ooh, underneath the bat. It's going towards the boundary, but it's going to get cut off by Maddie Green, the New Zealand international. They're going to get 2. Smart running there from Western Storm. They're winding this total up. They obviously decided that it's time to click the next gear. 157-ish for 5.
As Ed is waving in the back of the box here.
What's he?
Waving at the umpire. I'm not sure if he's going to get in trouble in a minute for doing that or not, but
He realised that they're actually. We shouldn't tell him that they're waving at the scorers.
we're going to have a
He's
knock on the
quite happy.
door.
I think they're waving at him. Arlott into Wraith. Comes forward and prods that forward, but there is no run. Still 159 for 5.
So tell me a bit about the team that you work with as well. So because you're quite a small team, but have a huge impact, right?
Yes, yeah. So there is 5 community coaches. We all have our set areas, and then like in the holidays as well, we do the holiday camps where we all get to work together as well, which is really nice. So we get to feed off the other coaches, which is always good.
Yeah, because you kind of want, because people have all sorts of ideas or accidentally invent a game.
Yeah.
Think, oh, this is really good. We could do this
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
As Arlott comes into Wraith. Is it forward past Arlott, but they don't get a run.
Because you have one of the best participation figures across the whole country, right?
Yep, it's great. It's really, really good. Really good.
Yeah, Somerset's doing huge work within participation area, and
See,
we've
my
got to
other
thank you for it.
Yeah, my other job is a job interview coach, so save up those moments as successes. They'll be great in future job interviews. Just so.
Not that you want to
Arlott
leave a job.
into Wraith. No, we don't want you to leave. Wraith comes forward, plays that into that gap that they've left, but Katie George's going to get. Oh no, it's just she could not get to that. That was really firmly struck there through mid wicket. Even Katie George, who was a brilliant fielder, didn't stop that. So that's a 4 at the end of the over. 163 for 5. It's at the end of the over. See the scoreboard swaps to the TV. And then I missed the Just wait. Hang on.
It's the
I'll give
music
you the score
again.
in a minute.
We've got some
When's the scoreboard go?
brilliant tunes.
163 for 5 at the end of the 36th over. Katie Jones on 24, very confident. And Nat Wraith, who put on a big score the other day, 34. So Western Storm building a big platform, as you said. Frustrating Central Sparks here. And so how receptive are the schools then, Josie? Because some can be more receptive than others. I suppose if if you're saving the PE teacher from having to think about a lesson, they're probably
Yeah, I
very
mean
keen on
they're usually all pretty happy and keen to get us on board, get us doing stuff, and then just taking a seat back. Yeah, they're all really on board with it, which is really nice.
We were doing a careers week, and it was literally an opportunity for the teacher to fall asleep, literally fall asleep in the back of the classroom as I talked about CVs and job applications.
Katie George into the attack, and in that previous over, the Western Storm brought up their 50 partnership between Katie Jones and Nat Rafe.
I should say it was a very warm very warm classroom, but the careers week was obviously an opportunity for their teachers to sit back, literally put their feet up and fall asleep while other people took the flag. Happy days.
Katie Jones is on strike. She's provided that energy that Western Storm needed, and like I said, a 50 partnership with Nat Rafe. But she swings and a miss at that one. George bowling with some pace here.
So is the plans to expand it then, Josie? What's the, I'm going to get you to tell me about the future in a minute.
Oh gosh, well they're the plans.
I mean, what's the aspiration? Do you like every school across your patch, or is it already in every school?
It's in a lot of schools. We are getting, constantly every year it's growing, so which is really positive. But yeah, hopefully.
It's George to Jones. Hits it backwards, better fielders there. Run taken. She's powered to 25.
So what about you then, Josie? So what, you're a player?
Yes,
Who
yeah.
played for?
I did grow up. I played for the Somerset growing up, all throughout the age groups. Yeah, so I did that with one of the other community coaches as well. So we've been through it all. And
if a name check, who's that? Who did you play with?
Tilly Bonds. Yeah, and I'm playing with Jolie as well at the minute.
Yep.
Which makes me feel really, really old, because I swear they were about like under 11s when I was like under 17s, under 19s. So seeing them as like proper women having an impact in the county, you know.
Yeah. But how great is that?
Yeah.
Role models to look up to.
Yeah, and we're all currently playing for Bridgewater as well. So we all three
Big
of us.
shout out to Bridgewater then.
Yeah.
Is that a busy club?
Yes.
So
yeah.
what
Very
we're
good.
Talking, how many women's? Is it like more than one women's team? Is it softball?
We have like our main women's team and then kind of like a reserves.
So
which
almost a second team.
almost, but they kind of cross over. So we try and get like the younger players to step up and go into those ones as well. Get them playing against like newly formed women's teams as well, which is really good. But yeah, we have a really good.
And at Bridgewater, All Stars and Dynamos.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's big.
You have to, wouldn't
very
you?
big.
You
Yeah.
You wouldn't let them not have them.
Exactly. Yeah. It's very popular.
Rafe on strike. Currently sitting on 34 as George left arm over. Comes in, and that's a beautifully timed shot by Rafe, and it's going to race away for 4 runs.
Set the kids off.
It's a lovely shot.
Yeah. Neat length on that one. Straight up the
And that brings the end of the over as well. We're seeing on the replay as well that beautifully timed shot by Nat Rafe.
She was in a mood early in the week, wasn't she?
No field
61 off 44 she got against Northern Diamonds, so she's carrying on where she.
So Western Storm 168 for 5. Jones on 25 and Nat Rafe on 38.
As you say, something quite potentially frustrated her about this. To continue. So what else should we know then, Josie? What other highlights from this year, or what you're looking forward to? Anything?
Yes. Oh, question that one.
So what was your favourite kid? Was a one that was like really stood out?
My favourite kid.
I mean, somebody who was who started off being really, like didn't want to join in, and then by the end they were wanting to captain the team or something. Was there a moment that you can tell us about? As Arlott comes into James and plays that towards cover point and then get through for a single. 169. Because sometimes you do get one kid who just stands out. You know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
sort of
I mean,
smiley.
I've had quite a few of them
Yeah,
who
lots
like
of them.
start off like really shy and
Yeah.
don't really know what cricket is,
Yeah.
and then by the end of it, they're all in, so keen for it, and they all want to go and join a club outside of school, whereas
That's
they,
what we want, isn't
yeah,
it? We want
exactly.
The
We want them.
feeding into the
Mhm.
clubs. A lot comes into Rafe. Oh, there's a little waft of that, and so it's given a wide, so there's another one to the total. 170 for 5. And there must be, I mean, they're obviously developing social skills as well, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh,
Teamwork
yeah.
and,
Definitely. Yeah.
You know, interacting with their mates in a different way than they would do in the classroom. So
Yeah. It's not just about the cricket; it's about everything else that comes with it as well. Like, in our sessions, we also focus on like life skills, so like showing resilience and all of that, and it really helps them as well.
Wraith comes forward and just blocks that. Yeah, life skills, resilience. I mean, that's key at the moment, isn't it? I mean, we all need a bit more resilience. What do the teachers say afterwards? You know, what's their sort of, you know, what do they reflect back to?
Oh, they love it. They just think it's really good how it's not just purely focused on the cricket, because you can get coaches that literally just are like technique, but with us, we want to focus on everything else as well as the cricket.
That's really important.
Yeah.
So Yorker, and they get through for a single. Right on her toes. We're going to get that as a leg by from Gabby Brown. That's right. Another one to the total, 171 for 5, yeah. So they like the fact that it's not, you know, you're not just coming in to do cricket, you're
Yeah.
actually looking at the
Like the wider
social
aspects.
skills.
Yeah.
Which is important these days, because everything's got to be either part of the curriculum or
Yeah.
part of the sort of enrichment of further life skills, isn't it? Through,
Yeah, exactly.
through sport.
Yeah.
And you mentioned obviously Bridgewater.
Mhm.
Were you here on Sunday with all the other women's teams that were celebrating their end of season awards?
I unfortunately
not?
wasn't able to make it on Sunday, but I wish I was. But
There's a single
We
there.
had quite a lot of different women from different teams who'd won their respective leagues. There's
Yeah.
softball and hardball, right?
yeah. It was a big weekend for them.
And I think
Yeah, lovely
Western Storm do well with connecting the local women's teams to.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, most definitely, yeah.
So what kind of stuff do you get up to in that area as well, or is that kind of outside of your remit?
Yeah, I'm
little
not.
bit more.
Yeah, no, I'm not really on that area as such.
Right. Plays that forward to the cover fielder and get through for a single.
The
Eve
wider
Jones.
foundation team
Yeah.
Eve Jones just looking at him
gets everyone involved and foster that real kind of regional identity, don't they? And like everyone's a part of Western Storm, and to get involved within cricket, they come to yourselves to get signposted, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
So if people wanted to join a local club, regardless of age and gender, what do we do?
Katie Jones plays that into the leg side. I think it's going to go for 4. It is. 4 runs, the total. 177 for 5.
Tell us how people can get involved with cricket within Somerset and within this Western Storm region.
I mean, literally just simple as going online, literally just typing in your local cricket club, and it should, well, the All Stars and Dynamos especially, is really well advertised at the minute, and you can get signed on to that really easily. Us going into schools as well, we like to put in like the club links and stuff, so we tell them about all of their local clubs, because not many of them actually know where their local clubs are, so we make them aware, we give them the leaflets, and then it's as simple as getting in touch with them.
Katie George continues from the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion end and bowls her. Ooh. She gives her a little bit of a send-off as well. That is the end of Nat Rafe on 39. Katie George with another stunning wicket of the day. And is that off stump gone?
Yeah, I'm trying to see where it's gone.
Where has it gone?
We've completely lost where off stump's gone.
Oh, there it
Oh,
is.
it's leg stump.
Peeled
It's
back.
leg
Leg
stump.
stump.
It wasn't
Peeled
even the
back.
off stump, it's the leg stump.
Disappeared completely. Flattened.
A
So what
brilliant bit of bowling from Katie George.
Yeah, so, who's that? Who's that?
So Nat Rafe has departed. And in comes...
Nat Race goes for 39.
It is Sophia Snow. I should back myself more.
Balls. Sophia Smell. I saw that a bit in Sunday as well.
It always confuses me though, because when she's fielding, she always has her like arm guard things
Oh,
on
yeah.
her
Makes
sleeves.
her easy to
So when she comes into batting, she hasn't got them on. I'm like, I think it's her, but is it or not?
We should just ask her to wear her arm guards when she's in.
Well, it's become kind of like a signature like trade, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's, you identify her when she's coming into bowl. She's got her white sleeves on underneath.
Like the Katie George, the white stripes on her face.
Yeah, we saw
Blonde hair and shining well.
Sophia Smell trying to do some of the reverse shots, etc. on Sunday, didn't we? She's been very creative, a bit more away from her traditional stance that she was spoken to about in the past. She said that she's very traditional playing cricketer, but that's not what we saw on Sunday. We saw lots of 360 attempts as she faces her first ball. Katie George comes in.
Sophia Smell, of course, another one of the under-19s. Alongside New Holland in this squad.
Part of the Wales region. Yeah, she must be working on her batting, because I've definitely heard her talk about being very textbook, very straight and traditional, and that's not what we saw on Sunday. We saw all sorts of creativity. It's now facing
Nice.
it around the corner, bit square, for her first run of the day.
Well-timed shot. I mean, they'll be timing it well to play that shot off the toes then. So what about the parents? Do you get involved? Do you get the parents involved in any of this stuff, or is it?
When it comes to like the All-Stars and the Dynamos,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely you get quite a few parents who are very keen to help out and get involved, which is really good to see, because the more people, the better, really.
Yeah.
So
When there's chaos going
yeah, and that is chaos.
on. Structured, obviously.
Oh,
But
yes,
it
yeah,
looks like
yes,
chaos
very
for anybody who
structured
doesn't
chaos,
know
yes.
what they're looking at.
Well defended by Jones.
So have Bridgewater had a successful season this season?
Yeah, I would say that we have, yeah.
You back to bowl?
Off spinner.
Off
Off spin ball, yeah. And bat a bit as well.
Yeah. Excellent.
Jones tries to get her arms through that one, but can't get it outside the inner ring. Georgia Davis there with the fielding.
So what else should we know about your role then, Chelsea?
As in what, the community coach role?
Yeah, community coach role. So how would, if you were to do, like it was a piece of pie and you would divide it into three, we'll let you think about this, what would the three pieces of pie be as Katie George comes in with his hammers?
And Jones does well to dig that one out. Storm get a quick single, and George looks frustrated. She couldn't quite get past the batter to do fielding off her own bowling, but she's
When
done
I-
exceptionally well.
That school where the teacher fell asleep, I described it afterwards as sort of part stand-up comedian and part crowd control. So how would you characterise your role then when you're going into
It's quite a hard question, to be honest. How do I characterise my role?
or how would you split it up? Is it so? What about in the office versus out of the office? I mean, is it all school? Because there must be some paperwork.
Yeah, so we get like half a day for admin, but then the rest of it is mainly just going into schools. So that's just like the boring bit.
And it's a full like 5 days a week.
5
So
days a
half
week,
half
yeah.
a day on paperwork and the rest on driving your car with all the stuff.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
Going
Going into all the different schools.
Yeah, and the travel time between the rural schools.
Yeah, but it's lots of variety, which
Yeah.
is nice.
And what are you having to count? Because everyone has to count these days in terms of performance. I'll leave you your thought on that as Davis comes in to Jones. Ooh, there's an appeal, and it's given. It's given LB there. So Davis picks up another wicket. She's doing so well this season.
It's the end of Katie Jones on 32.
End of Katie Jones. So Katie Jones departs to Davis. 32 of 35 balls with 4 fours. Review of that. She tries the reverse and then That's given LBW.
Big Jones was LBW to Georgia Davis for 32.
Oh yes, what are you counting? Is it how many schools? Is it how many kids? What's the number?
Yeah, how many kids, and like boys and girls split.
And what's your feel for those numbers then in terms of percentage wise? Is it even split between the boys and the girls? For example?
Yeah, pretty much in like all the classes it's pretty even split. So
and that's the beauty
nice.
of All Stars and Dynamos.
Coming back to for Western Storm, number
In terms
20.
of also at that developmental stage where
Yeah.
they're physically similar
Yeah,
before
and
they
it's
start
really
to-
it's nice seeing like a lot more younger girls getting involved as well, as they have those areas that have been exploited recently a lot, like in the women's game. So it's really good to see.
Right, I want the kite line coming through
Yeah.
for the Western Storm Academy. So what's the links like with the Western Storm Academy? Good? Yeah, I'm sure it's good. Davis into Skelton. Oh, rocks back. And misses that one, I think. We're slightly obscured from the angle that we are at. There is no run. Good links.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Somerset, Hannah always describes this as very kind of family oriented, very kind of inclusive kind of. Is that the feel that you get? Yeah, I hope that's
As a
the-
county.
Yeah, as a county.
Yeah.
You've got Somerset
I
on
would
your
say so.
shirt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say so.
Davis contemplating what to serve next to Chloe Skelton. Again, can't really play that, but dobs it down into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, I was just found like it just always feels like home here to me, because like especially when you've grown up through the pathways etc. You spend all of your like whatever nights down here training.
Yeah. Again, defended and no run.
And you generally see with like similar people all the time, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
Just
yeah.
become a part of this place, and it's hard to let go sometimes.
You're going to Swansea. You have let go. As Davis comes into Skelton,
Well,
plays that towards the point field, and there is no run.
technically I haven't lived here for about 10 years, but I'm down at my grandparents more than anything, to be honest. So honestly, we're down here so much. I love it. It's always going to be a home.
It's when I was down here. Well, Somerset Wanderers it was called then, but it's now Bath Women.
Oh yeah.
Club cricket. And
Jan
I-
Godman.
Jan Godman. And I played what was the West, which is basically Western Storm, which then became Somerset, because it was kind of adopted by Somerset as we moved. Because it's kind of gone full circle, because when I played, it was regional cricket, so it was the West, Western Storm, and the regions versus the rest. And then as more players came in, then it became the county championships. And then,
Which I think we could do more.
Somerset.
We could do more to reconnect to that history. I know it's not exactly linear, but definitely some connections to be made. As Snell hits it straight back to George and wants to go for a run, but her batting partner wasn't aware at that time, and I don't think it should have been a run anyway.
Katie George sort of flicked out. He almost landed on the non-striker's helmet.
Yeah, I definitely think that there could be something done just to reconnect those histories and bring a sense of connection to players of the past and the trailblazers who we need to thank to get the game to where it is today, because obviously it stands on the shoulder of giants. With a bit of bounce in that one. And Snell hits it over the top, gets a 4.
These Western Storm batters are coming in and comfortable straight away, aren't they? They've done well with that. The middle order looking confident here. Western Storm, which is good signs. They obviously decided last home game they can have a go.
Yeah, no, definitely it's the last home game, and mathematically it's not possible for them to qualify, unfortunately, so they've really got nothing holding them back at all. So go out there, play freely, and cause an upset to Central Sparks, who have to win this and continue to try and get their finals day place sorted. Sitting in 4th at the moment, aren't they? But it can go any way.
It can still change, can't it, with the games today and the games on Saturday. 4 points for a win, and if you can get a bonus points, that could really topsy-turvy the table.
And nothing is guaranteed for them. They have to win to just
keep that pressure on the other teams to try and beat them. George Ismail wants to have a go at the fielder, but won't beat the arm of Captain Eve Jones there.
She's saying, stay in your crease, stay in your crease.
She shadow.
Shadow back's what she would have played.
Yep. It was a beautiful shot. She just unfortunately found the fielder. She pierced the gap that was going.
So how much of the Western Storm games have you managed to watch then, Josie?
I actually haven't been. I actually haven't been able to watch many, unfortunately. So this is like
You
the
got the
most
best
that I've
view in
been
the
able.
house.
Yeah, this is lovely.
She's in the back of the box here.
George Snail licks it on the leg side, but no run. Katie George has been bowling exceptionally well here today. Good to see her back at full strength.
Yeah, Josie's sat even higher than we are, so she's got even better view than we've got. We've got a good view. We were sat in the box next to the scorers. Holly Rhodes and Mike Turner. Keeping the numbers for us. I should give you a quick roundup of what's got with the other games as well. And have a think about that when we do this one.
George comes in, left arm. Ismail flicks it onto the leg side for an easy single to round off the over.
So, what's the scores?
And I was just about to say, Western Storm are 184 for 7. Skelton yet to get off the mark, and Snell on 6.
Okay, let's have a look at the other games on today then. So, within the Rachel Hay of Flint, up at, let's see, Sale, where I know Michael McCann and Polly Stark are looking after you on the live stream. Northern Diamonds are 196 all out. Thunder won the toss and elected to bowl there, so they looks like they've made a good choice there at Sale. The other games at Loughborough, the Blaze won the toss and elected to bowl, and Sunrisers are 257 for 4 of 46 overs. I think they're putting. I think Grace Scrivens are putting a big partnership there. We'll have a look at what we're looking at in a minute. Meanwhile, at Southampton, the Vipers are 238 for 7 into the 46th over. Southern Vipers won the toss and elected to bat against the odds of the others who missed the ball at that time.
Just a dot ball. But I'm going to have to be really rude and kick you out because Ed's been waiting.
Right, okay. I've done
He's been so polite, just stood there waiting.
Been talking too long, sorry.
So thank you very
stern
much to Claire. As this time Snell gets a single. Yeah, no, some excellent chats by Claire. But Ed was being very polite, just quite creepily actually, just staring over her shoulder like, let me in. Tapping his watch saying, come on, it's my turn. But we'll welcome Ed in shortly. It's Davis. Comes into Skelton, who also gets a single. And unfortunately, Ed
monitor's dead. That is not my fault.
Ed sat down and everything's gone off, so...
That cannot be my fault. All I did was sit on a chair. That cannot cause a monitor to turn off.
We have a witness. Josie, what happened? There's another single, rotates the strike.
Yeah, I wasn't quite getting to the stage where I was going to shout Bulawayo at the back of the box, which I gather...
Good from Storm here, just rotating the strike, but ideally a little bit more momentum needs to keep building, doesn't it? We need to find some boundary options and accelerate that score. 188 for 7 at present.
I gather it originates from a game between England men out in Zimbabwe where things were getting really exciting and conclusion was building up. Blowers was on the mic.
Dot ball.
And so ever since then, apparently, whenever somebody's just overstayed their stint on TMS, that's what you would say at the back of the box. Bulawayo. Somebody knows that they've gone too far. Anyway.
Well, you have to thank Claire, she's just fixed the screen for us. So.
Yes. Thank you very much, Claire. Lovely of you to do that. Yes, Josie, I'm aware that we must allow you to go off and perform your duties, but
Yeah, I guess probably should.
yeah. But before you go though, I will ask you. We always tend to ask really positive questions. I'm not going to ask really negative, but if there was something, and I'll allow you the ball to think about it. If there was something in the next couple of years to do with your role in particular that you would like to see, or indeed multiple things, what sort of things would you like to see happen to maybe grow things even further, or different programs or something like that? What sort of things would you like to see happen in the next couple of years?
I would say more of like getting girls, especially like the teenage girls, them not dropping out, because we're still trying to combat that area where they tend to get to around like 15, 16 and then start to lose interest. It's kind of just bridging that gap, I would say.
It's nicely driven, and there's hesitation, but Katie George has got her hands outstretched saying, come on, get it to me, but unfortunately the fielder had to go into a dive to stop the ball. So the fact that they were both, Skelton and Smale, standing in the middle of the pitch staring at each other for a little bit actually didn't matter. But yeah, I guess it's still something which, even though we have this structure now, there's still not quite the news of it hasn't always filtered through.
It is definitely getting better. Like the improvement has been massive.
Helped into the leg side. It was a no ball from Katie George. She's bowled one of those earlier on as well. And that is going to allow this time the opportunity for a free hit for Chloe Skelton. This time Ian Blackwell calling the shots and carefully scrapes away at that line. So it's free hit time. They can change the field because the strike was just changed. But Skelton, who's 3 off 8 deliveries, gets a chance to try and clear the boundaries. She tries to give this one a larrup into the leg side. You can still be run out off a free hit though, and she would have been if George had hit. But she misses at the non-striker's end, and Skelton gets home. Is there anything else along those lines, or is, I mean, of course, I'm not trying to pick fault here. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's important to get those messages out there.
No, I mean, I would say that is probably. I think we're doing all of the right things at the minute, and it's constantly growing, and we're getting loads more participation. But yeah, just that girls area, and we've got these girls hubs happening over the winter, which is really positive, and getting a lot of girls involved in those and helping them step up, like to get into the county age group. So that's always positive. But yeah, it's on the up.
Help round the corner, and this might be too fine for the fielder trying to get round, and it will be. Over the rope it goes. Much to some people's excitement.
Because I guess as well, for you as a player, how do you feel about the opportunities that you receive? So obviously there's lots of investment going down at the bottom.
Yeah.
We're getting this investment at the top, but for the competitive kind of club player and county players, because we've seen a lot of that in the women's game on the county sides have been a little bit neglected.
Yeah.
Is it that middle kind of ground where there needs to be some more work as well?
Yeah, I would say as well. I mean, like
thinking about you as a player rather than your job role.
Yeah, no.
It's all linked, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd say there probably should be maybe a bit more, because there are people who have only just started getting into cricket who don't really have that option to get into the county area, I suppose. It's just whether they're seen or noticed.
Driven into the gap, and Smale having got the boundary and having had a start to the over which has seen Storm rattle the total along. There's not too much pressure on for the rest of it now. I was going to go back to the winter actually, because that's something. It's cricket's greatest curse in this country is the fact that our season has to be so short.
Yes, yeah.
So the fact that you can get people involved in the game and playing in the winter, that's
Yeah.
really important.
Yeah, definitely.
Full driven and all misfielded. Oh dear. Georgia Davis been praising her bowling, and she has bowled brilliantly. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 32. But I'm afraid that was a really quite straightforward piece of fielding. And just through the legs.
Yeah, she didn't quite get down low enough. You can see the ball trickle beneath her. Yeah, no, 'cause I think that's a really cool area Benny's focus on next. Is that kind of developing softball players into hardball players. If
Yeah.
that's the route they want to go, because obviously standalone softball is great, but then at the same time we've got a trouble of getting enough hardball cricket for those who
Yeah,
want to play
exactly.
it, right?
Yeah, because especially if it's like women who didn't really play growing up.
Quick run at least towards wide mid-on, and that had to be a good piece of fielding that time from Arlott, or that would have probably been another boundary. That ends an excellent over for Western Storm that's seen their 200 come up, 203 for 7.
Yeah, you tend to find that they're happy to, like, they're really excited to play softball, but going into hardball, they tend to be quite scared, I'd say, to make that progression, because it is quite a bit of a change, and like you're more scared at that time to try something that has that sense of danger as such with the hardball.
Yeah, you just need to get some more hardball teams going to be able to catch those who have been through the pathways, who aren't playing for county, aren't playing for regions and stuff, so they've got something to get into as well.
And I would say that there are more teams that are emerging,
Yeah.
hardball teams, which is really good to see, because like when I was younger and I had finished the age group stuff and I still wanted to play hardball, I was having to play men's cricket because there wasn't really any around me. But now there have been like more and more teams popping up, like women's teams, hardball teams, which is
So
really,
good.
really good.
Yeah, even in my village, they've started a softball women's team.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
and mine,
over at Middlesoy. Where are you from?
Kongsbury.
Ooh. Very nice. So we've got Grace Potts back into the attack. Coming on for her last stint at this back end of the 50 over match.
I'm afraid these village names are fairly meaningless to me.
Middlesbrough is about 26 minutes away from here. A little
Precisely.
walk.
About 26 minutes.
Can you
On
be
a good
precise?
day.
Millisecond.
There's also the team of Ben Warren, digital here at Somerset. Still get another run to their tally. But yeah, they've just started a softball team up, so I grew up playing there, being the typical only girl in the team and all that kind of stuff, played with the men and all whatever. Tried to set up a girls team myself, but it was a bit difficult. There were some girls that turned up and stuff, but I just didn't have the energy back then. I wasn't a very good coach either, so I kind of went a bit downhill. But yeah, some women from the village who you would not think as typical cricketers getting involved and loving it. It's brilliant to see. The dot ball. I think they had healthy numbers for the first few sessions. I think it's ongoing at the minute there. So if you're local to that area, which I'm not sure many people would be, but get involved and see what other places have got these softball teams, hardball teams, whatever it may be. That's the main message, isn't it? It's just get involved.
Yeah, definitely get involved. There's something for everyone.
It's Potts. To Skelton gets it outside the first ring. Snell wants to come back for two, but she's sent back.
Probably might have made it, but I think at
I
this
was
stage,
wondering
I think at this stage probably the last thing they're thinking is run out. They've got to bat these overs out. So probably discretion the better part of valour at this stage. Maybe in the final couple of overs that changes.
Yeah, still 7 overs to go. Just keeping that scoreboard tickling over.
It's probably another example of one where
Could have
in
pushed
the last
it.
couple of overs, if you had wickets in hand, things might change a bit. It's interesting. You said you thought from your time as a coach that you weren't a particularly good one, but why do you say that? And then what do you think your strengths are? as a coach. I'll go.
Why am I so bad?
No, I'm just wondering why you would say that, other than your obvious personal doing yourself down.
Yeah, there is that, and I think for me, as a teenager growing up, lacking confidence, etc. For me, like cricket was a place where I found confidence when I was playing, but then in my school setting and stuff like that, I was quite shy, quite quiet, got on with people obviously, but just, you know, personality-wise, just lacked the confidence. And when you're in a coaching position, you have to be able to talk to people. It got me outside my comfort zone brilliantly.
Yeah, it does.
It teaches you so many skills, coaching does, but for me, it's something where at the time, I wasn't confident enough, and it was kind of, Hannah, you're good at cricket, or self-compliment or whatever, but you know cricket, you play cricket, as one of the only kind of women that these people kind of saw, and was like, oh, so you could coach. And women get quite a lot of that sometimes, and for me, it just wasn't what I was best at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's that last thing you said in terms of, you can coach, because it's sort of assumed that if you're going to stay in the game, or it has been the case,
Yeah.
if you're going to stay in the game past a certain age, then actually coaching is one of the things which
Yeah, and don't get me wrong,
has been.
I took so much out of it, got so many life skills, etc., but I just wasn't very good.
Fernandez is returning, driven out into the offside, but they won't take a single to the edge of the circle. I wasn't asking you for that reason. It was.
You wanted to set this up.
No, I just thought it was.
Yeah.
Interesting to bring out those sorts of discussions.
Yeah, because you do get a lot of pressure as a woman as a minority within a sport to be that face, and
Yeah, definitely.
you've got to see it to be it. But
Oh, it's bounced over the hands of Eve Jones, but this time it's a good stop from Georgia Davis. Will probably be smarting still after what happened in the previous over, but that time she's saved runs. There is the second further in line.
yeah, so you've got to see it to be it, but at the same time you have to be able to be it to be it. You can't just look at someone
Wow.
because they're all,
Trademark that one. You've got to be it to be it.
Yeah, you actually have to be a good coach to then be someone to replicate being a good coach. You can't just be a woman and replicate being a.
Yeah, I mean, there are some transferable skills, but it's a bit more to being a player and then actually just being a coach. You've got to have the confidence for it as well.
It is a good.
There's width there, but it's mistimed by Skelton, who's looking furious that she's not got that one away.
So as Ed mentioned, I was terrible, but what makes you a great coach and somebody who's dedicated their life to inspiring the next generation?
Goodness. Oh, I'm not really one for...
No, but it's your career now. So
Yeah.
what is your strengths? What do you enjoy most? Why did you get into coaching?
I mean, I love watching kids grow,
There's a direct
basically.
hit here, but it's direct hit here, but it's actually, I think, comfortably home in the end. Sorry, go on.
No, I just like watching kids grow through sport is like what I've always loved. Like from a really young age, my dad would help out coaching my cricket teams, and I've just always been around it. And like when I got out of those cricket teams, I would then still help out. And I just think it's like really nice to see me having a positive impact on them and growing as an individual.
Dropped into the leg side. They'll think about two, but I don't think that's going to be on. It's, if anything, hit a little bit too firmly out towards Baker. There are 5 overs left. Storm 2, 11 for 7.
So that's what coaching is meant to be about, not my pure terror and panic of standing up.
Not just being put into it because you're the only female who plays cricket.
Yeah. I think probably as we're heading to the final 5, Josie, we'll thank you so much for your
worries at
company.
all.
And it's been really, really interesting to hear about all the terrific work that's gone on. And yeah, all the best of luck with it, and all the best of luck, especially with 900 school kids
Yes, there's a
screaming
lot.
and wanting,
There is a
wanting to
lot.
be occupied.
Thank you for having me.
No problem at all. So, with 5 remaining, Western Storm looking to scramble up to whatever they can with bowling being taken up once again by Potts, starting her final over. And a low full toss, which is played to Long On. There's a gap between Long On and deep mid wicket, which Ismail might have been trying to access, but important to be scoring off every ball, rotating that strike, not facing too many dot deliveries. As Claire Jenkins is back with me for the conclusion of the innings.
I was naughty last time, I stayed on too long. Got carried away. It's exciting about the community stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Exactly. I mean,
Great
it's
work,
well,
Josie.
it is, and I know it's a bit of a
Fascinating.
cliche, but it is. It's what the game's built on. It is the grassroots. If we're not getting kids excited about playing cricket, and if they don't even have some sort of knowledge of cricket, then they're not going to be, never mind the players, but they're not going to be the cricket fans of the future. And we need to keep this game going because it's the best.
Yeah. And Josie's clear enthusiasm is great, because that's what you want with the kids, and you want to get them inspired, and she's clearly inspiring them. She's going to go down, wind them up, no doubt, now. Down to the activation zone.
Yeah, and it's great that I think you have that. I guess the spread across the county. They get to know their own individual regions and really get to know those schools that they're working in. It's played out towards extra cover, so it has been a couple of dots now in this 46th over. Skeleton just going for a little bit of a wander, as you do after a couple of
Little
dots.
word with yourself. Pick the right ball to play, that's what she wants to do.
Just Molly Robbins and Gemma Lane to come.
Nice play.
Clipped away towards the wicket, but we'll get Smale back on strike, who's in general been the aggressor in this partnership. Starting to feel coming through the nozzle
There's curry out there, it smells.
wafts of
Looks great. And
the
it
lunch.
Smells lovely.
That's aromatic, isn't it?
Aromatic, yes. It's pungent.
Well-made delivery. Was it an interesting manoeuvre from Freeborn behind the stumps there?
I was just looking down.
Yeah, she was
So
almost
what's she
going
doing?
into.
What's she doing?
Well, she almost went into the split. It wasn't into the split. She went into like a full-on lunge. You know, one of
Okay.
those lunges that you do.
Well, they've stretched her over her head, so maybe she's doing the
Yes,
legs,
a
the legs to
sideways
do
lunge,
the full
yes.
set.
Stretching the, what are they called? Adductors, is that?
That'll do. That sounds
I
good.
can't
Sounds
remember.
right.
No,
Sounds right.
That
Carry
might,
on.
that might be completely wrong part of the body. Forced to enter the offside. There's hesitation about coming through, but it was a tricky pick up and throw for Perrin, having to throw across her body. So in the end, they've made the right decision to come through for the single, but it's another cheap over to finish what has been an excellent spell from Potts. Look at that. Sophie Luff.
Oh, yes. The legend
Third
that
ball
is
today, but
Captain Fantastic.
she's still got the time to go along and do this,
Katie
and that
Jones.
is magnificent to see.
This is what you want, isn't it? Because that game that you and I saw at Bristol, we commentated on, and then they had it was the family day, and they got all the players all mixed. The men's team, because it was a double header, and the women's team. They got a big long table and got all the kids going along there, getting all the signatures, playing on the outfield. And I was talking with the chief exec of Gloucestershire, and he was just saying they love it. They'd do it every week if they could.
Yeah.
And that's, same here. So great to see the players giving their signatures and their time to these kids who no doubt will have. This is the spark story for how they got into cricket and what hooked them, because as you say, we need to hook them early and get them heavily involved. So Josie's work is key to all that. Great to hear some of that. Well, all of it. Great to hear all of it. As Bethan Ellis from this end running away from us, heels flying. Skelton comes forward, plays it up and over, and that's going to Emily Arlott, and then get through for an easy single. 217 for 7. Into these last key overs now, isn't it?
Yeah,
What can
I was
they
going to
get
say, I do hope, just going back to
Yeah, the
the
kids.
signatures, that sort of thing,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do hope that the women's game never loses that kind of the feeling of participation is so key, because I feel the men's game lost that for so long.
Yeah, that's hit up and over. Emily Arlett is coming round to cut that off, so they're going to get through for 2. Good quick running from Western Storm there. Score moves on to 219 for 7. You're right. I mean, it's what the women, you see it with the women's football, women's sport, women's sport in general, not just cricket, but obviously we've seen it here with the cricket today. They call it player engagement, which is a terribly posh way of saying the players, giving their time happily to young kids and making signatures and things as Alice comes in and up in the air. In fact, the non-striking batter would probably have a better chance to catch that, as Bethan Alice tries to take it in her follow-through, and there is no run.
Yeah, I just think as well, just in terms of just the overall feel of the game, the overall priorities of it, and for so long, some men's counties, I think, focus entirely on their first team and that kind of thing, and actually lost touch with what was growing the game.
Yeah. It's just so wholesome, isn't it? I mean, that's the sort of cliche word as they get through for a single off Bethan Alice's bowling. But it is that. It's just lovely. And for the want of a better word, nice. It's so lovely to see, isn't it? It's really sweet when you see them going along the line. I can get a view of them going along a big line, and the kids are making a longer queue. They all want to get their signatures. As Bethan Alice comes into Skelton and plays that straight to Eve Jones at cover, and there is no run.
Good captaincy from Jones as well, because it'd be quite tempting to think, well, it's the 47th over here. Actually, we could just hang on the edge of the circle here, but she's moved in a few steps. That Skelton likes to play through that area and is actually trying to dot her up.
Yep, Alice, it's played to Maddie Green at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 47 overs gone. Western Storm are 220 for 7. Skelton on 17. Smale on 23.
Lined up
It's
along
huge.
that
So
area whether the temporary
you can see
stand
that
would
the
be for
picket fence, and as you're looking at it, beyond the players, where the kids are waving their white cards and things, that queue is getting ever longer. In fact, they could probably make the entire boundary if they keep going round.
And of course, now it's on the big screen as well.
It's on the big
just gonna
screen,
get
yes.
even more people over there.
Wave! Woo! Hey! Oh, they're loving that. I mentioned that my cricket story starts with a trip to Edgbaston to see some women's cricket. So for many of these kids, it will be the first memory that they have, which is brilliant.
Yeah, well, my first game of women's cricket was here, actually.
Huh?
I was and it shows you the massive importance of double headers. So I first
You might not have
watched
seen it.
Western Storm here back in about 2016, something like that. First year of the KSL, anyway.
Oh, the KSL, yes, I was going to say.
First,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
not watching.
I was
No,
thinking
no, no.
Rachel
Not
A.R.
watching
Flint's only
Western
been
Storm
through.
with the Rachel A.R. Flint. No. It's my delivery, which is carved into the offside, but just to the sweeper.
So Kia Super League. So
yeah, well, it was one of the reasons
Rachel
why I got asked
Priest
to do it
and-
originally. Yes,
yeah.
yeah, Heather Knight, and they had
Stefani Taylor.
Yes, Stefani Taylor was one of
Yeah,
the overseas. I mean, in the end, they had the likes of Smriti
Mandana,
playing for
yeah.
them. Deepti Sharma played.
Oh, yeah.
And what was nice was to have still a few connections, particularly Claire Nicholas, who played so much in the opening season and has not retired, contrary to to what was said at times. Full toss drilled to Sean
about
Extra
retirement earlier,
Skelton's
weren't we?
offer
She's
another
not
wonder
retired.
there. No, she was keen to point that out, and all the better that she's not. But yeah, and Fred Davis before she played
yes.
for England as well.
Yeah.
Huge components of that
Katie George,
terrific winning
potentially.
side.
She played
Katie
West
George
Indies
was
straight that
Vipers,
far
I
back.
think, wasn't
Oh,
she?
yes. You're right,
And
Anna
Naomi Datani was
Oh, yeah.
as well. Anyway,
Now
we're just
yeah.
listing,
Now
just
Thunder.
listing players now.
Just proving you remember the
that's
players.
going to be not called a wide there.
That's going to be not called away.
Yeah, well, that's.
But so
not going to
KS,
impress
so that was
Skelton.
your first
Yeah, it was. I think they were playing Loughborough Lightning
in the
as
purple.
they
the purple
were
level.
then Storm 1, because that's what they tended to do. And I was here actually on one of my first times doing BBC commentary. Got called up by Radio Kent actually to get That's a wide delivery, and
Oh, yeah.
make it double Nelson for 7.
Oh, yes.
So, you know, and I think about the 100 double headers now, and I think of all those people who might have been in my position. I'm not ashamed to say I'd followed cricket for a long time. I had a consciousness of the women's game probably from 2005, actually, when there was at least something done then. Slammed up towards wide, long off, but just going to settle for the 1. So the KSL, I think, really got me into it. Of course, it helps being a successful side as well. But ever since, in fact, wow, how's that? It's the anniversary of the bus parade.
Oh, the women and the men winning the Ashes
the
the same year.
2005 Ashes.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Getting underneath this one, but not getting a great deal of distance, Smale.
Think about a second, not one, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, there was 2. Yeah, because people forget that year, big year for the men's Ashes, but the women had already secured their series, and there were 2 buses, open top buses going through London. If you see the pictures, everyone was out on balconies. I mean, it was a sunny summer, presumably certainly for that day. I remember seeing the footage.
Last ball of the 48th. Trying to force the ball away through the offside. Despite a slight fumble, it won't be costly. So that is 5 from the over. Arlott in that over doing the reverse of what you see so often now, which is to have everybody up on the offside and everybody back on the leg side and try and bowl straight. Actually, Arlott there has done the reverse. Everybody was up on the leg side, every ball near that wide line, only the 1 wide and no boundaries from the over. So really good execution of what she was asked to bowl to, or what she decided she was going to bowl to. 225 for 7 and 2 overs left.
What Mel Jones might call cricket smart. That's not as good as your impersonation. Ed was doing some great impersonations.
I don't think I impersonated Mel Jones, and
no,
I shan't be able to do that one.
As Bethan Ellis to continue from the pavilion end, this time to Chloe Skelton. Plays that straight to Maddie Green at middle, and there is no run. So Kia Super League. So KSL was your first taste of women's cricket.
Live, yes.
Live cricket, yeah. But you were conscious of it 2005 when the men and the women won the Ashes. Because people thought they were the women they were the wives and girlfriends in the second, but they were actually the England team, including Laura McLeod, who is the regional director for Central Sparks, as Izzy Wong's back on again and fielding that ball back. They get through for a single, 225. Yeah, she was part of that Ashes winning side, and now she's Mrs. Central Sparks. Is our Laura?
Yes, we had her on the broadcast.
We did
last year for this equivalent fixture.
Oh yeah, okay. Bethan Ellis runs away from us. Smale puts it in the air. Oh, even Maddie Green can't get to that. They get through for a single. She was known for her diving stops, but that really was just out of her reach, tantalisingly.
That game at Bristol where Lauren Filer got runs down the order. That was,
yeah.
There we go, 67 for 8. I was going to say 68 for 8, so I like that. 67 for 8, and Storm ended up getting to 184 from that position, but Sparks still winning the game comfortably.
Yeah, that swipe to Maddie Green again, there is no run.
So that was kind of one of the first, well, it wasn't the first time, because Lauren Filer had helped Storm over the line at the start of the previous season in that record chase with Anya Shrubsole clubbing the ball away to get Storm home that time.
Yeah. Oh, up and over Maddie Green. Izzy Wong's going to cut that off. Hopefully, yes, she does. And they get through for 2. Score moves on to 229 for 7.
I remember when the Ashes test was going on and Lauren Filer was out there batting. I don't know much about Lauren Filer's batting. I don't think I quite got there in time to share my tweet about that particular game where Lauren Filer managed to take Storm all the way up from 67 for 8 to 184 for 9.
Yeah,
along with Chloe Skelton.
Straight drive. That's gonna go for an easy four. It was a
There's
great
shots like
shot
that.
there. What a great shot from Chloe Skelton. 4 more runs to the total. She moves to 26 and takes the total to 233 for 7. That's the end of the over as well. So 49 overs gone. Western Storm 233 for 7. And Skelton on 26 and Smale also on 26.
So nobody over 40 in this innings, but there have been, 4 in the 30s and those two 26 apiece. It's a fairly bottom-heavy scorecard as you look at it, but got themselves, as we said when Wraith and Katie Jones were together, felt as if at that point they had to get themselves to something to bowl at. They've certainly done that, and now in this last over they can have a really big one, get it mid-240s, something like that.
I mean, yeah, they want to be getting as close to that or beyond that 250, don't they?
To bowl the last over. It's a full toss and past the fielder, but not the second one. And they'll take 2, alert running. Smale's furious because she thinks she should have planted that into the stand.
Yeah, well, Skelton and Smale are going to be bowling shortly, aren't they? So the more they can get, the bigger task it will be for Central Sparks to chase down.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for me to see how much movement Storm can get up front, because, you know, first thing in the morning, early start, September especially, you always feel there's a little bit more out there, but if they can get some movement up front, could still be tricky. This is pulled in the air short of mid-on, and then it kicks past the fielder, and that will go to the boundary.
Frustrating for the field there.
I think it is at mid-on.
Yeah,
they have let a
you could
few
see her eyes
past
light up, and
here.
then no.
Wasn't it? It was a tricky bounce, but
will they be regretting this later?
She's just thought, I think that was going to hit her on the knee, and then it was too late. That's 3 boundaries that have been let through, and in the first year, I don't think you'd have really been mentioning that, but,
but
that
the
will not
standards are
please
so high now, aren't they?
Sparks this year.
Oh, up again.
It's straight pulled high in the air. Catch should be taken by Arlott, who calls for it, and it is taken. And
oh, that's naughty.
Bangs the ball into the surface.
Don't do this at home. Don't bang the ball down. That's very naughty. Soften the field.
Spikes the ball.
Don't do that. Do not do that. Anyway, she's decided that it was best to do the fielding off her own ball, and caught and bowled. I was going to say steam coming out of her ears. It's a long way from here, but clearly there was, as the umpires come together. Potentially to discuss
yeah, she can't
whether
really
that's
do
going
that
to be
nowadays,
some
I'm afraid.
paperwork.
Well, I'll say nowadays.
You can't
really do that any day.
Abuse of equipment, etc.
Yes, well, she was not going to let anyone else take that catch.
No,
it's fair to say.
That's right. That's the frustration of the previous
if
ball.
anyone's going to drop this, it's going to be me. I've had enough of these extra runs off my bowling. It's the first wicket for Arlott, and that means that all 6 bowlers for Central Sparks have taken a wicket, 2 each for Katie George and Georgia Davis. So they've all contributed something to this Sparks bowling effort, which you still feel has managed to limit Storm to below probably what they might have liked, and from Sparks' point of view, I mean they'd be happy to have kept into what looks if it will be less than 250, barring a couple of late boundaries. Molly Robbins comes out to the middle at number 10. So opportunity to a bit of a swing without too much pressure in this last over, knowing that the overs should be battered out now, or at least very close to. And credit to those coming in lower down Storm's order for at least managing to do that. And I must say, I didn't really get the opportunity earlier on, but really impressed with Katie Jones in that innings. It was a shame that I'm sure from her point of view, 32, she was playing so well, but innings of real promise there. That's beautifully bowled by Arlott right in the block hole. Robbins is going to helpfully pick up the ball, I'm sure, after she was told that it was okay to do so.
Yes, may I, usually. So that you're
as
not,
angry
not
as Arlott was previous ball, I don't think she'd have been appealing for that.
So that you're not out obstructing the field. Used to be handball, now it's obstructing the field, is it not?
Yeah, I've seen one of those this season as well. Just one of those kind of sort of Ball was played very close to you, accidentally touched the ball. This is outside the off stump, but not so far to be called wide. Actually, everybody's up on the offside, so it's not like the previous over. Robbins couldn't cut it away, and so it means that this is going to be the last ball with Molly Robbins on strike. It's time to run for everything, and Abby Freeborn takes a couple of steps closer in to try and prevent them running through for that bye. Here we go, last ball of the innings. Driven up towards mid-off. Skelton fancy a sprint for a second. She is going to turn and go. They're going to go to the striker's end. Robbins is not out.
Yes.
She's made her ground. So good running there between Robbins and Skelton, and that's why you do it, because you just never know, you might make it. So Storm finish on 241 for 8 as we look at that piece of fielding. She's touching her shoulder after sending that throw in, but really good running here. Robbins just turning, going, not looking. Skelton running from the striker's end had the head start and needed an extraordinary direct hit from the outfield to get there. So 241 for Storm, 242 for win, excuse me, for Sparks. What do you reckon about that, Claire?
Well, it's I think if we're honest, I think that's probably more than they were expecting to get. Or certainly more than Central Sparks would have wanted them to get. 241, sunny day. I mean, we shall see. Central Sparks without Amy Jones and one on the sideline, so certainly maybe missing Amy Jones in that batting lineup. But yeah, I think it's finely poised actually. I was just going to go. Do you want to do the?
Yeah, no, go on. Yes, just as far as the table's concerned.
So the Sale game, where Michael McCann and Polly Starkey are looking after you. Northern Diamonds finished on 196, and Thunder are 18 for no loss and into the third over there. So Thunder require 179 runs off 47.1 overs. Meanwhile, at Loughborough, where Mike Perkins, bless him, is on his own and hoping that various people will join him, but he's at Loughborough on his own, helping me on the live stream there. And Sunrisers 295 for 5, so the Blaze require 296 off their 50 overs.
Just going to see whether Ariana Dowse ended up getting her century, and yes, she did. And in fact, Grace Scriven's got a ton as well, so that is extraordinary. A 200-run opening partnership.
Sunrisers on the rise, and with Grace Scrivens as captain now that Danny van Neerkerk has left them. Southern Vipers at Southampton, they got 254 in their 50 overs. They won the toss and elected to bat. So South East Stars will be chasing 255 to win at Southampton. I'm assuming that Kevin Jones and co will be down there.
I'm sure they will. So yes, well, I was just going to say, in terms of the table, that's the one that Central Sparks will be looking at the most, because Sparks in 4th, South East Stars 2nd, and Vipers 3rd. So if Stars were to win that one, it would take some pressure off, but if they were to lose, but Sunrisers all of a sudden could come from 6th all the way up into potentially 3rd place if that were to happen. So anyway, so much to play for, and we will be back to bring you the chase as Central Sparks look to knock off that 242 that they need to win. So for now, as we go off and get our lunch, it's goodbye from Hannah Thompson-Radford, from Claire Jenkins, and from Ed Seaborn.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could draw your attention to the outfield, we have our special teacher catching challenge. We have several teachers and grown-ups from various schools who are joining us for Schools Day today. We've got 3 rounds. We've got a space hopper catching round, we've got a bucket round, and we've got a squash ball round. Going up first, we have Rob Wright from South Dartmoor School. He's got to catch a space hopper. Up it goes. Oh, that is absolutely outstanding. For the second challenge, a tennis ball is going to be hit into the sky. No? We're doing it in a round robin. kind of fashion. Up next for the Space Hopper Challenge, we have Caitlin Rogers from Plymtree Primary. Could staff from Priorswood Primary School please join us by the covers on the outfield where we are carrying out our challenge, please? Priorswood Primary, thank you. Next up for the Space Hopper Challenge we have Sarah Stanbury of Willowbrook School. Why didn't you catch that, Sarah? Well, that didn't go that well, did it? Let's try that again. Let's name and shame the fella kicking it. Right, we'll try that again as if that never happened. Up next, it's Sarah Stanbury from Willowbrook School. Oh! Up next, we have Alex Bressington from Broadcliff Primary. Up it goes. No pressure, Alex, and he catches it beautifully. Some might suggest there was a slight discrepancy in the quality of the kicks, but there we go. Next up, we have the tennis ball round. The tennis ball will be hit in the sky as high as possible, and all you've got to do is catch it in a bucket. Up first, we have Rob from South Dartmoor. Oh! In and out. In and out does not count. Up next we have Caitlin from Plymtree Primary. Get behind Caitlin. Once again, I think you might question the quality of the delivery of the challenge. I think she's going to go again. Dangerously close to injuring Western Storm players and in no way being any use whatsoever. Let's try that again. Here we go. Yep, oh! In and out does not count. Unlucky Caitlin. Up next we have Sarah from Willowbrook School. We're definitely doing that again. No pressure. If you could get it right, because they start again at 2:30, that'd be good. Thank you. Up it goes. Come on, Sarah. Oh. Close. But no. We've got Alex from Broadcliff Primary now looking to make it 2 out of 2. He's dressed for the occasion. He clearly knew there was a challenge during the interval. Up it goes. Go out. Oh! It has hit the rim and bounced away. Up next, we have the squash ball round. During this round, rather unsurprisingly, we will be using a squash ball. This squash ball will be hit into the air as high as the tennis balls, hopefully, if the fella can work out how to use a tennis racket. Up first, we've got Rob. It's up, it's coming down. Oh, and he's absolutely pouched it. Well done, Rob from South Dartmoor. Give him a round of applause, please. Up next, we have Caitlin from Plymtree Primary. It's up, it's down, and it's out. Unlucky Caitlin. 0 out of 3. Never mind. That's all right. Everyone's a winner except for those who don't win, obviously. Up next, we have Sarah from Willowbrook School. The squash ball's up. It's coming down. Oh, she's got it. Well done, Sarah from Willowbrook School. Give her a round of applause, please. And finally, once again, we have Alex from Broadcliffe Primary. Up it goes, down it comes. Oh, he's caught it like a pro. We now have a sudden death playoff. We will be going back to the incredibly successful bucket challenge because that worked so well the first time round. We have decided that we are going to do that again. Who have we still got in? We have got Rob is still in. We have got Alex still in. Gentlemen, you are playing for a grey Somerset County Cricket Club cap. Please launch the tennis ball. Here comes Rob from South Dartmoor. And in it goes. Could the hat be going to South Dartmoor or will it be going to Broadcliffe Primary? That is what we are about to find out. If you catch it, you'll get one each, because frankly everybody's had enough. Up it goes, down it comes! Oh no! That is disappointing, Alex. I can't use any other phrase. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all our challengers, but really only for Rob, because he's the only one that gets a hat. Rob, a quick word from you. You've won yourself a hat. How do you feel?
Best moment of my life.
Best moment of your life. I think that says more about you than it does about us, never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest appearance. Twinkle from All Stars, who is looking nice and cool and in no way far too hot, is going to be having a go at the challenge now. First up, we will have the space hopper round. Come on, Twinkle. Up it goes. Good effort, Twinkle, well done. Up comes the tennis ball. Go on, Twinkle. Close. And we'll go with another tennis ball. Now we're going to go with the squash ball. This will definitely work, won't it? Up goes the squash ball. Go on, Twinkle. Yes! Congratulations, Twinkle. Well done. Thank you very much to everybody involved today. Thank you to Somerset County Cricket Foundation. And of course, thank you to all the schools involved in Schools Day today. Please welcome back our umpires, Gabby Brown and Ian Blackwell. Welcome Central Sparks opening batters, Evelyn Jones and Bethan Ellis. Please show your appreciation for your Western Storm, led onto the field by captain number 63, Sophie Luff.
Welcome back to Taunton, where it is time to see how the Central Sparks get on in pursuit of Western Storm's 241 for 8 that they managed from their 50 overs. Sparks winning the toss, deciding that they would field first, so that they knew what it was that they had to chase, and it's going to be quite hard for them to get a bonus point. They probably don't need one, to be honest. What they need is just to chase this 241 down in whatever time, and then they know that their fate will still be in their own hands as far as qualification for the top 3 goes in this year's Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy. So just under 5 runs per over they will require, 4.84 to be exact. And it's Eve Jones and Bethan Ellis opening the batting for Central Sparks. Eve Jones is, of course, always such a key wicket, all that experience, not just in this country, but overseas, in the Big Bash, etc. And it looks as if we're going to get spin to start off the innings. Sed Seaborn and Hannah Thompson-Radford, your commentary team, to start this second innings off. Claire Jenkins will be along in 5 overs time. And here we go with Eve Jones taking the first ball from Sophia Smale. And there'll be no run there. Fielder out at deep cover and another at deep mid-wicket, the 2 sweepers out. That's nicely played. There's nobody at short third, so they should be able to turn back for 2 here. No, they don't. That's Molly Robbins getting the throw in quickly, keeping it down to 1, but Sparks are underway. What do you make of Storm opening the bowling with spin here?
I was just going to ask you the same thing.
Yeah, each trying to hand each other the hospital pass of having to answer the question.
Yeah, no, but I think attacking, I think they're definitely setting an intention here. Different to what Storm normally do. Why not try something different? And yeah, it's quite an attacking option with Sophia Smale, isn't it?
Nice and slow through the air, making Ellis force the pace. The 2 sweepers out on the leg side for Ellis. And again, there's the temptation here, just as there was for Jones, to say, go on, use the outside edge of the bat, try and tickle it away fine on the offside. Nobody at short third. And in fact, nobody finer of a, to be honest, point, never mind backward point. So, well, runs to be had down there, but it would take some confidence to go for a reverse sweep first over in innings. Driven up to mid-off. Ellis has come a long way down here, but it's Luff who's ended up parrying the ball away from mid-off. In the end, Ellis is through, so off the mark as well. She'll keep the strike. A good start from Smale. Just 2 runs off the first over, but I guess Sparks know that they've got a bit of time here. They know what they're chasing. They know they can afford just to have a little bit of a look here.
Yeah, definitely, and we saw in the Storm innings as well that it was quite a slow start, and they built up throughout the power play, didn't they? They were, I think, about the 7th or 8th over, they scored about 30 and they've soon maximised back closer to the 50 mark by the end of the 10. But at the start, they were only about 3 or 4 off the first 4 overs, weren't they? It was quite a slow build.
I think it was 8 runs off the 5th over, which was more than they'd had in the first 4 combined. Much more, in fact. I think it was about 5 off the first 4 overs, something like that.
It's going to be Molly Robbins, bowled superbly on the weekend for Storm in this opening slot. Bethany Ellis on strike. And she bowled really well on the weekend. Picking up 2 for 41, and she was also involved in the run out as well. As I go straight to the fielder there, Fran Wilson. You're not going to get past her, are you? Specialist fielder in that region. But yes, on the weekend, on Sunday, Diamonds posted 281 for 3, and Molly Robbins affected all the wickets there.
Yeah. 2 for 41, and consider the overall run rate to go at 4.5 and over in that context. Terrific.
And her arm as well for the run out, it was superb. There's one stump showing and she got it. It was a real momentum changer in the game. Just unfortunately wasn't to be Western Storm's day in the end, but a brilliant showing and hopefully look to take forwards for next season as well. Robbins to Ellis. Nice and tight here from Robbins.
Her action, this is the first, actually probably isn't the first time I've seen it. It's the second time I've seen it, but I seem to be getting a better look at it this time. Her action looks a lot more fluid than it was. And I was actually, last night, I was looking at the changes in Lauren Filer's action, which I thought was quite interesting.
You need to tweet that image. And a play and a miss, and they've gone up. Storm are interested. But umpire isn't.
That's an interesting one. Robbins is having a laugh with Ian Blackwell. I think it was Rafe behind the stumps who just looked as though, as we'll get a look at it. Look at that action. It's beautiful from side on. Just fluid motion through the crease. Just Rafe seemed as if she wasn't quite so convinced.
And again, misses. Ooh's going round, but not interested about time for an appeal. Safe to say that one was safe. That's the
end. In fact, sorry, I've just noticed that we've got Nat Roth on screen there. It's Katie Jones who's got the gloves.
You're right, it is
so
her gloves.
I'd assumed, and if I'd taken a proper look at the team list on the website, I would have noticed that it would be Katie Jones who will keep wicket today, but anyway.
Yeah, well, all I was going to say was that was the end of the over and nothing off of it, just 2 for 0.
Yeah, tremendous start from Molly Robbins.
Maiden over for her opening one.
So Nat Roth is specialist fielder. It was Jones who was doing that when she made her debut. Smell over the wicket. And so far, it's Storm bowling very tightly, and just as we saw in the first innings, hard to get away up front. And as far as Robbins is concerned, we're talking about Lauren Filer, and we were discussing in the break how it is tough for Storm in the sense of they've come to kind of rely on a couple of their key regional players that they've brought through, and it's not easy to suddenly make up for those departures when you hadn't been effectively banking on those players departing at the start of when, for example, things like the England allocation was made at the start of this regional setup, when each region was allocated England players. Now, of course, there's free movement, etc., which I think, as we were saying earlier, it's overall it's made for a much stronger system. But Storm have had to deal with the fact that they've lost Gibson, they've lost Filer, and for somebody like Robbins, taking a new ball, tall, quick bowler, it's an opportunity to step into those shoes. This is played out towards backward point, and good work there to keep it down to a dot from Gemma Lane. We'll see in action with the ball later on. And 3 overs have gone, and just the 3 on the board.
Yeah, no, really good start from Storm. And as you mentioned as well, like with some of the other regions, there's lots more player movement, etc. But for Western Storm, what they can really say is these players are predominantly the homegrown players from the region feeding into the Western Storm setup. And is that more of a sign of success, perhaps, for the case of Danny Gibson and Ron Filer, that they've got into England? Is that more of a success than just saying, looking at the table, oh, Storm at bottom of the table?
Yeah, well, because it's not every region that can say, since we've started, since we've come through, we've produced 2 England internationals. I don't think every region will be able to say that.
That's the point I was trying to make, but you articulated it way better. But it's exactly that. No, it really is, though, isn't it? It's like, how are we measuring success within these regions? As Robbins to Eve Jones this time. Beautifully defends that out, holds the pose for a little while. But yeah, how many regions can truly say that they've developed players
that weren't already in, or at least not perhaps fully in?
Yeah, in or around.
The pipeline.
For Filer, she had, I think it was in one of her England interviews the other day, admitted she was like, well, I was hoping just to get into England A's this year, let alone, you know, make a full England debut.
Scroll up a little bit there, did Eve Jones.
I think she might have been talking on Sky, it was, in one of the ODI matches, I think, or was it the last T20? One of the matches anyway, was within this Sri Lanka series.
Probably the ODIs, I would guess.
So she was talking live on air about that, admitting, you know, she was just hoping to get into the A's. She's burst into the England team, had a huge impact already.
Oh, hello. Back to in fact, was that Nat Wraith overshooting Katie Jones with the throw? Whoa, dear. No, I think you look at, and I thought actually, because I for some reason I'd not noticed the kind of wrist cock side action of Filer before.
Wonderfully back, and that's going to be the first boundary for the Central Sparks today.
Shot. In terms of just going back to this up front, with a new ball in hand, you want to be pitching it up, you want to be swinging it. Actually, you don't mind seeing that shot so much, but what you do mind is seeing it drilled past a fielder for 4 runs, but not a huge amount done wrong there for Robbins. But you know, the gather of Filer, that ball gets put sort of behind her back and out to one side, and I thought, have I not noticed that before?
Yeah, we've mentioned it before as well, but spending the winter with Jack Brooks and working on different things to try and get those extra yards in, like, it's really paid off. But it's paid off because she's now a full-time professional. She got her first contract almost a year ago, you know, to the day. I think it was in the October cohort, wasn't it? 22?
I think it might have been the previous load.
But she's come onto the scene and made a huge mark.
Still a good over that from Robbins after a maiden first up, only 1 scoring shot off her first 2 overs. So they've got the rate, for what it's worth, up and over 5 runs per over, have the Western Storm with this start.
Yeah, no, I was right. At the end of the 2022 season.
Grief. I mean, I just almost couldn't
believe
that
it,
it was that quick.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Got articles online saying Lauren living her dream back in April, etc. Could she have imagined?
A bit short and wide, but it's found cover point. Leave Holland on the edge of the circle. Yeah, and I mean, just the difference between her action between now and 2020. Oh, that's beaten Ellis on the inside edge. Just sliding on with the arm there. Sophia Smale, beautifully bowled. Driven out towards short extra. But I was quite stunned as to how stark the difference was. I mean, you would expect it to be, given the increase in pace that she's managed, but sweep shot here, it's probably going down the leg side though, and it wasn't an appeal which was entertained for too long by umpire Gabby Brown. This is basically our look at it. Just got the sense that one also probably sliding on with the arm. Cut to the edge of the circle again, this time to backward point, and Smale continues to dot up Ellis, one of her first 18 deliveries. And for all the talk about the fact that it can take a bit of time, we started to feel it a little bit out there. And that is another maiden over. So Smale with a maiden, and Robbins likewise. 7 runs off the first 5 overs. But I mean, just the difference with Lauren Filer's action. It's so strong. She kind of gets more side on. And just as she goes in to deliver it, kind of get more torque, and it allows the arm to come through quicker. It's a great win for her as well as for the coaches who've helped her along. And it is magnificent to watch her steaming in this summer, and just think how much further she could go. Claire Jenkins will be coming in here into my seat.
Yeah, just looking at the Western Storm article on her as well, and what does Lauren think that 2023 will have in store for her and the team? And all she says is, I just want to be the best bowler that I can be and take as many wickets as I can. I want to put in the best performances that I can for the team. So I think she was probably only thinking about Western Storm back then, and it has been an absolutely game-changing summer
Oh my.
for her.
Yeah, it has. And hearing the Trent Bridge crowd at the Ashes, I mean, how many women players have made their debut in a Test match? But they were clapping her, and they really got behind her. Which is brilliant.
As Robbins to Central Sparks captain Eve Jones. She'll get a single, looking it off her legs. Yeah, because I bumped into somebody on Sunday as well, and they were saying they were sat there, friends of the family of Lauren Filer, and their daughter plays for Western-super-Mare, where they're from, etc. And they were saying that the crowd was like nothing they'd experienced before, and for every step that Lauren took running in, there was a clap.
It was. It was
Were
like
you feeling that?
the sort of triple jumpers thing, if you didn't hear it or you didn't see it.
As Ellis hits it. And that Rafe is chasing after it. It won't make the boundary rope. A good chase from that Rafe, who's in an unusual spot today. She's without the gloves.
Yeah.
And she's in the field and putting the yards in. 2 from that delivery.
I wonder how some wicket keepers will like that more than others, won't they? Being having a chance to have a good run out, as it were.
This time down the leg side, so it's going to be signalled a wide. Yeah, so you're saying about the clapping of...
Yeah, like you know, when people will have seen that on the athletics where they're clapping, the triple jumpers encourage the crowd to clap them as they run in. It was exactly like that, and it was a spontaneous thing, which was so beautiful about it.
And Robbins to Ellis. So, she gets something on it, and it would potentially have been an unbelievable catch by Katie Jones if she'd got it.
Yeah.
So just waiting to see if anything was going to be signalled, but it looks like it definitely came off the bat.
Spring the bat.
Yeah, see it on the replay a second.
Oh yeah, let's see the replay.
But look, yeah, definitely an edge.
Nearly the big start.
Missed opportunity for Western Storm there.
That first ball that Filer bowled in the Test match, which was actually given LB, because I think Sue Redfern was so surprised at the speed and the accuracy, and certainly Elise Perry was. There's no one there. Yeah, I mean, the turn of pace and things, you know, certainly got Elise Perry. She had no idea how to play Lauren Farley, which is brilliant. And as you were rightly saying with Ed, you know, homegrown talent into the England squad from the region as a direct result of the regional structures, which is what we're going to see.
As Robbins comes in once again. A bit more pace put through that one. Fielder stops it. All she could do was get her body behind it.
Yeah, Robbins did well on Sunday, didn't she? Going to do
Yeah, she did very well. She took 2 wickets and she also got run out in the field. But Central Sparks now 12 without loss. Eve Jones on 7 and Bethan Ellis on 4.
As we head to the 7th over, yeah, that run out of Callis with 1 stop to over, that was something.
Yeah, we were talking about players stepping up, etc. Like, but the slight over-reliance on Fowler and Gibson when they're missing, it is quite noticeable. But Robbins came in and she made her impact, didn't she? She's given the coaches something to think about for next season.
Absolutely. That's what you want. You want squad pressure, don't you? As Smale comes in from the far end, the luff end. Let's just dot it down. Bethan Ellis, and there is no run. Smale lifting around the wicket, spinning. Bethan just plays that down in front of her and it goes straight through Sophie Luff. There is no run.
What's your thoughts of starting with spin?
Well, it's an interesting choice, isn't it? But without Gibson and Fowler, it may be partly forced on them. As that goes up into the air. There's a fielder underneath it. Oh, couldn't quite get to it. Was limited by the fact that it's trying to stay within the 25-yard circle there. I suspect that without that circle, they've had a bit more freedom to. And you see that on the replay. It's just. See how close she got to that. Oh, almost. Nearly did herself a mischief going backwards there. Yeah, catch chance, but that's a really tough one.
2 chances within the last 2 overs.
Yeah, Sparks 14 for no loss. Smale still. Oh, sweeps across it and bowls her. She's bowled her, and she's pleased about that. Sarah and Smale clean bowls. Bethan Ellis. Wow. Well, there we are then. So Ellis goes for 6 runs off the 24 balls she's faced.
Bethan Ellis was bowled by Sophia Smale for 6.
Yeah, 6 off the 24 balls she's faced. She was looking confident there, but Smale obviously had a plan and did the trick.
Yeah, well, we've had a few chances. There's a drop catch opportunity there.
Yeah.
So, bowler's perspective, do it yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, put the pressure on, like you say.
Just do it yourself. Excellent bowling from Sophia Snell.
So we shall see, because as I mentioned,
Abby
Abby Freeborn, yeah, she last weekend against Sunrisers, she got 107 not out of 140 balls. Bearing in mind she was in the second over, so she batted probably an over and a half for the entire innings on a losing cause, but still, you know, you're still going to get them and that concentration. So, having now built her up, we shall see what she can offer Central Sparks here at the Cooper Associates County Ground at Taunton in the sunshine. Rachel Hayhoe-Flint. This is the 50-over contest, and we haven't had any rain delays like we did on Sunday, so hopefully we'll get the full game in. And it is poised, especially now that Western Storm have taken a wicket in that power play. So the power play is the first 10 overs where the opposition are only allowed 2 fielders outside that 25-yard circle. It's 30-yard circle in the men's game, and the numbers are slightly different. But in this game, 25-yard circle and 2 fielders out, and they're both on the leg side at mid-wicket and deep square leg here to Smale. Freeborn comes down and just defends that, and there is no run.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Abby Freeborn coming into this with great form. Her first professional list day century.
Yes. Yeah, technicality, yeah.
Because of course she's scored within list day county, etc. before, I imagine.
With a dot. Yes, she was lightning, wasn't she? Trent Rockets.
Yeah. I'm sure she's scored a century within the county days, etc. They're still counted at this day, aren't they? And oh my word, look at that cute dog.
Cute dog. Oh yes, cute dog alert. I hope that woman knows that he's eating the biscuit out of it. Whatever it was. He's not really interested in the cricket, he's more interested in what might be cooking his meal, so it's too hot and he'll sit down and cold for 5 minutes.
Dogs at
Lovely
cricket,
day.
we love
Yeah,
it.
we love that.
As
Lovely
Robbins
sunny day here at Taunton's.
continues in the mix, getting some good pace, using the pitch well.
Good stop there from Smale. Hand down, stopping that one. We have had a stand full of school kids. I think most of them have gone home now. School and thoroughly enjoying themselves.
Robbins to Jones. Can't get it past the inner field. Yeah, I think we've probably had to go back to school. I think that maybe a whole day at the cricket might not be on the curriculum.
Yeah, might not be able to wrap that into the key stage something or other.
There's still some here though.
Still, yeah, I saw some of them trooping it. They had lunch and then sitting back off. But
They're-
how great is that? And a great compliment to the work that Josie was talking about this morning in terms of community work in schools.
And their teachers are, the ones who are still here, their teachers are clearly the cool teachers who are like, no, kids, you can have a whole day at the cricket.
Yeah, we're happy to be here.
And Robbins to Jones. Jones uses her feet, tries to charge up, but finds the fielder. No run.
Yes, nicely hit, but straight to the fielder. That Wraith in the back to us, isn't it?
It is number 37, is Nat Wraith, which caused a little bit of confusion earlier because
Lots of 36,
Fran Wilson's 35,
yeah, they've
so-
all got similar numbers, haven't they, in the middle of the order today.
off the legs this time. But we've got a sweeper coming round to keep it to 1. Yeah, I think Katie Jones, is she number 38? Or 30?
They're almost all 30s. 30 something.
38, so we've got 37, 38 and a 35.
There's Sophie and Smale exchange places for the right-hand, left-hand combination at Central Sparks level. Central Sparks are well blessed with left-handers, and it's plays with the field.
3-1 on strike. That's a beautiful shot for nothing.
Yeah.
It sounded gorgeous off that
Yeah,
bat there. You
moving
really
the
heard
bat
the
there,
middle,
wasn't
yeah. Really heard the middle. Yeah, I'd love to actually ask for players why they've picked their numbers. Whether there's any
Yeah.
good stories behind
Some of
that.
them are significant, aren't they? Some of them are just because it was a number that was left, I guess.
Like Gemma Lane's gone for 13, which is unlucky for some, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
some people like it though.
some people, yeah. That's what ends the over with a dot ball. Central Sparks 15 for 1. Eve Jones on 8 and Freeborn yet to get off the mark. We saw the departure of Bethan Ellis earlier on, bowled by Sophia Smell.
Being bold, sort of quietly and efficiently.
Very efficiently.
I see some more. Sophia Smale. Left arm, she's going to go over the wicket this time to the left-handed Eve Jones. Got a short cover there. Goes straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Short cover. Short extra cover, would you call it? Cover point. Big appeal, and Gabby Brown is unmoved.
I'd call it an aggressive field.
Yeah,
They're trying to put the pressure on a Western Storm.
Kirsty Gordon, I love this. She loves an aggressive field. Right from the blaze. Smell into Eve Jones, who takes a big swab, but has gone so far wide. Gabby Brown has an easy decision there to ask Smale to reload, and another one goes to the total. 16 for 1. Eve Jones rocks back, plays that to the cover point by Andrew Fielders running in from the edge. They get through for a single. 17 for 1, Central Sparks.
And of course, Eve Jones could have been England's answer to a left-hand opener that they were searching for, but
I mean,
chosen
I
not
mentioned
to.
it a few times.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, we'll come back to that. We'll talk about that. Smale to free ball. He dunks that down and it goes straight back to the bowler. Yeah, Eve Jones. I mean, I think it might have been worth a punt on at the Test match to have a left-handed opener. In Eve Jones, whether you want her in a shorter format, the coaches must decide, the selectors.
And of course, it's not just about her being left-handed; she also has the stats to back it up.
Yes, that's right. No, but it's, you know, that's it's the thing that England is missing. Freya Kemp is good, but you want her to be bowling and batting, and at the moment she's not allowed to bowl. Oh, there's a shot at the stumps. Oh, there's going to be overthrows here. We're going to get 4. We are. 4 overthrows. That's a buzzer, I'm afraid, from the captain. Is it the captain, Nat Wraith? Got a bit over enthusiastic there. Poor old Katie Jones was not fast enough to stop that. Whew, that was exciting.
Well, to be fair to her, she's not normally in that position.
No,
she's normally
she got
one.
Rush of blood to the head, do you think?
Yeah, letting it slip a little bit.
Ooh. Wow. That was. Anyway, so they finished the over. 9 overs done. Sparks are 21 for 1. Eve Jones on 9 and Abby Freeburn on 4. So still early days here. One more over of the power play, which is where the fielders have to be inside that 25-yard circle, just 2 outside. So for the left-handed Eve Jones, we've got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, sort of on the 45 on the boundary. They're actually on the road. We're going to say Hannah.
Oh, I just looked at the scorecards of other matches, and the Blaze are 68 for 3 against the Sunrisers.
Ooh, we'll have to have a look at them in a minute.
As Robbins comes in, it's going to be called a wide. Good take from Katie Jones behind there.
Yeah, she did well there. A slight figure of Katie Jones.
But yeah, I think we've got the rise of the Sunrisers at the minute by the looks of things.
Yeah, the Sunrisers.
Yeah, winning back-to-back matches and posted an excellent total against the Blaze, 295 for 5, and the Blaze, yeah, currently 68 for 3 off 12.
Ooh.
Could that cause a little bit of an upset?
Could do.
This time, Eve Jones will flick it off her legs for a single.
So just having a quick look at the scorecard there in terms of the Blaze. So Lizelle Lee was LBW to Gray for 8. Marie Kelly was Court Scrivens bowled Grucock for 23. Sarah Bryce was bowled for a duck by Kate Kopak, and Georgie Boyce and Catherine Bryce, the Bryce, are at the crease at the moment. So
yeah, so she's back from the CPL, Marie Kelly.
Yes, the suntan in the Caribbean. Ooh.
As this time it's hit wonderfully away for 4 by Abby Freeborn.
She doesn't even bother to run there. It was a sweetly timed backward point through the gap.
And Marie Kelly as well, formerly of the Central Sparks.
Central Sparks, yes.
Moved across to the Blaze.
During lockdown, taught herself her boyfriend worked out that she could bowl left and right-handed, so I don't know how much she took. In fact, in the CPL, I mean, not that I've paid a lot of attention, but she's been doing well with the ball, I think.
She's been doing very well, bat and ball.
But certainly...
but it's exciting because she's a regional player. And
yeah. More pressure.
Swing and a miss. But for a regional player to get a gig like that, it kind of says to the rest of these players who
you can aspire.
Might not be making England debuts, etc. Might be in and around that England A kind of place.
Well, and there actually may be, you know, some merit, certainly financial merit, to play in the franchise circuit.
Yeah, huge financial benefit.
Opening up for the women now, which it never was available before.
There's Robbins to Freeborn, who swipes it away. There's no fielder there. No one's going to get that one. It's
gorgeous shot.
Gone for another boundary.
Freeborn. Talked about the noise off the bat.
Moves herself onto 12. Yes, talking about Marie Kelly and the Blaze as well. I've got the Bryce sisters back after winning their European qualifiers as well. So
they won the qualifiers, and Netherlands, I think, have gone through as well to the next stage of qualifiers, haven't they, from the European group, which is great news for Scotland and well deserved, and the Netherlands. Talking about Steen Callis, weren't they, at the weekend?
Freeborn still on strike. Swings and a miss. Seems at the minute she's either swinging and missing or hitting a boundary.
Yeah. We were joking at the weekend, weren't we, about Stair Callis. Whenever you go to a cricket match, she's not here, so she's missed this one. She's either playing for the Netherlands or in the 100 playing for Birmingham Phoenix or playing for Northern Diamonds. She seems to be ever present and still only young. She must have been playing since she was
born.
A toddler.
Robbins to Freeborn. Ends the over with another dot. Sparks 31 for 1. Eve Jones, their captain, on 10. And Abby Freeborn on 12.
Yeah,
10 overs done.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the power play. So we're going to be we're going to have a little look. Yes, so the bargain of this year. So for your Christmas presents and your birthday presents, you want to be buying Western Storm membership. It's a bargain. £45 for adults and discounts for others, and it will give you free entry to all the standalone games for Western Storm next season. It gives you discount, I think, for the Blast game, which are double-headed discounts. And it also gives you early access to tickets for free tickets for the international.
Yes,
bargain,
we'll give you
anyway.
access to
Buy
the
it for Christmas
the
present
women's
for people.
internationals, both here and
and
at Bristol.
Yeah. So, got a change of bowling for the Looking
Yep, Gemma Lane.
Gemma Lane coming in to Eve Jones, who dobs that down to the point field, and there is no run. Scores 31 for 1 into the 11th. So
Yeah, I thought that was a really interesting discussion started about Marie Kelly and in terms of the growth of the franchise circuit, because it makes it, I mean, in some ways it makes it exciting. Of course it is, well, in fact, most ways I think it makes it very exciting.
Eve Jones plays that down straight to Sophie Leffler.
Whilst, of course, you'd love to have the likes of Deandra Dottin playing international cricket as well. That's the less good side of it, but then it's not really so much down to the franchises, it's down to management in various locations. But in terms of performing, even in this competition, these competitions are being looked at. Franchises are always on the hunt for the next big thing that the other franchises haven't spotted yet.
Eve Jones plays that through the cover, or underneath the cover field, and they trot 3 for 1.
And yes, you know, if you perform really well in the 100, then you know that the WPL's going to be looking, and the WBBL has shown that it is perfectly willing, with the woman who's out there in the middle at the moment, with Eve Jones, perfectly willing to look at players on a domestic level.
She ended up being, now was it Smith Mandana or Harmanpreet Kaur, but she ended up being a substitute.
Kaur, I think, played, so I think it was must have been Mandana then.
But she stood in for one of the Indian internationals because she happened to be in the right place at the right time. Bess Heath played last year a bit, and she's going back out again. As Ian comes in, Freeborn plays that underneath the cover point field, and it's going for 4 runs. That's another 4 runs. Abby Freeborn is using the middle of her bat beautifully, and a great sound off the bat there, and the score moves on to 36 for 1. Freeborn 16, Eve Jones in 11.
She's a fearsome striker of the ball,
She
and
is.
again just gets that front foot down the pitch and wallop.
Yeah, proper wallop,
But yeah, I think it just shows you that if you perform well in this setup, it doesn't just have to be.
No.
It doesn't have to, as you said earlier, it doesn't have to be about England, and it's only growing the number of franchise leagues. Talk of, hopefully it will happen at a women's SA20 coming up.
Yeah, Freeborn, takes that off her hip, swings around and takes a 1, and that really deserved more runs there because that was a beautiful shot there. It's a well-placed field.
It was almost a quick single to deep square leg, that
Yeah,
one.
it was a quick single.
Basically, actually have to hurry when you hit it that hard out to the fielder.
Yeah, if she'd hit it, actually, ironically, if she'd half hit that, they probably might have got 2 out of that.
You can't even jog through for that
No.
single as hard as that was hit.
Eve Jones to the left-hander to face the right arm over. It's popped in the air, but not dangerously, and they get through for a 1. They're quite positive with the running here, aren't they? And that's the end of the over. 11 overs gone. Central Sparks find themselves 38 for 1. Eve Jones on 12, Freeborn on 17. Yes, the growth of the franchise league, which circuit, as it were, as you mentioned, it's not been there with the women, but it's really starting to emerge, because we saw the demonstration teams at the Pakistan League. We've seen what is effectively the Women's IPL, Women's Super League. We've got the Women's Big Bash in Australia. There's the Super Smash in New Zealand.
Of course, the Super Smash. That's one which has attracted a lot of regional players.
Yeah. So yeah, Fran Wilson and
Phoebe Graham went out
several
there
of the players went
as
out,
well.
didn't they?
I'm sure many others who I'm
I think
forgetting.
nothing might have gone. Anyway, but yeah, so that circuit is going to be an alternative aspiration and aim, and then that gives them potentially the spotlight to get into the, it gives you another route in potentially, or just another career option.
Chloe Skelton into the attack. Jones playing this one up towards deep cover. They'll only get a single for this. Chloe Skelton is Western Storm's leading wicket taker in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. 14 wickets for her, average of 26, a little over 26. So really impressive numbers from her this season.
Number one bowler this season. They've relied on her and Gibson and Griffiths and Harvey and Smale.
Oh, that's well bowled, beats
Underneath,
Freeborn on the outside edge, and the bail's whipped off. With Gabby Brown standing at point. I was looking around for her for the
yes.
yeah, and there she was,
the
right
sun's
behind
right in her eyes, I
the
suspect, and it's left and right hander as well, isn't it?
right behind the mullion.
The mullion.
That window join thing.
Oh, the mullion.
I think I looked this up, and that was what it was called.
Sounds like it should
or
be
have I
part of a
completely
pirate
made that
ship.
up?
The mullion. You're on the mullion.
I think that's right.
I like it anyway, if it's not wrong.
A nice flight there from Skelton. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Rather than that thing that
The big fat
joins
bit
the
of
window things together
Mullion
and makes
sounds
it
much
look a bit
more
nicer.
romantic.
Skelton also tossing it up just as Smale was up front and tempting Freeborn to hit over the top. She might be looking forward to the next game in particular, Chloe Skelton. Well, I don't know if she'd probably remember that she has if I told her. She might know it anyway. This is swept away down fine. In fact, it's come off pad rather than the bat at Freeborn. But it will be a couple of runs to the Sparks cause. She's got Deandra Dottin out twice. Has Chloe Skelton out. She gets her a third time at Old Trafford.
Is that official Bonnie territory?
I wonder if it is.
Because in cricket, for those that don't know, where there's a bowler who has a particular success rate against another batter, it's often known as the Bonnie, which is funny, but it's also sort of slightly...
Yes.
Not sure. It's not really comfortable. But yeah, it's someone that they get out regularly. So we shall see. Lane to continue from the luff end.
Manhattans are looking fairly similar at this stage.
This could be a closely fought game here, potentially, as Lane, right-handed, over the wicket to a left-handed Eve Jones, who can only go up and over that one and just pop it down to Sophie Luff, and there is no run.
Do you feel they need a wicket? Probably, though, Western Storm, although 5.3 and over, the rate's ticked up a little. It's certainly not anywhere near out of hand, and given the start Freeborn's got off to, I feel that's in hand, so as far as the Sparks are concerned. So another wicket, though, really does change things.
It's defended again by Eve Jones, who looks at body language.
Oh,
it's another
dear me.
buzzer! Woo! Going to get a single out of that. That was a burgle. That was an extra run that Western Storm may well rue there. It's nice shy at the stumps.
There's very little chance for Katie Jones when the throw is that wild.
Yeah, and she's not the tallest or the substantialist of frames to haul that back in. Lane almost from the 25-yard circle into Abby Freeborn. Base comes forward, plays that to cover point, has fielded in from the boundary. Just the one.
It's one of those things where you sometimes feel that a wicket-keeper needs to be about, 5'7", 8", something like that when they're behind the stumps, but they just need to be able to grow suddenly. As soon as the ball's been bowled, they need to then be able to grow to about 6'5" in order to increase their wingspan for the throws.
Stretch Armstrong's goal then. For those who remember that lane into Eve Jones. Plays that off her legs and past the fielder. And they're going to get one. They're going to come back for two. They are. They're going to come back for two. Score moves on to 45 for 1. Yes, we've got quite. In fact, the regions have quite short wicket keepers in today. And if you think about Amara Carr and Rihanna Southby, they're slight figures.
Yeah, well, they did. In general, I think wicketkeepers do tend to be on the shorter, because you spend so much time crouching down low and having to get into low positions. I guess it just makes it easier.
Lower centre of gravity as Eve Jones just leans on that one, and there's a great bit of fielding on the circle, and they get through for a single. Yes, sir. We've got some good wicket keepers, and there's always that debate in the men's and the women's game: is that do you go with a specialist wicket keeper? Do you have a wicket keeper who can bat? Where does the relative merits? And of course that depends on the balance of the side overall, not just the individual player and the role they play as well. So
Yeah.
Freeborn forward and defends that. No thought of a run there. It's the end of the over, and that's 13 overs gone. Sparks heading towards that first milestone of 50, but just on the 46 for 1. Eve Jones on 17, Freeborn on 18, extras on 5.
I've never really bought in to the whole you always select your best keeper type strategy,
Okay.
you know, in terms of it. I feel as though you people who say that don't really mean it, because well, I think what they mean more is focus more on the wicket keeping than on the batting. Because if you really select your best keeper, then yeah, I don't think I buy that.
It may be just an awkwardly articulated point.
Yeah,
about
I
that. A
think
wicket keeper can change your game. When you see, you know, Amy Jones take 5 catches in a game like she did the other day, or a load of stompings, or you know, we've been blessed with Sarah Taylor.
I was going to say, well,
and
England have been so lucky with their keepers for so long, they've almost not had to make those decisions. Reverse lap here, that's nicely played by Freeborn. Having shown plenty of power, she then goes for a bit of touch, although they've only managed to get 1 for that.
I think if they'd been faster, they might have got. And it was a telegraph shot. I mean, she did it early doors, but they had no fielder to cover that. They might change the field.
She's not the most rapid between the sticks as
No.
Freeborn, but I
No.
think she probably could have made that for a second.
But her strength on the drive, you know, if you can hit fours, you don't need to take singles and twos, do you?
Yeah, well, I think it's also so much about knowing who you're with and knowing your game, and yeah, like you say, different strengths. Down the pitch, Jones, but she's just beginning. I know Freeborn's taken some of the pressure off, but she's overtaken Jones in fairly quick time. It's just looking as if she does want to break her own shackles a little.
Yeah.
Do this time either. Forces the ball straight to
And
backward
she does
point.
tend to show her frustration in her body language. It always worries me about Eve Jones. I'll kind of have a quiet word and just say, look, be less expressive about how frustrated you are, because that's what the opposition want to see, don't they, really?
Clipped away this time. She'll find the gap, but only for a single, and it'll mean she'll be on strike for the next over. So is that 3 runs off that over? 49 for 1 with 14 overs gone. But that was a little bit the thing with another of the greats of the game who've called it quits this year, Catherine Summer-Brunt, in terms of sometimes people, you know, I must say, I always used to find it, and I'm sure it was never meant as such, but I always used to find it slightly amusing, but I'm sure that's the wrong thing to do. But
I think it depends on if you're alongside your contemporaries and they know how to take that.
yes.
I think towards the end of her England days, it became harder with young players who wouldn't necessarily understand that it was white line fever and it wasn't directed necessarily at them. As Eve Jones comes forward but plays that straight to the fielder, again showing that sort of frustrating, not being able to find a gap. They've plugged the areas that Eve Jones likes to play, I suspect, and that will be no accident, because we have so much analysis these days in the game, which is brilliant for captains to have that information about their opposition. So it's a sort of Loft versus Eve Jones, if you like. Tries to play that round the leg side, and a rather frustrated sweep, and it gets there is a wide as that goes down the leg side.
do like her run into the crease, Gemma Lane. You see the ball kind of wafting up and down, and it really gives a sort of a. You can almost, even though I can't, because my eyesight's not that good, I can't see her face. Just see the look of determination as she runs in.
You imagine a close-up would have a really good squinchy face like
yes.
that. I'm going to bowl this to you, and Eve Jones just ducks that down, carrying on in frustration. And start to wonder how long it is before Eve Jones's fuse is blown and she either decides to swipe or stick or twist, as it were. You were talking about Lauren Filer's little Bob Willis little flick behind her. Those are distinctive run-ups, aren't they? As Eve Jones, like a big swipe. I talked about the fuse is now well and truly, the pin's pulled, and she plays that up and over the field of 4 runs. Another 4 to the total, and Sparks go through the 50, so they make 54 for 1. Eve Jones moves to 23, Feeble to 19.
She went quite deep in her crease there.
Like,
you can see from the side on replay just there. She just get deep, get that strong base, and then even if you don't quite middle it as she didn't there, you still just give a chance to get underneath it, get enough.
Here comes the catch. Bowl this right now, she's saying to her bowler. Ooh, and he defended down, there is no run.
It'll certainly make her feel a little better about things. I don't know if, I'm sure some fighters are probably competitive like that. You look up at the scoreboard and you see somebody's just got a few more runs than you. You think, oh, hang on. I'm not having that.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of competitive spirit within the partnership.
Yeah. Eve Jones trying to work that off her legs and really show. I mean, almost her body language, which is pretty amazing, is even more expressive than Alice Davidson-Richards, and I thought that was that's pretty high on the old expressivometer, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love that smile of Alice Davidson-Richards when she's, really enjoying herself. It's great to see her break back into the England side and get success, even if the game was called off yesterday. So good to see her
Stats still count.
Yeah, still coming in and getting wickets is great for talking of expressive. And that's gone underneath the bat. So that's the end of the over, and 15 overs done. Sparks are 54 for 1, and we're going to have a little advert here because next year Pakistan are going to play here against England women. One Day International, 26th of May 2024. Enter the ballot now. Jump the queue for priority. Yeah, brilliant, yeah. Jump the queue. Yeah, get your hand. Tickets are already going. People are already starting to get in there. So members, of course, will get quicker access to that. But if you're not a member, you should be a member, of course. But if you're not a member, get in the ballot because tickets are going, which is great to hear because we were worried that it was going to be sort of limited to the Ashes. We like to play Australia, so tickets went well for that. But we've seen through the Sri Lanka series, Derby was sold out. Some of the other games have been sold out. Get in quick.
Skelton continuing, and right back on that line and length that she's been on.
Yep, I will leave you now for a little drinky winky, and Hannah will join me back again, Ed.
Once again, Freeborn head over the ball in defence. Claire Jenkins will be back in 5 overs time. Yeah, and of course a reminder that you can get into that game that we've just been talking about with your Western Storm membership. This is a reverse. Sorry, it's not a reverse. It's a paddle. That's the one I'm trying to get to. Wrong word came out of the mouth from Freeborn. It wasn't Eve Jones doing that. And a couple of runs taken. She's started to kind of expand the repertoire a little bit as Freeborn, as it seems to become, maybe as just as either the ball's getting a little, or the bulls, I should say, are getting a little bit older, or just a little bit of pace being taken off. Oh, Eve Jones has come a long way down here. Smale's going to shy at the stumps, but Jones is going to get back in slightly ungainly fashion, but the most important thing from her point of view is she makes her ground.
That's one way of putting it.
But anyway, she seems to have decided, Freeborn, that it's time to go for some potentially slightly more the touch shots rather than the powerful thwacks that we saw earlier on in her innings. Again, going for the paddle, but this time finding the fielder. Oh, no, I thought there was going to be a bit of a miscommunication for a moment in the field there, but it's a single. 57 for 1, 16 overs have been bowled. Elsewhere, just notice the South East Stars are 80 for 4 against the Southern Vipers. Just any time you think that the Southern Vipers might be in trouble, they just seem to irritate you by emerging from unwanted areas in games, and they're doing the same thing there by the looks of things.
It's a conversation you don't have very often of, oh, will Southern Vipers qualify? This season it's definitely a new look to the table at the minute.
Yeah, Northern Diamonds, who, again, they're trying their best to get back into their game against Thunder. Thunder 110 for 5, chasing 197 to win. So they're by no means out of that, Diamonds, but even so, it looks as if there'll be a very different look to both the eliminator, that's the one, and the final this year.
Yeah, hopefully. You know, the first few seasons it was getting a bit predictable, wasn't it? And now anything can happen. It's what we want to see as Alex Griffiths comes into the attack to Freeborn. He finds the gap, but the fielder is out there and picks it up cleanly.
I really felt, I mentioned Griffiths in the 100, I really felt as though she got a lot of trust this year from Tammy Beaumont at Welsh Fire. And of course I'm gloating slightly when I say that I was, speaking of Tammy Beaumont, extremely lucky to have been at the game where Tammy Beaumont broke that record, 118 in a 100 ball match.
Sparks come through for a single. Yeah, I was working some social media bits for it, but unfortunately from home, so that's not as fun. But actually getting to like give me the clip now, I need to get that clip out of yeah, her walking off, etc. Brilliant innings.
I've never seen somebody, and even Sophie Luff's 157 against the Sunrisers.
Freeborn gets the single.
I'm not sure I've seen somebody really quite pick apart a field off every ball. It was just, there's my gap, that's where I'm hitting it. Every single ball, it felt as if that was what was going on with Beaumont. It was absolutely extraordinary. The first, I think, 10 balls, even 15, it was kind of a runner ball. I think even Dunkley might have hit a couple of boundaries before Beaumont got going. But then after that, everything she tried, it was just boundary.
As they take another single, and they're looking for 2, but they won't get it. Yeah, looking at the 100 stats for 2023, Alex Griffiths with the ball. 8 matches, that's a batting, my bad. 110 balls bowled, 5 wickets. No, that's 8 matches. Oh, and then she's batted. Balls faced 12, runs 12 as well, so runner ball as well. She's
needed that much.
The bat, no. Bit of a wider delivery, but it's punished away. Fielder chasing round, but oh, it's going to win 4 runs. You're mentioning the trust though, but Tammy Beaumont put into Griffiths. You mentioned that. So what do you mean? Just the
well, I think I've just felt she was given some of the more tricky deliveries to bowl in terms of further back in an innings rather than just burgle a 5 or a 10 in the middle of an innings.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. You can see it's helped her development for sure here. Plenty of confidence with the ball. As Central Sparks is 65 for 1, Eve Jones 25 and Abby Freeborn on 28.
And I heard this first actually from Tammy Beaumont, I think, in a Sky interview, but I was chatting a couple of days ago to Gloucestershire men's player David Payne, who also plays for the Welsh Fire, and he said exactly the same thing as Beaumont had, that this year the Welsh Fire had really started to actually try and take on some more of the Welsh identity and really kind of connect more with where they were playing. Forcing shot off the back foot, good effort from Smale down to her right.
There's a social media clip with Alex Griffiths. Did you see it?
Don't think so.
The team talk. So she does the team talk, and there's a lovely clip. It's on BBC Sport and on the Welsh Fire 100 page as well. And she just says, like, look, I don't get many opportunities to represent Wales. I appreciate this is like obviously a city-based franchise or whatever, but the Welsh identity is very clearly in Welsh Fire. It's in the name, isn't it? And she was saying, like, I don't get to play for Wales very often. This is what it means to me. There's not many Welsh players, etc. in the squad, although it's growing, obviously. More Welsh identities through the people that are playing for them.
Dabbed away, looking for what is a bit of a gap fine on the offside, but not able to find it.
But there's tears and passion with her little speech and everything. Well, I say this was a really good speech. It did the rounds on social media, and
this time she'll find that gap that she was looking for. The previous ball offered up quite a bit of width there. The ball doesn't look as if it's got enough pace to go to the boundary, though, and they are going to come back for a third run, and in the end that was well run. They could take one on the arm because it's a decent way out there. So 3 will move Jones back level with Freeborn again.
But yeah, it's a really good clip to just watch because it is quite powerful.
And actually, what David Payne was saying was that they had, I'm not sure if this was I think it was more the men's team than the women's team. It was, and you'll know this being fluent in Welsh now, and I've forgotten the name of, forgotten the word. It means kind of heart, and it's something that I can't hear. Claire Jenkins is saying it about 4 times over, but all I'm hearing is a
Hoyle? Hoyle. Hoyle.
It sounds more German than Welsh to me, but we'll get Claire to say it next time she's on. Anyway, they were taking on that word as kind of something that was part of their team identity. Cut by Freeborn, but it will only be the single, so 4 off the over, 69 for 1. No, it's definitely not that one. It wasn't what's on that screen there.
Callon?
That's it. Callon. That's the word they used. So anyway, it was just interesting to hear about that. And yes, I suspect probably the fact that they were able to draft who they did in the draft made a bit more of a difference. And you know, when I was chatting to David, he was perfectly happy to say that as well. But I think they just, and obviously being part of a winning team, the men didn't quite manage to make top 3, but the women did, and just being part of a winning team obviously helps, and it also allows you the freedom to know that you can give some younger players more of a chance, because actually you've probably got enough in hand from your experienced stars that the Welsh Fire had to make up for it anyway, and it just creates a better team environment.
Talking of Welsh stars, Griffiths is back into the attack. Goes for a single on her first delivery of this over. We've got a message from Claire Jenkins, which I'll let Ed pronounce.
Hoyle.
Hoyle. Oh, Hoyle! I was saying Hoyle.
Okay.
Griffiths. I thought that's what you were saying, but Hoyle. Ah.
Okay.
Learn something new every day. Dior. It's like, thank you, is it? I think I'm learning.
Well, the good thing about, I think,
It is
probably
practice, yeah.
learning Welsh is that everything has to be in Welsh there, so with the English, so you can get direct translations.
Yeah, it's by law, I think, as well. Like,
Yeah.
you have to have both. So, yeah, good learning for me, living in Swansea now.
Yeah, you get off the train having gone over the bridge, and all of a sudden you're you're sort of used to immediately being able to understand the train announcements, and then you get over the other side of the bridge and it sits Welsh first.
Flicked off her legs. Attempt at the non-striker's end. They're both safe. Yeah, no, it's a nice place to be actually. Right next to the seaside. I've missed that, so I've been living
Swansea,
in
you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been living in the East Midlands, like landlocked for too long, you know. Just no beaches. Down here, West Country, you're never far from a beach.
Struck eye towards backward point. It does just creep under the fielder. She's managed to keep it in front of her, but taking a single.
Yeah, it's a decent place to be in Wales, you know. I'm
But of course, you know,
excited.
and I've enjoyed very much covering Western Storm there, and probably the highlight of Western Storm's season for me, seeing that Prendergast ton.
Yeah, and I'm excited to hopefully attend some of those matches next year at Sophia Gardens. I always say Sophia, and everyone says no, Sophia. Sorry, Sophia Gardens.
Yes, and Sophia Smale. And some people have tried to call her Sophia in the past,
Really?
but
Yeah.
I believe that's very much been corrected to Sophia. So
Yeah, Sophia. So end of the over. Sparks on 74 or 1 off of 9. We've got the screen back, so that's all good.
So Skelton continuing, who was part of, I'm not sure if I actually mentioned this before. I had another excellent stat through from Mike Turner. Chloe Skelton and Sophia Smale's 8th wicket partnership in the first innings was a Western Storm record. So Skelton sharing that partnership. Reverse paddle this time from Freeborn. That's another throw which has half-volleyed Katie Jones. As much as Katie Jones is, I'm sure, trying to show what she can do behind the stumps, it's very difficult when you're getting throws as wild as some have been here. When you're defending what is, it's not a tiny total, but it's probably a slightly lower total than might be. It does mean that you've got to be very much on it in the field.
Yeah, on Sunday it was so good in the field. It's a bit disappointing to see some of the standards just slip a little bit.
Chopped away up towards backward point, and might consider two, but fielder gets in off the cover boundary quickly.
And you always mention when Chloe Skelton's involved, something normally happens, and that's what happened on Sunday as well. She came
Yeah.
into the attack, and
Well,
then we had the run out.
I think what I always say is that you're never out of the game when you've got Skelton in the cupboard.
Oh dear.
And that'll be another quick run. It's nice to see Sophie Luffett back in her position where she belongs. She's had to spend a lot of her time this season fielding at sort of short fine, short third, when she's been playing, even having to miss time with that broken finger.
Yeah, she on Sunday as well. She wasn't always in that position, so it's good to see her back there
In the hot zone.
where she's busy.
A bit of hesitation, but it was right between the fielders. Oh, that's taken a horrible bounce off one of those pitch ends, and Katie Jones is wondering what on earth do I have to do here. And not that far off, running out Freeborn at the non-strikers end there. They've got two, but really, I think they're just going to have to keep those throws in the air.
Yeah, it's a tough initiation, isn't it? Normally we've seen that Rafe behind the stumps there, but she's normally getting better deliveries.
Well, there's nothing you could do about that.
No,
I mean, that's
Katie
just bounced over her head.
Yeah, Katie Jones is getting stitched up though here today, I feel. Some wayward throws.
Driven out through extra cover and get a single. So still things tick along. The rate just slightly creeps up. 5.4, it's still very much in hand yet. And a couple of wickets on, as people like to say. Then we've still got quite an even contest. 80 for 1. We've had 20 overs, which means it's time for Claire Jenkins to come back in.
Frustrated Neve Holland on the screen there. Batters having a chat. Sparks 80 for 1. Eve Jones 30. Eve Jones 27 of 38 and Freeborn 34 of 42.
Still in the balance, isn't it, here? Eve Jones to face. Plays that. Ooh, just dropping in front of the fielder there. Oh, and there's a shot at the stumps just to say, better stay near ground there, Abby Freeborn. Bit of a wild. It's been a bit mad, hasn't it? Like you said, Sunday, Western Storm fielded brilliantly. Today they've kind of, I mean, stitched up is probably a good phrase. Poor old Katie Jones there has been thrown at and round. If it's into Eve Jones, who plays that straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
There was again a bit of an awkward bounce towards her though, so
yeah.
not
But,
to give excuses, but
Central Sparks did the opposite with Abby Freeborn. They're throwing over her head all the time.
Yeah.
So there's something mad about throws into the keeper today for whatever reason.
the end of season,
Yeah,
getting towards
maybe.
fatigue.
Dean
I
Moore
don't know.
Pappy. Griffith's right arm over to left-handed Eve Jones, who plays that through the point region. There is a fielder there, so they'll just get the one. They're rotating the strike, as they say. And that's 81 for 1, our Central Sparks. Chasing 242 to win. Western Storm set them in the first half, as it were, first innings. Sunshine here at Taunton. We've got lots of school kids in, so if you can hear that on in the background, it's a lovely hubble bubble in the background. Freeborn plays that off her legs. There is a fielder there, and they're just going to get the one. Yep, still the one, just the one. And 82 for 1. I think that Central Sparks will have been surprised that Western Storm got to the total that they got to. So, what will their response be? We've got the captain at the crease, the left-handed Eve Jones. Comes forward, dots that down. There is a fielder there. There's a shy. This time, straight to the hands of Katie Jones. This time. We should be glad to see that, but there's just the one to the total. 83 for 1. Approaching the end of the 21st over here in the sunshine at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. It's the Somerset County Ground. Rolling hills in the far distance. Free ball, plays that through the point region. There's a fielder coming off the rope. Just the one. Another one to the total, 84 for 1. And that's the end of the over. So 21 overs gone. Central Sparks find themselves 84 for 1. Eve Jones on 36 and Abby Freeborn also on 36.
Yeah, a bit matchy.
Matchy, yeah.
Yeah, we saw in the first innings Western Storm batters did well in the middle to the tail kind of region.
Yeah, the middle order was really playing pretty confidently.
So we've got the run rate on the screen at the minute. Western Storm's the green, and Central Sparks the bluey kind of colour.
Yep. Matchy, as you said, matchy with the innings potentially.
Yeah, very
It was a
even.
massive, great big plane going past. I was distracted, and Ed came to have a quick look there as that squeezed out to the leg side, Hannah.
Yep. Chloe Skelton continues her spell. Yeah, it's very evenly matched at the minute. Skelton coming around.
I mean, it's nice that they're rotating the strike, but do we need to find some boundaries here in Central Sparks if they're going to take some chunks out of this run chase?
Yeah, we've still got plenty of time, and we have got wickets in hand, which is a crucial thing for them.
Yeah.
Good running from Eve Jones. That's the thing, they're only one down, so they can afford this at the minute because they've got plenty more to come in, and they can come in a bit more aggressively if needs be. And just keep a stable platform because they're on track at the minute.
Yeah.
Western Storm will be wanting to take some more wickets, and that was a close.
Eve Jones demonstrating how far wide she thought that ball was going. So almost dislocating her arms to try and reach that one.
There was a few close ones earlier.
Yeah.
Western Storm just get on top of their fielding, get back in it, get the standards back to what we saw on Sunday.
Yeah. I think they've got a clear plan to Eve Jones, because I think they've cut off all of her favourite shots, looking at how many times she's hitting the fielders here.
And of course, Sophie Luff's played with and against her for many years. Similar age.
Yep.
They're drinking bops to the lovely music from Sussex County Cricket Club.
The only problem with the music is I'm afraid it meant that the YouTube got taken down from Sunday's game because of the various intricacies of licensing laws for music. So, 22 overs gone. We're almost at the halfway stage. Sparks are 87 for 1, Jones on 37, Freeborn on 38. Some messages potentially coming on from the 12th to Eve Jones, the captain, and Abby Freeborn at the crease, a left and a right-handed combination here for Central Sparks.
Freeborn coming in after her ton.
Yeah, 20 up in the first century.
Not a bad average from the last
Central
2
Sparks.
games. Well, she's yet to get the average from the last 2 games because she's not been out yet, has she?
No.
So.
Griffiths into Freeborn. Defends that down, and there is no run. The other games got up at Sale, Northern Diamonds set 196, Thunder are at 128 for 8 in the 29th over. Thunder needs 69 off 21.2 overs. Sunrisers set 295, and the Blaze are 138 for 3 after 26 overs. Griffiths into Freeborn. It takes a swing at that, and they think about a run. But I think they think not, and there is no run.
Which is a good recovery, to be fair, because I can't remember what it was, but
it felt like
not a lot
in trouble, didn't it?
It
and
did.
then the Southampton game, Viper set 254 for South East Stars, and then 99 for 6. So not going quite so well there. Stars needing 156 off 23 and a bit overs as Griffiths comes into Freeborn. Plays that to the point fielder, and there is no run.
yeah, over in that Blaze match they were 62 for 3.
No,
So
so they've
they've
done a bit of recovery, haven't they?
Done very well. Georgie Boyce on 60, Catherine Bryce on 31.
The Boyce and one of the Bryces, one of the Bracer Bryces. Back front, as you mentioned earlier, successful campaign in the European qualifiers for the World Cup, winning that division, going through to the qualifiers. Oh, we've got a refusal at the far end from Griffiths. The Red Heels will go back to the start again. Yeah, Scotland winning, and Netherlands also qualifying, I think, for the next set of qualifying before that's ahead of the World Cup at Bangladesh next autumn time. It's the T20 one, isn't it? Griffiths, arms pumping, Freeborn, bat up, bat down, and that's through the fielder, but there is no run. Halfway through the 23rd over.
It's exciting to think, yeah, World Cup next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, next autumn time, Bangladesh. And Bangladesh have been doing well as well. So we've seen the rise of Sri Lanka in the T20 format, as England know only too well, as Griffiths comes in to Freeborn. So is that to point? Who scrabbles and they get 1.
A good stop by Fran Wilson.
Yeah, good. There's a really sandy bit of track there, and she didn't like diving on sandpaper, I imagine, there. Left-handed Eve Jones. This time to face Alex Griffiths. So down, frustrated as Eve Jones. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. 23 overs gone. Sparks are 88 for 1. Eve Jones on 37. Abby Freeborn on 39.
Yeah, it's just steady from these two, isn't it? Don't have to do too much. They're on par to where they need to be.
Yeah, because it's useful to sometimes look at the Duckworth Lewis Stern, which is at 80, so they're slightly ahead of the Duckworth Lewis Stern, which take into account how many wickets are down. So you'll see that jump, should there be,
Run rate.
if and when there is a wicket, that will change again.
5.7, so less than a run a ball, but obviously you kind of need that. You can't have a 0.7 of a run, can you?
Well, I might have seen some, but yeah.
Yeah,
where they shouldn't have gone for a run but did, and then, oh, that's not 0.7.
Skelton. You know, she'll look to try and be the game changer that Western Storm require.
Yeah, you said things happen.
Yeah, I stole that from Ed, because Ed normally says that.
He's keeping Skeltons in the closet, I think, for this bowler.
As Freeborn looks to, and she slips over, and the bells are taken. Umpire says no.
No, umpire says no. Scrabbling about in the dirt is Abby Freeborn has to take her gloves off now.
Probably see it on the
she's
replay.
covered in dust. She sort of
hits.
telegraphed that. The fielder moved round sideways, and then as a go at the stumps.
Oh no, she's in.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, easy.
diving about nevertheless. Dirty kit. Definitely dirty kit.
Ooh, seeing it on the slow-mo bit, actually.
Closer decision than it looks in
Oh,
real
it's
life from
actually,
there.
yeah.
So no DRS today. So whatever the umpire says is right.
See, it's crazy, isn't it? First look, you're like, yeah, she's definitely in. I mean, you look again, and you're like, oh, maybe not. I mean, you look again, and you're like, oh, I'm not sure.
I don't understand the science, but there's something called flash lag, where your brain confuses you in terms of what you're seeing.
Skelton. Dot ball.
I'll leave the scientists to explain that. You might have to Google that, but it's something to do with your brain can't catch up with it, particularly with those sort of run-outs, side-outs. If anybody's interested, look it up. I'm sure it'll explain it much better than I can.
Make assumptions. We're going to go for a quick run. Bowler's then called. If that was a direct hit, she would have been gone.
Well fielded there by Smale, just backing up.
If that had hit, we'll see it here. If that was direct, she would have been gone.
Worth a go, I think.
Well backed up. It's twisted round the corner. We'll see if it's a leg by or whether there's a bit of bat on it. We'll just wait for a signal, or if there isn't one. No signal given, so it did come off the toe of the bat, despite the calls from some of the fielders for LBW.
Sounded like hopeful rather than
It did sound,
certain, didn't
yeah.
it, in terms of a noise.
Skelton looks to finish her seventh over here. It's
God.
hit strongly back past the bowler, and 4 runs again to Abby Freeborn. She's in some fiery form.
The wind up, you could see the kind of, you could almost feel the intake of breath as her eyes lit up. And she smacked that back down the ground into it, and she knew it was in a gap. So just watch that sail over the boundary. It's a total.
See it on the replay again. Yeah,
Outside
she
off,
absolutely
wellied
smashed
it.
it.
Yeah, smashed it. That's the total. That's the end of the over. And the score is 94 for 1. 24 overs. Griffiths to continue from the Lough end. And left-handed Eve Jones. Ooh. Scoops that over her shoulder. There's a field and Fran Wilson running around. He's got that off. They're going to get 2, aren't they? Fran Wilson got caught between fielding it, throwing it, and trying to stay on her feet. But they got through for 2 runs, so they'll be useful 2 runs as they head towards that first milestone, 3 figures. And Sparks on 96 for 1. Jones on 40. Both of these players could potentially get 50s here. What could be the curse of the commentators? Griffiths comes into Eve Jones, who dabs that rather expertly into the leg side. They get through for a single. Planes going overhead. Must be the flight pass today after seeing that huge great transporter plane go past a moment ago. It'll be Freeborn to face this. She's on 44. Sparks on 97. Oh, there's a wrap of the pads. What does Gabby says it's out? Gabby Brown says that's out. Gabby Freeborn has to take a breath and head off. Bat above her head in frustration. That's also demonstrating how flexible her shoulders are. And that's Abby Freeborn. I just missed the replay, so I can't comment on that. I'm just handy because I'm not supposed to comment on the replay. Abby Freeborn marches off. And just trying to see who said they are coming in, but I could be wrong with body language because I haven't seen them pretty soon. Who have we got next? Who's coming up next? So, Abby Freeborn goes for 44 of 56 balls, 6 fours. Maddie Green, the Kiwi import, a New Zealand international, White Fern. So, what can Maddie Green add to this Central Sparks innings? A fine and classy batter for New Zealand. Didn't do so well the last game I commentated. So hopefully I'm not the first for that when I was at Edgbaston. But yeah, I'm sure she's great around the group. And in fact, I was talking to Hannah Baker's parents who are downstairs. They took the risk because, of course, the parents don't know beforehand who's going to play. So they've come down from Birmingham to watch this game, but they could have come all the way and found that Hannah Baker wasn't playing. She is playing, so that's fine. Anyway, they were chatting about the connections that the young players are getting now with the internationals, and they were saying how well Hannah Baker got on with Erin Burns, who's now went to the Caribbean Premier League, but presumably is on her way back to Australia now for the Women's Big Bash, and how well she's getting on with Maddie Green, and she's made connections with quite a lot of the players, but they're increasingly getting those international connections. Hayley Matthews apparently is referred to as her younger sister, and Sophie Devine. So they're making those international connections, which are going to be absolutely vital for them as they move forward. And they make the connection with the players and the coaches. There'll be the opportunities for franchises, won't it? Because people have pet players.
Yeah, so this came from her parents. So are they eyeing up holidays to all these different places?
Yeah,
that
if I was them, I would be.
All these different nationalities.
Oh, she's only
I
young,
can
isn't
stay
she?
at her house. I can stay at her house.
The
But no, in all
world
seriousness.
the world is her oyster, isn't it? Or the world is her
Yeah.
lobster, as I like to say. 'Cause
No.
it's wrong.
In all seriousness, though, the fact that there is that opportunity to network and to build these connections to potentially play in these different contexts and everything.
Yeah.
Like, she might not be playing in the Caribbean Premier League, but she might be playing some club games over there in a step down or whatever, or she might be playing in that league.
And increasingly, it is wise for particularly the younger players to go to the other hemisphere for even club cricket. I mean, Shikha Pandey, for example, has gone to play club cricket in Australia, and she's got herself back into the India side. And as we said, Fran Wilson and co have played in Australia and New Zealand and domestic cricket and stuff. So it's those opportunities and those connections. And if you scratch the surface of some of these franchises, you think, well, why is that person there? Oh, because the coach has obviously seen them somewhere else and taken them with them because they get the pet players. As Griffiths comes in to Maddie Green, plays that streakily through third. She's going to get a 4 off her first ball there because there is no fielder. 4 to Maddie Green. That's not a bad way to get off the mark, Tiana.
Yeah. 400% strike rate, we always like, don't we? First ball goes for 4.
Yeah.
Replay. Wasn't the cleanest though.
No, but as they say, there's a klaxon going off. Marks for style.
Yeah, but as you mentioned about the overseas opportunities, the only dangerous is if everyone does that, then it's a bit difficult to build a team culture over the winter. So it's interesting the players who choose actually to stay, because I know that's happened at some of the regions where there's a player in particular who's benefited from staying here over winter, working on certain things.
Well, that's also true.
Putting it into practice.
Griffiths into Green, who comes forward but just dobs that down straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, it's a depends on how big the squads are, doesn't it? Because if you've got enough squad members, and also, yes, you are losing them for the time, but what they bring back in terms of lessons and ways to develop their game may be worth losing them for a month or so. Some of these tournaments are quite short. Griffiths to Green, gets struck on the pads and then skips back into the crease.
Yeah,
and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 25, the halfway stage. 25 overs gone, and Sparks are 101 for 2. Eve Jones on 41, getting towards that 50, and Maddie Green on 4. Hannah's going to have a little rest, and they're going to be joined again by Ed Seaborn. As we have a change of bowl in this end, I think Sophia Smale is going to come on from this end for a change. Try the pavilion end, down the hill, maybe. Could be down the hill. And look at that lovely scenery that we've got as a backdrop here. Just a quick shot of that. Shots across there. Is that the Quantox? That's the Quantox. I'm getting a thumbs up. That's what Charlie said. I'm sure that's what he said. Yeah, nice backdrop, and spires and rooftops in the sunshine.
Oh, it's beautiful
clouds.
up there.
Yeah,
it really is.
It's a nice backdrop, isn't it?
I've a few years back now actually went up into those hills after a championship match here. Oh, the village is just gorgeous. Tiny roads though.
Yeah, that's in one of the rural places, isn't it? Well, there's lots of problems with rural places, but yes, that's one of the problems. As Smale is hit for a dot, as it were, to Sophie Luff. Eve Jones facing the left arm over of Sophia Smale. She rocks back, and there's an indecision. There's a chance of a run out, and again they testing Katie Jones. Oh, goodness me! I mean, if she had a pound for every time they've wild throwed at her, she'd have made quite a lot today. And Abby Freeborn, but that was over. Most of those were over her heads. As Smale comes in again to Eve Jones. She triggers onto the offside, but can only play it straight to the fielder, and there is no run. And again shows that frustrated body language.
Can you get steps in as a keeper? I think if you could, given the fact that she's up to the stumps quite a lot as well, she's still getting her steps in today.
Bruises. Smale to Eve Jones. Takes a big swipe. And it hits Smale, and they get through for a single. That was going to smart, I think. You can't call that a chance. That was walloped at her by Eve Jones. And Smale got caught in the crossfire, really.
Oh, gosh, I think, well, I say she's sort of managed to get hand/arm towards the body to protect it, but that doesn't necessarily help if it's hitting whatever part it is that hard.
And winded, I suspect. I think she's just taking a little breath out. She decides to bowl left arm around to Maddie Green, who's surveying the field, looking at those gaps, deciding where her options might be, no doubt. Smale to Green. Taps the bat. Forward, pops it up into the air, but without risk. And they get through for a single. Score moves on to 102 for 2. Did we miss the 100? We missed the 100, didn't we? So Central Sparks.
I don't know. I wasn't listening. I was at the back of the box. Wasn't listening.
I wouldn't listen.
No, I never do. I never listen.
Smile to
one of my great strengths.
Left-handed
Not
Eve
listening.
Jones. Comes forward, dabs that to the point field. They're going to take a risky run. Oh, goodness me. And that's another bruise for Sophia Smale as she has to stop that. And she does so successfully, but I'm not quite sure what damage it'll done to her fingers. It's the end of the over. 26 overs gone. Sparks are 104 for 2. Eve Jones on 43, so heading towards that 50 milestone. Green on 5. Western Storm set them 200, well, they need 242 to win. And we're at the halfway. What do you reckon, Ed?
Well, I think the big question is, do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind?
Often, actually.
Apparently, yes. Well, I think we all do.
In bad weather, particularly.
No, well, I think if you, I mean, I don't know, 4 for 2. I think you'd certainly have taken if your Storm Sparks being 104 after 26 overs.
Yeah. They're ahead
Ideally,
of the DLS.
you'd like it to be 3 down probably rather than 2. But yes, yeah, DLS is usually the best indication in these things.
3
So
ahead
that
of
would
the DLS,
suggest
which is 101.
just in the Sparks' favour. So that's about, yeah, DLS is worked out by far better mathematicians than I am in
we
terms of
don't-
determining where a
I
game
don't do
is.
numbers at all.
And so I think that is probably the best indication that it's fairly even, but it's just in the favour of Sparks at the moment. Change of bowling, and it's going to be Niamh Holland for the first time into the attack today.
Ooh.
Oh, that's testing out Jones as well. She's managed to get some sort of a glove on it.
I think she stopped. She's prevented the fall.
Yeah,
there
I
by
think she
getting that glove
saved
on there,
2 wides. It'll be 3 to the total.
Yeah.
Nasty one for
Widey,
Katie
widey.
Jones to have to deal with. I was thinking about that smash back at
Oh, yeah.
Sophia Smale. You
Eve Jones
remember
wallop.
that Chloe Skelton catch at Cheltenham?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely spectacular.
Fantastic,
Van
yeah,
Niekerk blasts it back. That's another wide down the leg side. Blast it back, full power, just stuck out a mitt and in it went. And I was thinking, do you remember during the 100 Claire Nicholas's one-handed
yes, she had
catch?
one
That-
as
'cause
well, didn't she?
one-handed catch
Yeah,
and then mic drop with the ball.
Yeah.
That was that was
Great
probably one of the
entertainment.
most, as Melissa Story would put it, badass moments on a cricket field
Melissa
I've
Story
ever
likes to be a
seen.
badass, doesn't she?
Straightens up her line here, does Holland. Small Welsh she'll want to be living.
Yeah.
But I think almost the ball from that Smale had to deal with there was hit probably even harder, and it was almost worse in the fact that it was right at her body. So you can kind of reach out a hand in reaction to something. It's more of a natural thing, I think, to reach out for something
Yeah,
than it
but-
is to kind of go into your body.
Yeah.
Clipped fine on the leg side. There should be an opportunity for a couple here, and they'll take it with a relative comfort.
I think my feeling is that Eve Jones will be happier with a bit of pace on, because she's going to play that sort of off her leg sort of shot, and they've left her a big gap there between square leg and a short mid wicket fielder. Yeah, she's
goodness
eyeing that
me.
up, and she
This is a-
swipes her bat over the top of it, but they get through for a single on top of the wide.
Yeah, this is a tricky start here for Holland, who's at the moment is relying on some excellent glove work from Katie Jones to keep it down to the number of wides off there that they've been.
Talking about apologetic catches, I remember Jess Jonathan taking one in a World Cup final against, I think it was England, and she did one of those reflexes, and she kind of, you could see her mouth, sorry.
Yes, I
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember it.
I think it was
Now,
just
when
a
you
really
said I'm
sweet,
yes.
like, Jess Jonathan, like, I'm sorry, I had no idea I'd caught that. But I have, so.
Yeah, you do see probably more of that in the women's game.
Yes.
Although what
Polite
you also see
cricket.
is the ball getting spiked into the ground, as
Well,
it turns out
that
today.
was naughty.
Harlan.
Emily Arlott
Oh,
needs a
dear.
smack for that. Are you allowed to smack people?
No.
Not Hannah's gasping.
So
She needs a smack
not
for
the
that.
umpire, not
Not the-
players, nobody. Grief.
No violence. All right then. Well, she needs a stern talking to then. No, we like stern talking to. Okay.
Use our words here.
What was it? What was the
I think
chance
they're
there?
going
Oh.
to get through very
They
comfortably
are.
in the end, because
It looks-
Sophia Smale, who's unfortunately spent about as much time on the floor in the last few minutes as she has upright, has
Bless her.
unfortunately had to go into the dive to stop it. Oh dear.
She's taken the
in the
punishment I
wars.
would have given Emily Arlott.
Well, I think I remember in the first year saying this about Fee Morris, who'd had a spell a bit like this. It's a little bit like the
Once it
Black
starts.
Knight in
Yeah, yeah.
Monty Python,
It's
where you
just
kind
a
of feel as though
flesh wound.
yes, the limbs are just gradually getting chopped off, and then eventually she will just be out there at extra cover or try to come in and bowl, and
Covered in
it will be just a
bruises.
flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound, is what the character says in the TV reference, the film reference that we're making, Monty Python, Holy Grail. The Holy Grail.
is.
Yeah.
What a film.
Yeah.
Jones tucking it off the pads
Yeah, I think
once
she likes
more.
that. Still, it's only one run, so
It's a tricky one for Luff as well, because it's a tight game. Holland has gone for 10 off this over. You desperately want to have another over, but it's going to be tricky. I'm being told that this man is the best graphic designer in county cricket.
Yeah.
He's on camera at the moment.
That was a dot if anybody. Well,
There's
it's a
another
wide if
wide
anyone's interested.
outside the off stump.
They like that graphics, man.
Yes, but
He
he
has
hasn't
no idea
designed.
the-
But he hasn't designed a graphic for his own
And for his own walk across.
picture on there, his own name. He needs a graphic with his own name on there so he can put it up. This is carved backward a point. Good
Ooh,
stop.
Lovely start from
Well,
that.
yeah.
Like a
Nat
good stop.
Wraith at the
Oh, he's
backward
Mr.
point
Western
position.
Storm logo. Mr. Western Storm logo, he is. We've just been told.
and
Which
that
is the best
nice
logos.
little Western Storm membership graphic, etc.
Oh yes,
He
which is
says,
a
bringing that up
bargain,
again.
Which is a bargain for £45, and then the discounts are the discounts after that. Buy it for your friends for Christmas. Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want to be a member? Great discounts, and there was a discount to the end of season dinner next year. And there's still places in this year's dinner if you want to go to that, which Western Storm will also be at in terms of Somerset dinner. Will we have fireworks here as we
Hey.
proceed? Just making a musical reference. Smile to continue from the pavilion end. Maddie Green batting at the Luff end. That's well bowled there. Maddie Green can't do anything except dot that back to the bowler, and there is no run. Still 116 for 2. You listen to Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford, former Somerset, and Ed Seaborn, as Maddie Green plays that straight to the mid-on fielder, who goes over the top of that, and there is no run.
Question is, though, will it be West Country Cider or Worcestershire Perry being drunk
Yeah,
at the end
at
of the
the
game?
end of today. Yeah. A big swing and up and over the top from Maddie Green. The fielder's chasing it and might reel it in. Oh, she's taken a body over it. I think that's a fault.
Yeah, well done to Nat Wraith for owning up there, because it would have
Nearly.
been quite easy
Yeah,
for her
yeah.
to have just tried and
And if that had been an edge
forced Ian
bastard, there'd have
Blackwell
been
to say, no, you didn't stop that.
4 runs to the total. Sparks move on to 120 for 2. But Maddie Green meant that. She walloped that up and over the field, searching for that 4 that she just got. Smile's response is Maddie Green can only work that straight to safety left, and there is no run.
I can tell you that the Northern Diamonds have beaten Thunder by 48 runs in the end. They bowled Thunder out for 148
Wow.
after Thunder were 110 for 4.
That's effective. Well, it's a Northern derby, isn't it? Diamonds versus Thunder. There is a fielder down here, and that's going to get cut off. Will he get through for a single? Ooh, that's over already. So they'll be on their way back to their various haunts.
Yeah, so Diamonds,
Early.
as it stands, have moved into 3rd place, but
Jockeying for
they may not last there.
positions. Yes.
Defending
Today's
champions have kept
results.
themselves alive.
It's great that it's so close.
Yeah.
Right up to the last few games. Eve Jones plays that lustily, but straight to Nat Wraith, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 28 overs gone. Central Sparks are 121 for 2. Eve Jones at 46. Maddie Green at 12. Western Storm set them 242 to win. So,
Exciting finish brewing between South East Stars and
Yeah.
Southern Vipers potentially as well, after it looked as though Stars were subsiding. They've had a partnership worth 44 now for the 7th wicket between Ailish Cranston, who's 69 not out. Prolific start to last season at the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy, and then I think got injured. Alexa Stonehouse is with her.
England
Stonehouse has
under
certainly
19.
certainly got history of coming up with
Yeah.
important late order
Important
runs.
innings.
In I think there was a semi-final she was
Oh,
involved
is it?
in,
Did
wasn't
she
there?
play
Who-
Australia in the World Cup
what
final
happened in
and
that
beat
game
them?
again?
Yeah. I think you'll find
England won,
England
didn't
beat Australia. We won't get invited to Australia, you know that. don't we?
They love it. They love that sort of thing, 'cause they'll get to come back with something even more superior.
Yeah, like
Holland
all
is-
the World Cups that they've got.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
the shirt's too small to put all
Talk
the
to the
stars
medals,
on,
because
blah,
I'm
blah,
not
blah.
listening, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Neve Holland is getting his second over. And this time she puts back to ball and finds the gap between backward point and short third. And although it's a particularly long corner out there because of the way that the rope is set up, it still makes it. And this is now turning into quite an important passage of play here for a moment, because I think that might well have been a wide if she'd left it as well
yeah.
for a moment. I think that Green might have been regretting putting back to ball. I don't know. I'm sure she'll say, I knew exactly where I was hitting it, but it was...
The fielders were interested, weren't they?
She put back to ball and just obviously
back to
instinctively
ball.
knew that that was where the angle was going to be, but it did look a little bit dodgy for a moment as the ball was
Takes a-
looping there.
Yeah, just taking a breath out, I think.
And the change of field with deep third now.
Oh,
Oh, that's
straight into the
a
action.
little bit less intentional from Maddie Green, I think. It's more of a bottom edge down there. But it is now turning into the kind of little period here where Central Sparks get that run rate back under control. Duckworth Lewis is now saying 108, so only a few moments ago it felt as though it was pretty much even Stevens, and now they're 18 ahead. I think even a wicket now would still mean it was only even rather than turning it in Western Storm's favour as trying to pull this down the leg side. Jones misses it, it's wided. It's funny, she still gave the body language as though she was upset that it wasn't being called a wide, despite the fact that it was then.
Yes,
I should get 2 for that.
Eternally unhappy when it's not given as a wide.
Oh dear, Baelish Cranston's out, so
Oh,
there we
so
go.
you,
There goes
you
that
cursed
idea.
that and you're not even
no, I should imagine that with the delay
Hmm.
it happened before I said it.
there. When you say that. Another
Yeah,
one. So the
this is-
total extras batted to 16 so far.
Yes, it's got to be tricky for Neve Holland, and she's missing a sort of a Danny Gibson or somebody
Yeah,
to
Fräulein
go
Gibson
and
missing
yeah,
this one,
you know, some more senior, quick to go and
Come on.
have the old arm round the shoulder. Must be worked through square for a single. Jones inching towards her half century. She's held this innings together as she so often does, though.
Yeah,
Everybody else can play around
that's
her.
around. That's right.
Yeah, and although Diamond's bowled out for 196, and we've got 4 games. They're all alive, and they've all got some bearing on the
Onto
top
that, yeah,
3.
absolutely.
It's magnificent to see.
It's great that the 8 regions are so close now.
Yeah.
This far, this close to the end.
And they've all got, you know, even Storm, who are bottom of this table, but they've certainly had their moments, not just this
Yeah.
season, but also in the
And a
Charlotte
victory or
Edwards
two
Cup,
to-
and
yeah,
they've got players who can beat you. Pushed for a quick run, and there'll be another
Another shot.
throw on the striker's end. Sophie Love kicking at the ground. She's feeling she should have hit there.
Seemed a bit nonchalant from Eve Jones, but she did.
Yeah, I was going to say, it
she-
felt as if
you know.
it was quite a comfortable single,
Yeah,
and
but
then
Then it wasn't.
wasn't, no. Luff with the throw. You can see she's, as always, setting such high standards for herself in the field. And
Captain fantastic, Sophie. Love.
delivery that finishes off the 29th over, 132 for 2. They still feel maybe, you know, a couple of quick wickets, but they have plenty of batting remaining. Amy Campbell, who's such a solid performer, Katie George, who I'm sure would love nothing better than to finish things off against her old region.
Yeah.
Davina Perrin, so exciting. Seen already what she's capable of, and then certainly can't forget the
Arlott
likes of
can
Ellen
bat.
Marlett. Yeah.
Davis Potts, but they can all bat.
Molly Robin.
Well, this is a move, I think, for a wicket, really, going back to your opening bowler.
Yeah, Molly Robbins back on again. Deciding which way she's going to come over. still ahead of the Duckworth Lewis would put them at 112, so we're at 132. So they're ahead of that in terms of resources in the bank. As Molly Robbins moves her bowling marker.
Keep her up rather than back
Yeah.
at the start.
Keep her
Guess
up.
with less
Yeah.
movement on offer now, it just forces Jones not to be able to use her feet, which she certainly
Robbins
likes
right
to do.
on over to the left-handed Eve Jones, and that's a wide, and it's going down the hill. And it's cut off, fortunately, so they get away with that only being the run that they've taken, and the one for the wide, so 2 more to the total. 132 for 2. 134 for 2. Just clicking over. Molly Robbins is changing her field, which is good. You want to see a young bowler able to set the field that she wants for the ball that she wants. So they're sending out the third to almost on the rope. Sophie Luff coming into a short mid-wicket for Maddie Green's batting. Deep square. Maddie Green just carves that straight to the point field and wings that into the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
As always, stepping into a commentary box with you, Claire, I learned something new.
Oh, yeah?
And this time
Really?
it was that flash lag
Flash lag. You looked it
illusion.
up?
I'd not heard of that. I'd heard of something called chronostasis.
Oh, that sounds like sleeping for a long time. That's straight to the field and there is no run.
It's sort of a similar thing, I think, where when you look at something first quickly,
Yeah.
it
you see
kind
one
of
thing.
it stays there for a bit. You know, when you first look at a ticking
yeah.
clock and you look at it, the first second seems a bit longer than the next ones.
Oh, yeah. Chronostasis. Maddie Green. Can't get that one away. And there is no run.
And it's also, I think it can be used as kind of a general term in that you so often remember your first year doing something or the first time you did something a lot better than the next times, which that's not really quite what it's about, but
No,
it's
but
more
it's
there's
sort
more
of
of a brain
the
effect like
perception
that.
of
I'd not
time.
quite heard of that one, which is odd because you think being judging run-outs, it's quite a common effect in cricket.
Yeah, look up flash lag. It's you'll see it. That was a dot ball, by the way. Because it's when you're watching on the telly and you think, oh, that's in or that's out easily, and then when you see it slowed up, you think, oh no, it wasn't what I thought it was, and that's because your eyes and your brain are catching up with each other one way or another. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but
But then also, you
flash
know,
lag.
I think chronostasis comes into play when you first you
Chronostasis.
flash quickly to it. Everything seems slower, then all of a sudden it speeds up as you have to
Yeah.
judge it.
Oh, that's another dot ball. When I fielded at point, I kidded myself that I could slow down time as the ball came towards me. So I suppose I was trying to engage chronostasis. I think you have to do that, otherwise you just, you know.
So if
A
you ever
rabbit in
think
the
that you can
headlights.
turn back time, you
I'll be start singing again. That is played beautifully. That's a sumptuous drive through the covers by
Maddie Green.
It was Maddie Green. I thought it was. They swapped over, and I was thinking that was a cover drive, wasn't it? That's the end of the over. So 30 overs gone, 20 overs to go. Central Sparks find themselves at 138 for 2. Eve Jones almost at that 50, and Green on 22. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to leave you with Ed Seaborn and Hannah Thompson-Radford's coming back into the commentary position.
Maddie Green's somebody who's certainly familiar with these surroundings, having played in T20 games for New Zealand here a couple of years back.
Number 20, Chloe Skelton.
We'll be seeing plenty of Maddie Green as far as England's women are concerned in the next several months, with both an away and home series against New Zealand. The away series coming up later on in the winter after the tour to India, which does at least include a test match. So there's that, and then there's also a mischievous seagull. We had a couple of seagulls fighting over an apple core a couple of days ago at Bristol, which caught the photographer's eye. This one's looking for some form of fruit as well. They seem to like fruit actually, because there was one after a banana skin. It had somehow managed to peel the banana. This seagull. Pardon me, gull. I know. Yeah, I know you people. Quick single is added here again. But it's somehow with its beak managed to peel the banana, and then was interested in eating the skin rather than the actual banana. So I thought, wow, what a clever seeker. Oh no, it's not. No, it's not clever.
To be fair, my daughter tries to do that as well. She's like, oh, banana. And I'm just like, oh, the skin. I don't want to eat the actual banana. I just want the skin. But she's only 14 months, so we can allow that, right? Or, yeah. But she does get fascinated by it.
Bumped it into the leg side, but will be cut off. So Skelton at the Sophie Luff end. Can't beat him, join him.
I didn't think you'd convert.
Why not? It's only a river, isn't it? This is a bump ball, and to the credit of the spectators in the ground, I don't think anybody thought that was a catch.
Yeah, I'm just impressed, Claire. You're getting your Sophie Luff end. The more we say it, the more it's going to happen.
Oh, play and a miss. That was a delicate shot attempted by Green, and she almost exposed those stumps and had them rearranged. Oh, very close to being caught behind than it was bowled, and the end looked close to being bowled from this angle. Reverse sweep comes out. They'll turn this into another couple of runs, despite the best efforts of Griffiths in pursuit. It's been another cheap over, but you feel wickets really are the currency that Storm have to deal in, especially given the fact that Skelton's only got 2 more overs left after this. Pulled on the bounce, and oh dear, that's going to be overthrows again. Maybe just the one, actually.
One overthrow that didn't need to be.
It was one of those where the throw was done
Quick.
in anticipation of the fact that the batter might have been out of her ground, but unfortunately she wasn't, and Wilson was trying to pick up and throw quickly and got it away, but unfortunately, even with the spinner bowling, Skelton couldn't get back to the stumps. So 142 for 2, and exactly 100 needed by Central Sparks. At the moment, they are just killing this game. Oh, he's had enough. Come back. It's not over yet. Yeah, thank you.
He was getting a comfier chair. I think he's gone for a cushion or something, because he was eyeing up the chairs and trying to get comfy. You want to get your comfy seat? You got a great view. That's right, he's got his cushion, so he's in. I can see him.
There we go. That's how to do
And
it.
Robbins comes in and dot ball on the first delivery.
He's just getting comfy for the exciting finish.
Yeah, a few wickets. Momentum changes. We were talking about the Luff end, but there's plenty of lights here as well, because obviously Alex Hartley's got her light at Old Trafford, hasn't she?
Yes.
And there is backlight over next to the James Hildreth stand.
Yes, it is. Well, it's quite a straight floodlight, actually, isn't it?
That's
In
what I'm
terms of its
thinking.
position on the ground. Normally, it's off at kind of wide mid off, wide mid on, that sort of thing. It's quite a
good marketable
yeah,
place.
It's just straight long off.
And it's dug out for a dot.
I think it needs to be written all the way up the pylon, not just, at the bottom of it. Okay, something at the bottom of it, but, kind of in the Somerset maroon, and you have the lettering.
Luff light. As Robbins to Green. Quick single. But Sophie Luff has got a banner to the right of us in front of Ian Darchie. She's got a big board. I think, is it Anya Shrubsole on there as well?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and In fact, I don't know if Sophie Luff is on there yet, but Anya Shrubsole is on Legends Walkway at Bristol.
Yeah. Good delivery from Robbins. And again, a shy at the stumps from the fielder, but luckily the bats managed to stop that one, so no overthrows on this occasion.
Maddie Green motioning a defensive shot.
Thank you for fielding that one, Maddie Green.
I think if you throw it at the batter like that, they should have the they should have the chance to to smack it for some more runs.
Absolutely not, as Robbins comes in. And a little bit of a mix-up. The shy of it.
Oh, that would have been gone.
Non-strikers then. If that was a direct hit, she would have been walking back. Let's see one next to me.
As it is, that is her 50. It was
and her 50.
a run for a half century. She was almost run out on 49. We'll get a look at the replay. Smale wasn't too far off and not really in the picture. The bat hadn't even got on the ground, never mind being in its ground.
So focused on that fielding then. Yeah, Eve Jones with her 50.
Another 50 for her.
Another one.
The run machine continues to churn them out, and vital runs too.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, it looked very close. If that was a direct hit, she definitely wouldn't have got that landmark.
I can tell you, by the way, now that the table is updated, Northern Diamonds picked up a bonus point in their game. So having been dismissed for 196, they've ended up with a bonus point win. So they're up to 30 points, just one behind the South East Stars. And this is getting really quite congested, and to be honest, it's even worrying me. And I love these things. Southern Vipers are going to wrap up a win over the South East Stars, and that may be a bonus point win as well, which will mean that Stars are all of a sudden looking pretty precarious, especially given the fact they've got Sparks to play in the last game. Skelton continues. That's a fine glance from Maddie Green, and I think it's just going to be cut off, just about.
It was racing and it slowed.
Yes, and the hand just kind of reached down to pluck it at the last moment. I thought for one moment that Gemma Lane had misjudged the pace of the ball and was going to pick it up just the other side of the boundary, but as it is, she keeps it down to 2 in the end. Weight on.
Very strong weight on there.
A good call. Yeah, so I think after they've been fairly close to running each other out a couple of times here, that's when you start to scream a bit louder with the calls.
You will hear me, you will wait.
It was weight on rather than no run. Oh, she almost takes out Eve Jones there. And on striker's end, a hard swat down the ground.
Yeah, a lot of international cricket played by Maddie Green, as you mentioned previously. Played almost 150 matches, I think, if my maths is any good.
Yeah.
61 plus 81, so
And
almost. That's right, isn't it? Almost 150.
Yeah, we can round it up to that.
Yeah, we'll round it. So it's almost there.
To the nearest 50.
Yeah.
But I think when you think of New Zealand cricket and you think of the likes of Bates and Devine, it's going to have to be the Maddie Greens of this world that are going to have to take on the mantle at some point. Jones looking to use the crease, but I certainly get the feeling that at this point they're just going to take what's on offer with Skelton. They see her as one of the main threats. They know she's the leading wicket taker. She's been tricky to get away today, and so they are just seeing her off here. 3 from that over, 149 for 2. Rate still 5.5. I mean, you don't even really get amazingly jittery until it gets to a runner ball. Coach and regional director on camera, Trevor Griffin and Lisa Padgett. Oh, to be a fly on the wall.
Oh, I'd love to be a fly on the wall there. Just sneak in behind that window and just put your ear to it. Wonder what they're talking about. What do you reckon?
I would imagine that it is cricket related.
Oh, obviously, yeah, obviously.
There was some pointing out in the middle, so
Yeah.
it was something to do with the field, I don't know. It didn't look as if it was sort of idle gossip, that's
Oh,
for
no,
sure.
not gossip. It was definitely cricket related. I'd love to know what they're saying.
Unfortunately, we can't mic them up.
No, that'd be fun though, wouldn't it? As Griffiths comes in. Another strong weight on call. Sparks don't have to do anything too silly at this point. 149 for 2. Jones on 50 and Green on 30 with 17 overs remaining.
So they can be a little bit silly.
They don't have to do anything too silly though.
Not too
Not
silly,
too
just a
silly.
little bit silly is all right.
Run rate's 5.5 at the minute, so
Yeah,
just
so it's a
stay
tiny bit
stable.
of silliness might be needed at some point.
As that's struck beautifully back past the bowler for 4 runs. That's all they need to do because they need 5.5 and over, right? So a boundary and a single. Keep it tidy, keep it easy.
And it was a ball which you would say was getting towards the stage where slot tends to be used as the 150 comes up with that boundary. It was a fairly uncomplicated swing of the bat there from Green. It wasn't your classic vertical bat, high elbow drive down the ground, but it doesn't really matter how you do it as long as you get the 4.
As they look for a quick single again, they're going to have a shy at the non-striker's end, but a bit softer in there. Backed up well this time.
Yeah, so just 1 over left of Skelton, 3 each of Smale and Robbins. Griffiths has got plenty of overs left, but I'd imagine at some point they'll have to go back to Gemma Lane, and they've had the 2 spin options here. I'm sure what they would have loved to have been able to do is play the impact sub out one of the batters and put Nicole Harvey in.
Yeah,
Have a 3rd spin option the way it's gone.
good fielding by Luff.
It has spun a bit for a pitch that has a bit of a green tinge to it. Not massively, but just a bit of turn to help the spinners. But mostly they've been able to give it some flight and some loop and just got a little bit of grip out of the surface.
As Griffiths bowls to her field, frustrating Sparks captain Eve Jones.
Just a couple of dots just to get the volume levels up in the field.
Yeah, start to build a bit of pressure, try to get that breakthrough from a Storm perspective. Need wickets, as you mentioned. That's the currency they need to deal in. And again, Griffiths bowls to Jones, who finds Luff in the inner ring, and that's the end of the over. 154 for 2. Jones on 50, Green on 35. 16 overs remain.
Well, we've reached the stage where you can start to look at your 100 balls remaining. 96 balls, 88 runs. There's the Worm, I think, by whatever measure you looked up with, Lewis, Worm, Manhattan, any other measure that you can come up with statistically is going to show that the Central Sparks are easing their way to this total at the moment.
Yes, par is 135 at the minute, and they're on 154.
Things did seem to get a bit easier later on in Storm's innings as well. Turn around the corner, Jones wants the single, and she'll get it. Good running. I don't know what Storm can really do to prevent that single, because you've probably got to be on the edge of the circle for those sweep shots. Fine on the leg side there, but it is particularly annoying when the ball turns into the right-hander and it's just help it round the corner for a simple single to get off strike. And also Skelton knowing this is her last over. She's got to make something happen here, and you can tell from her body language that she's just desperate to be the one to get that wicket. But as it is, this partnership continues to grow. 59 it's put on after an 83-run stand for the second wicket. A little bit quicker this time from Skelton. Just continuing to milk things here. This is an innings from Green, which has displayed her experience as well. I mean, she's moved to 37 from 39. She hasn't really taken much of a risk. She's taken the singles when they're on offer, gone for the boundaries when the ball's in her area.
Using the full face of the bats. Making the most of what she's paid for.
Well, Jones's natural game is going to get Sparks home here. She gets a full toss. She's clothed it somewhat and won't take full toll, but they will take a couple of runs. And Blackwell signalling fine as far as waist height was concerned. And so the last ball of Chloe Skelton's spell. Treated with respect by Eve Jones. So 10 overs for 38 Skelton's final figures, but another over there where they've just eked 5 runs out, which is basically what they need. 159 for 2, 35 overs gone. And Thompson Radford will be joined by Claire Jenkins.
Western Storm searching for that breakthrough. Jones looking very good on 53. And as Ed mentioned, it's been pretty easy from Green. Griffiths remains in the attack.
This is what they want from their overseas player, isn't it? To really expressing themselves and setting a good example and all that.
Just making it look so easy.
Yeah.
We've got Welsh Fires and Wales Women's bowler Alex Griffiths continuing her spell. Oof. And that's hits beautifully. Oof. Back past the bowler, and we'll go for 4 runs. Fielder tried to stop it, but it goes underneath.
Just classy batting there, wasn't it? Just giving it full throttle, but across the grass carpet.
Storm really need to get a breakthrough because these two are looking very dominant.
Again, they're still ahead of the DLS, which is at 140, and Sparks 163.
And that gap just keeps increasing as well.
Yeah.
2 very experienced batters in the middle. A relatively young seam attack from Storm. They get a quick single taken, a direct hit, she'll be gone.
Ooh. That was a risky biscuit there, wasn't it? Ooh.
Safe in the end, but yeah, direct hit. She would definitely have been walking back.
I wonder how much note Maddie Green's made of how good the various fielders are for Western Storm. I'd like to think that they've done their homework on who's likely to run them out, but she won't know them as well as the regional players will.
Jones on strike. Makes some room for herself and hits it away for a single. Score 165 for 2. Jones a tidy 54. Just doing the job that she does so well.
Maddie Green heading towards that milestone as well, potentially.
With a wider delivery, punished, and the fielder won't get there. No. Another boundary scored.
The spectators have to throw the ball back. Come get that ball back. Classy shot there through point by Maddie Green.
It's her 3rd fixture for the Sparks. And her top score for the side so far. Green still on strike, currently on 46. Finds the fielder, dot ball. Yeah, she came into the side and didn't score in the first match against the Blaze, and then against the Sunrisers scored 14 which would be much happier with today's performance.
Yeah, that. Yeah, the blaze. But, probably not getting an idea of the bounce, perhaps in English conditions, shall we say?
She looks for a quick single again inside the ring. Direct hit, might have been walking, but makes it safely. And that brings the end of the over. Sparks are 174-2. Eve Jones on 54 and Maddie Green on 47. 14 overs remain. That DLS pass scores 146 there. A good 24 ahead, if that's good maths.
There's a gap. Yeah, that game for Maddie Green, she just arrived. Excuse me.
Edge bowling at the river end.
That
Number
game
13,
against the Blaze,
Gemma
she
Lane.
looked like she wasn't sure which balls to hit and which balls to leave in terms of not really judging the bounce. So she's getting used to English conditions better. She's certainly better. Nicely here for Central Sparks, and meanwhile, Captain Fantastic Sophie Love is having a word with Sophia Smale about how are Western Storm going to break this partnership, because it is building.
72 runs required. Run rate has dropped down to 5.1 now. It's been sitting on 5.5 for quite a while. Sparks need the win to stay mathematically into the competition for those eliminators.
Yeah, and I suspect that the bonus point is potentially out of their reach, but 4 points they're going to be searching for this win. As there's some rearranging of the field. Maddie Green will face Gemma Lane coming on from the loft end. Got a short third in here. Deep squarish mid-wicket. There's a big gap in that, what we might refer to as cow corner. Is there a trap set? Maddie Green uses that big gap. And they get through for a quick single. Oh, is it always going to be a shy? Oh, that was messy. Eve Jones set off for a set, and she's not known for her speed of scoring necessarily. And that was a good throw after she had some indecision and did half a rounder on her way back. So she ran at 1.5 for that. That might be a 0.8, 0.7 or something of a run.
I'm not sure it works like that,
Claire.
Claire.
0.7. Eve Jones has certainly done extra steps today. Set off halfway and then decided against it, and then the field realised there was a chance of a run out. The Central Sparks captain still at the crease, eyeing the gaps. Lane from the top end. Played into the leg side. There is a gap there, and they run through for a single. You mentioned sort of milking those singles, and that's what they're getting into a groove with here. Western Storm need to knock them off that groove as Gabby Brown, fairly new to the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. It's great to see more of the women umpiring this and getting to the top level. So great to see Gabby umpiring. Ian Blackwell here today. Lane from the loft end to Green this time. Sort of, she didn't get anything on that. She looked like she flicked it, but she didn't, because it was a wide and it's gone for 4 runs. So that's 4 wides. 4 wides the total. Fortunately for Western Storm, Sparks move on to 172. 177. 177 for 2. Eve Jones on 55. Maddie Green on 48 and on strike. Is she going to get to a 50? Are Western Storm going to spoil that? What has Lane got in her locker in terms of foiling this Central Sparks return innings? Ooh, straight through. Nearly spoilt it. But there is no run. It was a stomping attempted, but I think Maddie Green was in her crease still. Maddie Green had a little tiddle at that, and then
spoke the wicket into existence then.
Oh no, nearly. Lane to Green. Shadows lengthening here at Taunton. over her shoulder. That's going to get reeled in, I think. And they're going to get 2 for 2. If they're quick, yeah, plenty of time for that too. And that's going to be, did that come off the bat? What am I going to get? Yeah, 7 for 2, and that's Maddie Green's 50. So her first 50 for Central Sparks, and the captain gives her a quick cuddle. Well done, that Kiwi, in terms of New Zealand international, Maddie Green. So yeah, 7 fours and that 50.
She must have got something on it, because it looked like to us it was going to be a bye signal.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a bite, but
she
no,
must have got
off
something
the bat.
on it.
Yeah, and she's just taking her time now, having a little breather, having got that 50. So both players are through the 50 milestone. It's a good partnership here.
Yep, almost
Building.
nearing their 100 partnership as well. The last wicket fell at 97 when Abby Freeborn departed,
Oh, yeah.
scoring 44 runs herself. It's been a good showing from the top order.
Yep. 179 for 2. Maddie Green carves that through backward of plane. That's going to be an easy 4. Doesn't bother running. That's 4 to the total, and 4 more to Maddie Green.
Yeah, no argument with that one. That definitely came off the bat nice and cleanly.
Placed. Yeah, that was classy there. The Sparks move on to 183 for 2. Maddie Green on to 54. Chasing a captain who's on 55, so they're matchy-matchy, as you mentioned earlier. What's Gemma Lane got in her locker? Oh, that's nicely played as well. Oh my goodness me, that was flicked off her foot for 4. Using the pace of the bowler there, that's 4 more runs to Maddie Green, 4 more runs to the total for Sparks, who are on 187 for 2. That's 37 overs gone. Eve Jones at 55. Maddie Green's overtaken her captain now onto 58. And the Duckworth Lewis Stern is 151, so well ahead of that still. What can Sophie Luff strategise here? What's going to be the plan? So I think we've got Sophia Smale coming back on at the pavilion end. And as Western Storm search for wickets and Central Sparks for those vital 4 points, which will put them into contention for the end of the season. As the team finishing top of the table will go straight through to the final. 2 and 3 will play off in an eliminator on Thursday before finals day. So we are heading towards a finals day. I've got it here at Northants. It'll be played at Northants Sunday the 24th of September. Northants. The eliminator will be played a couple of days before. So that's what they're aiming at.
Yep, so we've got another Welsh player in the mix. So that's guided away. It's not going to go for they are going to come for a couple though. Sophia Smale, she burst on the scene in the 100 last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Established herself as that young gun.
She was in
player to
Oval
watch.
Invincibles, wasn't she?
She
Was did a sort of very spectacular wicket celebration, which captured the photographer's imagination. Of course, there was 2 Smales in the under-19 team, both Welsh but not related.
Smale comes in again.
Seven Smale plays for Thunder.
Yep, this time guided away. 1 run taken.
I think they played tennis against each other for Wales or something.
I believe so, yeah.
They were, they'll have encountered each other before they joined the England under-19 squad, but not related.
Yeah, quite a lot of the players do other sports as well.
And it's encouraged, isn't it?
Hockey, etc. Yeah, especially these days. They don't want kids just to specialise in one sport, because at the end of the day, sport is meant to be fun as well. It's not meant to just be.
And it's different muscle development and stuff as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's now to Green. Switches her hands.
She spotted the gap, but it didn't have quite enough pace on it to do exactly what she wanted. There's
Like
another shot at the stumps.
Yeah, slight misfield there, but luckily it's backed up. Just have to rearrange the stumps, as I think Sophia Smell, as she tried to collect the ball, might have bumped into the stumps. So just getting tidied up at the moment.
Ian Blackwell doing that rebuild.
Yeah, I think it is important, especially like you see so much crossover between hockey and cricket, hand-eye coordination, etc. Smell to Jones this time. Jones puts her hands through it, and did that stay in the air, or was that along the ground?
No, we might get a replay in a moment.
We'll see on the replay. Was that
a chance?
A difficult chance, if so, but no, it grounded.
Missed it. Ooh, it's a shot at this one. Ooh! God, I feel for Katie Jones. She's got all sorts of grounds to be really annoyed with the fielders here.
So she'll have to try to get the direct hit, bobbled up and hit Jones.
She's going to be black and blue, bless her.
But a direct hit potentially ran out.
There's a chance, got to be going for it.
Uses her feet.
Ooh,
The Smell with the footwork saves the boundary though.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Show no pain, that is.
And that ends the over. Sparks on 192 for 2. Eve Jones on 59. And Maddie Green also on 59.
Sophia Smell is waving that she needs to go off now. She's hobbling. Yeah, we're going to need a substitute for Sophia Smell. That comes keen, and there's not much protection on the shoes that they wear in terms of...
Well, this has been a great debate that I've had recently with some of the players about footwear, which I did see an article, I think it was by Fee Thomas.
Change bowling at the river end, number
I'm trying to
13.
think if it's Fee Thomas or whether it's Molly McCall.
Yes, Patel comes on as the 12th. She's thrown the bib over the edge, and I think Ian Blackwell's just saying she has to get permission to come back on. So, is there something off again, or is she staying on? She's staying on.
Yeah, but I do wonder whether enough of the players have got protective footwear, because some of them do just get trainers spiked, and it's like, well, does that have the protection that you need? And it's interesting in listening to Anya on the Nobles podcast about cutting a hole in her toe,
lots of them cut
there's
some hideous toes pointing out of the, especially the quick bowlers, don't they? Just to sort of release the pressure off. Yes, I don't really want to think about that.
But yeah, you'd hope that the technology would be there, but I know that I think
all the 3D printing that these days.
I believe Lydia Greenway is working on a project around that.
Oh yeah. And that goes well wide, and that's going to be a spare ball there. Extras move to 25.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating to see what will come of the spike situation.
Yeah, there's 3D printing's got to come into this, hasn't it? As Robbins comes in from the luff end, Eve Jones carves that to point, but straight to the fielder, but bouncing as it reaches Fran Wilson, and there is no run.
Yeah, how would 3D printing work?
Well, you just, you scan the foot and then build the shoe around the foot, wouldn't you?
I guess so. I wasn't sure.
Eve Jones takes another swipe, this time past the point fielder, and that's not going to get stopped by that's another 4. The poor sweeper fielder there really didn't have much of a chance, but they needed to set up 5 minutes earlier. Another 4 to the total. Sparks head towards that 200 on 197 for 2. Eve Jones on 63. Maddie Green on 59. Extras on 25.
100 partnership.
And the 100 partnership we hear come up over the PA. So, yes, this is what Central Sparks wanted from Maddie Green. Bat with the captain and get a decent partnership. And then let's get the 4 points. Western Storm, meanwhile, need some wickets. Eve Jones tries to play that, but Annie succeeds in dobbing it down to the short cover fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, run rate's dropped below 4 and over now as well, so they're really powering on in the DLS par as well. They're now
40 ahead of
40
the DLS.
ahead.
Yeah. Eve Jones plays that into the gap this time. There is a sweeper there who's going to mop that up, and they're just going to get a single. 198 for 2. Just waiting for the scoreboard to click over. Well, metaphorically click over. Because we don't have those old scoreboards, do we, these days? We clank the handle to make the scores go over, and there was always one number that stuck In fact, there's at Lords, there's still one of the. I was noticing that at the 100 final, there's a 3 that doesn't come over or something. You're looking at it, you think, that's not right. And then eventually it goes to 4. I think it was a 3. Maddie Green digs that one out, and there's not going to be any run there. Straight to the fielder.
What if the match always stays on a 3?
yeah. It doesn't come up on that scoreboard. I'm sure probably Mike Taylor could tell us about that, as he's probably been at Lords scoring, or even Polly. Polly Rhodes and Mike Turner in the score box next to us. Mike Turner's got his binoculars on, spotted something. As Maddie Green works that off her legs, they get through for a single. Another one to the total. 199 for 2.
Oh, that was quite tuneful.
Yes, 199 for 2. I was just waiting. 199 for 2. 39 overs gone. 11 overs remaining. So, Central Sparks will want to finish this as quickly as possible. Western Storm searching for some wickets.
And I know Western Storm will be disappointed by their season, sitting bottom of the table, unfortunately, and they need a win today to make that change, and I'm not sure how much it would change.
No, a consolation home win potentially, but that's what they were searching for, or spoiling Central Sparks' party. Just looking at the other game that's still in play, Sunrisers versus Blaze at Loughborough. Blaze need 52 off 31 balls with 4 wickets remaining, so Blaze are 244 for 6, and needing 52 off 31 there at Loughborough, where Mike Perkins, bless him, is on his own on the commentary, so he's looking after you, so be nice to him, because he's had a hard day there.
Now back.
Mike Perkins, my Jedi mentor. He have given me the cliche klaxon, and he's told me that that's a cliche in itself, which has now confused me completely.
Smell comes in. Footwork over the top.
Maddie Green's
Couple
decided she's going to finish this quick.
And it's gone for 4 runs.
Oh, that
Green
was
on 64 now. Sparks 200 have come up. They've moved from 199 to 203 now for 2.
matchy, 64-64.
Yeah, both on 64. It's been a brilliant partnership, over 100 between them now. As that one was much more respectfully hit back to a bowler, who's backed up by her teammates. But yeah, I know Western Storm will be disappointed, but there's a lot to take from the season as well. And if the point of this is developmental, then to have 2 players go on to play for England is huge.
Ooh.
And it's missed and stumped. Maddie Green's got to depart on 64. Brilliant piece of work by Katie Jones behind the stumps there. A stumping. And credit to Smell, who set that up beautifully.
Yes, and Katie Jones, for all the bruises she's acquired from her teammates throwing the ball in all sorts of directions at her, she's got the reward for that in terms of a stump. Meanwhile, a great innings from Maddie Green, 64 off 55 balls with 10 falls. She's looking in great form there. It's a pity there's only one more game left for Central Sparks, which I shall have the benefit of. I'm on the comms there for Edgbaston, Central Sparks versus South East Stars, which could be a shootout depending on the results, how they go today. So we're going to see 2 left-handers here as Amy Campbell comes in, former Northern Diamond, and now well established in the Central Sparks.
Yeah, her and Freeboard moved across at the same time.
Yeah, they did.
And they built a good impact between them, didn't they?
They have. They settled in really quickly. I like when they're back together. It sort of makes me calm somehow. They've got some sort of, I call them the engine room when they're back together, but we won't see them back together today. Annie Freeborn has been in already.
Yep,
so this will be
44.
Yeah, this will be Captain and Amy Campbell, who's been batting well. She plays a lot of straight drives and things. So if Western Storm have done their homework, we shall see when the field is set up to her.
Sparks require 39. The Storm require 7 wickets.
Yes.
Could they do the unthinkable?
Could they do the unthinkable? I'm about to realise I've got 2 left-handers here and have to reset the field, I suspect. Amy Campbell takes a guard from Ian Blackwell. Gabby Brown at the other end. And the umpires today, Polly Rhodes and Mike Turner in the scorebox next to us. So we've got a substitute fielder on. Have we still got substitute fielder on? No, perhaps not. Smells back on again, isn't she?
Yeah, I think Griffiths. Oh,
Oh yeah, okay. Good pick up. Still hobbling, Smale.
I think it's Griffiths went off.
Oh, yeah.
So comes in. Campbell uses her feet.
Ooh.
And a misfield. That is not what Western Storm need at this time. And the ball races away. It is going to halt.
It is. They're going to have to run them up.
Robbins
They
with
want
the
them.
misfield.
The kids are shouting. Brilliant.
Frustrated with herself there.
Holly Robbins did well there, but the ball was run out of steam as it got down towards underneath our commentary position.
Been a little bit sloppy in the field from Storm today. Stark comparison to what we saw
After
on Sunday.
yeah, they did really well on Sunday, didn't they?
Decision to leave that last delivery by Campbell. So Sparks on 205 for free. Jones on 64 and Campbell on 2. With a collaboration between Smell and Jones to take the wicket of Maddie Green.
Maddie Green, which was a vital wicket because they were really starting to motor there, and Maddie Green was starting to get her eye in and looked like she decided she wanted to finish the game quickly. And going to be joined again by the lovely Ed. The sunshine here at Taunton at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Somerset's home ground, and also Western Storm. One of their 3 kind of home grounds, because they also play at Bristol and at Sophia Gardens, which is Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, respectively.
And Cheltenham.
And Cheltenham, yes. When they let us loose in Cheltenham, didn't they? Our festival. They
Yes,
they send
and
you
we
there.
didn't have to commentate into a camera this year, which was
No,
a bonus.
which is always a bonus. And we gave Carol Camino her debut as well. That's Robbins comes in from the loft end, and Eve Jones just plays that down, and they run through for a single. Amy Jones will face her first ball at the pavilion end and takes guard from Gabby Brown. The score is 206 for 3. We're into the 41st over. Not so many deliveries left now for Western Storm to get these wickets, or for Central Sparks to get to that total. They need 37 of 10 overs, and even I can do 3.7 and over with that one, and I don't even do numbers. There's a bit of refusal there, so we see a...
I thought you were saying
dead
you
ball.
could score at 3.7 and over.
Yeah,
so
of
you
course.
lost
Yeah,
confidence
no,
there.
no. You don't see me back, clearly. Amy Jones sends that straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
3.7 and over. Get me out there.
Yeah,
Says
get me
Claire.
out
I'll
there.
finish it off for the Sparks. Maybe I'll get it done.
Yeah. Robbins from the loft end to Amy Campbell. It takes a swipe. It's going to go straight to the field, and there is no run.
She almost managed to take that throw with 2 feet on the floor. Katie Jones.
Yeah.
Almost.
Almost. It was almost a decent throw to her gloves at waist height, was it? Robbins to Campbell. Leaves that one outside of off, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some blemishes in the field from both sides, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
Central Sparks with 3 boundaries that went underneath them.
They went over the wicket keeper, and
then,
Western
yes.
Storm have gone round their wicket keeper. As Amy Campbell leaves that one, it's going down the ground to us. I think the fielders are going. Oh no, it's beat them. That's gone for 4 wides, which Western Storm can ill afford that. Robbins needs to get a line sorted. Of course, it's 2 left-handed batters, which is pretty unusual.
Yeah, the
in
seamers
women's
in
games,
general just seem to have lost their line a little bit in the second half of this innings.
Sparks 211 for 3. Campbell. Oh, squirts that off her toes but can't get through for a single. So there is no run. Still 211 for 3. 31 runs off 56 balls.
Looks as though the Blaze and the Sunrisers is
Yeah.
coming. It's actually still coming down to the wire, even though they're 8 down, the Blaze.
Amy Campbell plays that forward but straight to the fielder, and again there is no run, and again they throw at Katie Jones's feet as opposed to her waist. That's the end of the over. 41 overs gone. Central Sparks are 211 for 3. Eve Jones on 65. Amy Campbell on 2.
So Blaze 37 needed off the last 3 overs. They've only got 2 wickets in hand, but
We don't want people leaving us because it's exciting.
Well, no, but at the same time,
Still
Kirsty
exciting.
Gordon is coming in at a 6 from number 9. Well, we can get excited about it because it's got a bearing on this for
Well, yes,
Central
and,
Sparks.
Kirsty McSpin did well with the bat on the last game I did. At Blaze
Yeah,
game, so
well,
she can bat.
as Brian Blessed would say, Gordon's alive.
Gordon's alive.
Smile, excuse me, not smile.
Smelly
that's
smile.
the Australian pronunciation.
Smile.
Smile. Bowling, looking for a 3rd wicket in her last over. Let's cut. It'll pierce the field on the offside. I think the outfield's going to do the rest. It's plenty quick enough, as usual, here at Taunton. It's pretty pristine outfield. And another boundary. So Sparks, they don't necessarily need the bonus point, but they just want this game wrapped up, really. It's reached the stage where they've got enough wickets in hand that they can charge to the finish if they so choose. And Eve Jones, she'll certainly still want to be there, and she'll get 4 more, helping that one on its way.
Easy pickings.
Full toss and down the leg side. And just 23 more runs needed by Central Sparks.
Yeah, it's amazing how many lumps you can take out of a run chase when you're hitting boundaries.
The rate was always at a point. It never reached a point where it looked worrisome. And it was always at a point where just a couple of overs was going to swing it in terms of being right in the favour of Sparks.
This is where Western Storm are really missing Filer and Gibson, isn't it? They just, you know, having them out of their bowling attack. That's not to, you know, just would have been a more compliment. They would have given Sophie Loft something more to deal with.
Yeah.
Fran Wilson tries to throw the ball and then ends up throwing the ball
very
to
successful, was
herself.
it? Sort of throwing it up in the air in celebration when she was meaning to throw it to Smale. Last ball of her spell. And a forward defence. That completes Smale's 10 overs. So terrific figures for her. 2 for 38, despite a couple of boundaries in that over. Represents an excellent day at the office, and she has thrown herself about off her own bowling in the field. Really committed, part of a record-breaking partnership today as well with Chloe Skelton. She's still had a magnificent day at the office and is somebody who, if Western Storm continue to point to the pipeline of players that they're able to produce, and they hope one day might go on to higher honours, but even so, just producing top cricketers, well, Sophia Smale is
It's what
another
England
on
needs,
that
isn't
list.
it? Some quality, you know, producing those quality players. As Amy Campbell swipes at that one, and they're going to get a single. They might be a shy, but it's at the far end, so it was no risk in the end. 1 run to the total. Sparks move on to 220 for 3. Eve Jones on 73. Amy Campbell on 3. We were talking about, you know, great that Filer and Gibson have gone on, and that's great for Western Storm. But it also gives 2 players an opportunity, you know, with 2 gone. One person's opportunity is a gap to be filled.
Oh, direct hit again.
As Amy Campbell gets hit on the back of the legs with the fielding in, and there is no run.
Yeah, a couple of the wrong sorts of direct hits in this innings.
Painful This hits Eve Jones. Plays that past the short cover field, and that's going to be for Imperious.
Such a classy shot, isn't it?
Yeah, that was really nice to see. Great. The shot of a confident batter in form and having batted for quite a while here. It's Eve Jones.
You could almost say she has batted time.
Yes.
To start with, but it's far more than that.
Robbins to Eve Jones. Pops that in the air, but past the field, unfortunately, and there is no run. Halfway through the 43rd.
So it does very much look as though Central Sparks will be leaping ahead of Northern Diamonds.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be level on points with South East Stars. They might be below them, but they will know the win is a good thing in the final game.
Banged into the ground, and Eve Jones just swats that back, almost tennis style, straight back down the pitch. 4 runs. It wasn't in the coaching manual, but it certainly was effective, and straight back down around the ground.
It was as some people try to call it now, a strapple.
Oh, right, okay. That sounds like a drink.
A straight pull. Well, I don't really love it either, because a strapple, that's a bit like a struggle. It sounds like
And it was an easy
I'm not a huge fan of it, but anyway.
Sparks on 228 for 3. Eve Jones. Just a little dabble at that one. Oh, there's a missed field, so they're going to take a single there. That's sloppy stuff from Western Storm there. That's another single to the total, and Eve Jones pinches the strike at the end of the over, so that's 43 overs gone. Central Sparks are 228 for 3. Eve Jones on 82, when she gets to 100. Amy Campbell on 3. Not enough left there, is there?
Well,
Sparks,
she could do if she because she can hit a 6 to finish when the scores are level. But yeah.
I'm not paid enough to work that out in my head. No,
well, I don't think she's going to do it, because net run rate still, I think, could be important, because of the fact that the Northern Diamonds have won with a bonus point. That's kind of changed things, because they've got to 30. Sparks will be on 31 with a 4-point win, which I assume is all they can get.
Yes,
I don't think the bonus point is
I don't think
likely to be up for grabs.
I think they have to have done it by 40 or something, don't they?
I think that would have been a bit sooner than they're going to do it. So they do know that if they beat Stars, they get to 35, but then Diamonds could still get to 35. So net run rate may yet be the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Gemma Lane's back. And, pardon me, it's not Gemma Lane, it's Niamh Holland who's continuing, and a run taken off the first ball of the over. Just 12 more runs required. So yeah, having said that, it was basically a straight shootout between Stars
it's complicated
and
now,
Sparks. The Diamonds have got, 196 all out. I wasn't even entertaining the possibility of them being able to somehow sneak in round the corner. That one goes for 4 more. Just helped on its way by Amy Campbell, and it's down into single figures now, just 8 required. Well, I must take this opportunity, seeing as we'll probably be wrapping up fairly quickly at the end, but take this opportunity to say what an immense pleasure it's been to be alongside everybody who's covered Western Storm this season. That's helped away down the leg side for another 4. And now it is just 4 runs away. But it's something which I take personally immense pleasure and pride in doing. I'm sure everybody here would agree, and we have a fairly varied, I think, team, and I would say it's been a pleasure to be a part of. So
it is.
Thanks to everybody who's been a part of it, and of course to everyone who sort of makes us sound okay.
Yeah.
This will be one more at least, and it's backed up eventually by
all the people in the
Wilson.
technical team.
Indeed. Well, this Ben Warren and his huge team here at Somerset,
camera
guy aka James Healy at Gloucestershire as well. We are made to sound at least somewhat okay by the work that they do. And just turned away to square leg, so Eve Jones is allowing Amy Campbell the honours potentially of seeing Central Sparks over the line. But yeah, very much looking forward to next season. April, it's a long way away. Of course, Western Storm have got one more game left up at Old Trafford.
Okay,
but
under then.
Yeah, really looking forward to next season. Hopefully we'll get another game at Cheltenham as well, be a part of the Cheltenham Festival, visit all of the
it's such a good
supposed sort of main county grounds as well.
Such a good setup here at Taunton.
This is nudged for just the one again, so Campbell will keep the strike. And that is the end of the 44th over. 1 run needed. The Central Sparks can continue their attempted passage through to the eliminator game. And I think, despite the fact that Blaze have lost to Sunrisers by 30 runs, it's still looking as though Blaze are going to get the automatic spot into the final. There's still a bit of net run rate making up for Vipers to do. It's not impossible that the Vipers, having been out of the picture, could still come back into it. They're always there, aren't they?
Yeah. So Robbins to Amy Campbell, who plays that backward of square. They're going to run through for that one, and that's all they need as Central Sparks grab the victory. 4 points, no bonus point, but 4 points, and Western Storm were not able to spoil their party in Western Storm's last home game of the season, and Sparks take the victory here.
Congratulations to Central Sparks.
But Western Storm have made a good fist of that, and they certainly played well on Sunday against Northern Diamonds. So, as Hannah mentioned, they can take some positives. I know that's a sort of cliche, but they can take some positives out of this. Sophie Luff's got a pretty young side here, minus Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson and Heather Knight. So, yeah, that's... and I would echo Ed's point about it is a pleasure to do commentary on the Western Storm. All the venues, Sophia Gardens, Bristol, Cheltenham and Taunton, but Taunton particularly because we're spoilt with the producers and the cameras and things, aren't we? So yeah, the opportunity to do the commentary was a pleasure. It was good. Ed, over to you. What do you reckon?
Well, I just kind of looking back on the season, really, in terms of Western Storm, they look as though they will be, well, in fact, they will be bottom of the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. They've lost 4 games due to the weather. Yeah, they won 3 of their games in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, 3 out of 7. They had a minor chance going into the latter stages of that to still make it into finals day, and I still feel that, especially in the Charlotte Edwards, they've been there or thereabouts for a little while, and one of these times surely it's going to go their way. It's been net run rate before. It feels as though they've been close in that competition. The Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, particularly as you say with the absentees they've had, has been a bit tougher, but at the same time we've still had some memorable moments, both Storm's victories this season, with that stunning runner ball 115 by Ola Prendergast at Cardiff, and then Fran Wilson leading the charge at Cheltenham. Let's look at the final card there for the Central Sparks in this game, and Eve Jones with a classic Eve Jones knock, start to finish. She didn't really care too much about what she finished on, just that she was there at the end and she saw the side home. Freeborn Green in particular providing some aggression at the other end. And as we look at Storm's bowling figures in the end, 2 wickets for Sophia Smale, 2 for 38, and Chloe Skelton, none for 38. The spinners were particularly cheap. I thought Molly Robbins bowled extremely well up front, but it probably wasn't quite enough runs to play with, and it just slipped a little bit towards that middle part of the innings, those big partnerships between Jones and Green and Jones and Freeborn, really. They've
that was
batted extremely well,
it, wasn't it? Really.
Up front, they were tight. They managed to keep the runs down, but even in Storm's innings, if you look at the summary, you see the names of the likes of Wraith, Jones, Smale, Skelton also got runs. It did just get that little bit easier towards
a lot of
back
contributions
end.
of sort of 30, wasn't there? Which will be handy on another occasion.
And I must say, I was really impressed with the knock that Katie Jones played, especially because it's the first time I'd had the chance to see her bat in person. And then Smale and Skelton managing to bat out those overs, get Storm something to bowl at, but sadly from a Storm perspective, but thankfully from a Sparks perspective, it wasn't enough. They've won with 5.5 overs to spare. So a beautiful scene at the Cooper Associates County Ground for what is the last home game for Western Storm this season.
So when you're thinking about next season,
last game, I was just going to say the last game for Western Storm will take place on Saturday, 16th of September, so just a few days away up at Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder versus Storm, and Storm, I guess, have the chance to do the double over Thunder and finish their season on a high, as I think I'm right in saying they did last year in the last game of the season at Thunder 2. So I think this is the point where we say thank you so much for joining us throughout the coverage of Western Storm, wherever it's been throughout the season. It's been such a privilege to bring it to you. From Claire Jenkins, from Hannah Thompson-Radford, from everyone else who's been a part of Storm's coverage this season, behind or in front of the scenes, as it were. Thanks very much for your support. Get those memberships in.
Yeah, get your membership when you're thinking about next year.
And
bargain.
We will be back next year to bring you more coverage of Western Storm's games. Thank you so much for your company. For now, it is goodbye.